forest, the young knight can hear the splashing of the fountain long before he can see the glimmer of moonlight reflected on the still surface, luminous as a mirror. He is about to step forward, longing to dip his head, drink in the coolness, when he catches his breath at the sight of something dark, moving deep in the water. There is a greenish shadow in the sunken bowl of the fountain, something like a great fish, something like a drowned body. Then it moves and stands upright, and he sees, frighteningly naked, a bathing woman. Her skin as she rises up, water coursing down her flanks, is even paler than the white marble bath, her wet hair dark as a shadow. She is Melusina, the water goddess, and she is found in hidden springs and waterfalls in any forest in Christendom, even in those as far away as Greece. She bathes in the Moorish fountains too. They know her by another name in the northern countries, where the lakes are glazed with ice, and it crackles when she rises. A man may love her if he keeps her secret and lets her be alone when she wants to bathe, and she may love him in return until he breaks his word, as men always do, and she sweeps him into the deeps with her fishy tail and turns his faithless blood to water. The tragedy of Melusina, in whatever language it is told, whatever tune it sings, is that a man will promise more than he can do to a woman he cannot understand.
Spring 1464. My father is Sir Richard Woodville, Baron Rivers, an English nobleman, a landholder, and a supporter of the true kings of England, the Lancastrian line. My mother descends from the Dukes of Burgundy, and so carries the watery blood of the goddess Melusina, who founded their royal house with her entranced ducal lover, and can still be met at times of extreme trouble, crying as a banshee over the castle rooftops when the son and heir is dying and the family doomed. Or so they say, those who believe in such things. With this contradictory parentage of mine, solid English earth and French water goddess, one could expect anything from me, an enchantress or an ordinary girl. There are those who will say I am both. But today, as I comb my hair with particular care and arrange it under my tallest headdress, take the hands of my 2 fatherless boys, and lead the way to the Grafton Road that goes to Northampton, I would give all that I am to be, just this once, simply irresistible. I have to attract the attention of a young man riding out to yet another battle against an enemy that cannot be defeated. I have to excite his compassion for my position, inspire his sympathy for my needs, and stay in his memory long enough for him to do something about them both. And this is a man who has beautiful women flinging themselves at him every night of the week, and who has 100 claimants for every post in his gift. He is a usurper and a tyrant, my enemy and the son of my enemy, but I am far beyond loyalty to anyone but my sons and myself. My own father rode out to the Battle of Towton against this man who now calls himself King of England, though he is little more than a braggart boy. I have never seen a man as broken as my father when he came home from Towton, his sword arm bleeding through his jacket, his face white, and said that this boy, this 18-year-old boy, was a commander such as they had never seen before, and our cause is lost, and we are all without hope while he lives. Those of us left in England did not surrender readily. The battles went on and on to resist the false king, this boy of York. My own husband was killed commanding our cavalry only 3 years ago at St. Albans. And now I am left a widow, and what land and fortune I once called my own has been stolen by the victor, the master of this boy king, the great puppeteer who is known as the Kingmaker, Richard Neville, Earl of Warwick. My boys, Thomas, who is 8, and Richard, who is 10, are dressed in their best, their hair wetted and smoothed down, their faces shining from soap. If I let them go for a second, then one will scuff his shoes and the other rip his hose, and both of them will manage to get leaves in their hair and mud on their face, and Thomas will certainly fall in the stream. It sounds like the patter of rain at first, and then in a moment a rumble like thunder. The jingle of the harness and the flutter of the standards, the chink of the chainmail and the blowing of the horses, the sound and the smell and the roar of 100 horses ridden hard is overwhelming, and even though I am determined to stand out and make them stop, I can't help but shrink back. What must it be to face these men riding down in battle, with their lances outstretched before them like a galloping wall of staves? How could any man face it? Thomas sees the bare blonde head in the midst of all the fury and noise and shouts, "Hurrah!" like the boy he is. And at the shout of his treble voice, I see the man's head turn. And he sees me and the boys, and his hand snatches the reins, and he bellows, "Halt!" I step forward, still holding my son's hands, and I open my mouth to plead my case. But at this moment, this crucial moment, I have lost my words. Dear God, I am only 27. My cause is defeated. My husband is dead. Is my life really over? Am I to be one of many poor widows who will spend the rest of their days at someone else's fireside trying to be a good guest? Will I never be kissed again? Shall I never feel joy? Not ever again. He makes a gesture with his hand to the older man at his side, and the man barks out a command, and the soldiers turn their horses off the road and go into the shade of the trees away from me. But the king jumps down from his great horse, drops the reins, and walks towards me and my boys. And his eyes are fixed on my face, as if I know a secret that he has to have, as if we have known each other forever. And I can feel my cheeks are burning, but I cannot look away from him. "Who is this?" he asks, still looking at me.
"Your Grace, this is my mother, Lady Elizabeth Grey,"
my son Richard says politely, and he pulls off his cap and drops to his knee. I sink down into a curtsy, but I cannot look away. "Rise up," he says. His voice is low for only me to hear. "Have you come to see me?"
"I need your help."
I can hardly form the words. "I cannot obtain my dowry lands, my jointure, now I am widowed. Your adviser, Lord Warwick, has obtained them. I am a widow now. I have nothing to live on if he keeps them from me." He nods at my boys, who gaze up at him as if he was some kind of thoroughbred horse, too high for them to pet, but a figure for awestruck admiration. And then he looks back to me. "I am thirsty. Is your home near here?"
"We would be honoured."
"Hastings, you go on to Grafton. I will catch you up. Smollett can stay with me, and Forbes. I will come in an hour or so." Sir William Hastings looks me up and down as if I am a pretty piece of ribbon for sale. "Where are you going?" he asks the king. The boy king looks at me.
"We are going to the house of my father, Baron Rivers, Sir Richard Woodville," I say proudly.
Sir William raises his eyebrow at his king's choice for a stopping place. "Then I doubt you'll want to stay very long," he says unpleasantly, and rides on.
"My father has been forgiven and his title restored," I say defensively. You forgave him yourself after Towton.
I remember your father and your mother. I have known them since I was a boy. I am only surprised that they never introduced me to you.
My mother is at the front door as we approach, the groom of the household at her side. She curtsies low.
Your Grace, you are very welcome to Grafton Manor.
A groom comes running and takes the reins of the horse to lead it to the stable yard as my mother steps back and bows the king into the hall.
Will you take a glass of small ale? She asks. Or we have a very good wine from my cousins in Burgundy.
I'll take the ale, if you please.
The high table in the great hall is laid with the best glasses and a jug of ale as well as the wine.
You are expecting company?
She smiles at him.
There is no man in the world who could ride past my daughter. When she told me she wanted to put her own case to you, I had them draw the best of our ale. I guessed you would stop.
My mother takes a clean glass and holds it up to the light and tuts as if there is some flaw.
Excuse me,
she says, and goes from the hall. The king and I are alone, the sun pouring through the big window behind the great table, the house in silence, as if everyone is holding their breath and listening. He goes behind the table and sits down in the master's chair.
I will look into your claim for your lands. Do you want your own house? Are you not happy living here with your mother and father?
They are kind to me, but I am used to my own household. I am accustomed to running my own lands, and my sons will have nothing if I cannot reclaim their father's lands.
Are you loyal to King Henry? Do you follow your family as loyal Lancastrians?
Our history cannot be denied. My mother and father were very great at the court of King Henry, but my family and I accept your rule now.
He smiles. Sensible of you all, since I won. I accept your homage.
I give a little giggle, and at once his face warms.
It must be over soon, please God. Henry has nothing more than a handful of castles in lawless northern country. He can muster brigands like any outlaw, but he cannot raise a decent army. We need peace. Peace with France, peace with the Scots, and peace from brother to brother, cousin to cousin. We should not be divided any more, York against Lancaster. We should all be Englishmen. This has to end, and I will end it. I will end it this year.
I feel the sick fear that the people of this country have known for nearly a decade. There must be another battle?
He smiles. I shall try to keep it from your door, my lady. But it must be done, and it must be done soon.
The Queen's army will come this way. Though I was in her service and my mother loved her and was the first of her ladies, I have to say that her army is a force of absolute terror, mercenaries who care nothing for the country.
I shall stop them. I shall meet them in the north of England, and I shall defeat them.
How can you be so sure? He flashes a smile at me, and I catch my breath.
Because I have never lost a battle.
I laugh at his confidence, as if I am not impressed, but in truth, he dazzles me. He finishes his cup of ale and gets to his feet.
Thank you for your kindness.
You're going? You're going now?
You will write down for me the details of your claim.
Yes, but...
Names and dates and so on. The land that you say is yours and the details of your ownership.
I almost clutch his sleeve to keep him with me like a beggar. I will, but...
Then I will bid you adieu.
There is nothing I can do to stop him, unless my mother has thought...
To go like this. What do you think?
Grace, and thank you, But you are most welcome to stay. We will dine soon, or—"
"No, I must go. My friend William Hastings will be waiting for me."
I walk with him to the door. I am anguished at his leaving so abruptly, and yet I cannot think of anything to make him stay. He looks down at my entranced face, at my hand that stretches, despite myself, to touch his sleeve. Then he relents.
"I shall fetch the paper that you prepare myself tomorrow. Did you think I could walk away from you and not come back? Of course I am coming back. Tomorrow at noon. Will I see you then?"
He must hear my gasp. The colour rushes back into my face so that my cheeks are burning hot. "Yes," I stammer. Tomorrow."
"At noon. And I will stay to dinner if I may."
"We will be honoured." When the sun is setting and the boys are saying their evening prayers, blonde heads on their clasped hands at the foot of their trestle beds, my mother leads the way out of the front door of the house and down the winding footpath to where the bridge, a couple of wooden planks, crosses the River Tove. At the other side she puts her hand on a great ash tree, and I see there is a dark thread of silk wound around the rough-grained wood of the thick trunk. What is this? "Reel it in," is all she says. "Reel it in, a foot or so every day." I put my hand on the thread and pull it gently. It comes easily. There is something light and small tied on the far end. I cannot even see what it might be, as the thread loops across the river into the reeds, in deep water on the other side. "Magic," I say flatly. My father has banned these practices in his house. The law of the land forbids it. It is death to be proved as a witch. "Magic," my mother agrees, untroubled. "Powerful magic, for a good cause. Well worth the risk. Come every day and reel it in, a foot at a time." "What will come in?" She smiles at me and puts her hand on my cheek. "Your heart's desire. I didn't raise you to be a poor widow." At noon the next day I am in my ordinary gown, seated in my privy chamber, when the girl comes in a rush to say that the king is riding down the road towards the hall. I go to him with a smile, and he greets me with a courteous kiss on the cheek, and I feel the warmth of his skin, and see through my half-closed eyes the softness of the hair that curls at the nape of his neck. When he looks at me, I recognize desire in his face. The conversation at dinner is stilted, as it must be. My family is deferential to this new King of England, but there is no denying that we threw our lives and our fortune into battle against him, and my husband was not the only one of our household and affinity who did not come home. But this is how it must be in a war that they have called the Cousins' War, since brother fights against brother, and their sons follow them to death. King Edward is easy. He is charming to my mother and amusing to my brothers Anthony and John, and then Richard, Edward and Lionel join us later. 3 of my younger sisters are home, and they eat their dinner in silence, wide-eyed in admiration, but too afraid to say a word.
"And now to business," the king says to my father. "Lady Elizabeth tells me that she has lost her dower lands." My father nods. "It's a bad business. I'm sorry to trouble you with it, but we have tried to reason with my Lord Warwick, without result. They were confiscated after—" He clears his throat. "After St. Albans, you understand. Her husband was killed there. Even if you regard her husband as a traitor, she herself is innocent, and she should at least have her widow's jointure." The king turns to me. "You have written down your title and the claim to the land?"
I give him the paper, and he glances at it. I shall speak to Sir William Hastings and ask him to see that this is done. He will represent you to my Lord Warwick. He will be your advocate. You are gracious, sire, my father says easily, and nods to me. Obediently I rise from my chair and curtsy low. I thank you. This means everything to me. Will you show me around the garden before I leave, Lady Elizabeth? I shall be honoured. My father opens his mouth to offer his company, but my mother says quickly, Yes, do go, Elizabeth. And the two of us slip from the room in the early summer sunshine as we come from the darkness of the hall, and he offers me his arm, and we walk down the steps to the garden, arms linked in silence. I have only a little time, he says. Somerset and Percy are mustering. Henry himself will come out of his castle and lead his army. The Queen must be planning to land an army of Frenchmen in their support. I shall pray for you. He pauses, and I stop with him and look up at him. It is very quiet, but for a single bird singing. His face is grave. May I send a page boy to bring you to me tonight? I have a longing for you, Lady Elizabeth Grey, that I have never felt for any woman before. Will you come to me? I shake my head. Forgive me, Your Grace, but I am a woman of honour. I may never ask you again. God knows I may never ask any woman again. There can be no dishonour in this. I could die next week. Even so. Are you not lonely? He asks. I can feel the warmth of his breath on my cheek. And do you feel nothing for me? Can you say you don't want me? Just once. Don't you want me now? My gaze lingers on his mouth, then I meet his eyes. Dear God, I have to have you. He breathes. I cannot be your mistress. I would rather die than dishonour my name. But you do want me. I should not tell you. He waits. I should not tell you how much. Then you will come. No. Then must I go? Must I leave you? May I not? He leans his face towards me, and I raise my face to him. His kiss is as gentle as the brush of a feather on my soft mouth. Lady Elizabeth, I swear it, I have to. I take a step back in this delicious dance. If only, I say. I'll come tomorrow, in the evening, at sunset. Will you meet me where I first saw you, under the oak tree? I would say goodbye before I go north. I have to see you again, Elizabeth. If nothing more, I have to. I nod in silence and watch him turn on his heel and stride back to the house. At dinner the next day there is something of a family conference. The King has sent a letter to say that his friend Sir William Hastings will support my claim to my house and land at Bradgate, and I can be assured that I will be restored to my fortune. My father is pleased, but all my brothers, Anthony, John, Richard, Edward, and Lionel, are united in suspicion and the alert pride of boys. He did not take her lands off Warwick for charity. He will want payment. A hard man to refuse. I would think, Elizabeth, that you might feel compromised. I would fear that you would feel under obligation to him. I shrug. Not at all. I have nothing more but my own again. I asked the King for justice, and I received it as I should, as any supplicant should, with right on their side. Nonetheless, if he sends, you will not go to court, my father says. This is not a holy man like the blessed King Henry. Nor soft in the head like blessed King Henry, I think, but aloud I say, Of course, father. Whatever you command." My mother drops her head to hide her smile. She is the daughter of Burgundy, the descendant of Melusina, the water witch. She has never thought herself obliged to do anything in her life. She would never think that her daughter was obliged to anything. "You want to go to court? Do you admire him, despite everything?" Anthony asks me quietly as my other brothers scatter from the room. "He is King of England. Of course I will go if he invites me. What else?" "Perhaps because Father just said you were not to go." I shrug. "How else can a poor widow make her way in a wicked world?" he teases me. "Indeed." "You would be a fool to sell yourself cheap." I look at him from under my eyelashes. I don't propose to sell myself at all. I am not a yard of ribbon. I am not a leg of ham. I am not for sale to anyone. At sunset, I am waiting for him under the oak tree, hidden in the green shadows. I am relieved to hear the sound of only one horse on the road. If he had come with a guard, I would have slipped back to my home, fearing for my own safety. I cannot trust him. However heart-stopping his smile, and however honest his eyes, however much I think of him as a boy fired to greatness by his own ambition, I cannot trust him. But he looks like a knight in a dark forest when he pulls up his horse and jumps down in one easy movement. "You came." "I cannot stay long." "I am so glad you came at all." He loops the reins of his horse over a branch of the tree and slides his hand around my waist. "Sweet lady, will you take off your headdress and let down your hair?" It is the last thing I thought he would demand of me, and I am shocked into instant consent. He unties his cloak and swings it on the ground at my feet. "Sit with me," he commands, though he means lie with me, and we both know it. He strokes my loosened hair, and his fingers penetrate deeper and deeper until he is caressing my neck. Gently he bears down on me, pushing me down so I am beneath him. "Elizabeth." "I told you no." "You met me." "You asked me. Shall I go now?" "No. Stay, don't run away. I swear I will not. Just let me kiss you again." His weight is on me. He is pushing me down. I turn my head away, but his mouth is on my neck, my breast. I am panting with desire. And then I feel, unexpectedly, a sudden rush of anger at the realization that he is no longer embracing me, but he is forcing me, holding me down as if I were some slut behind a haystack. He has my gown pulled up. He is pushing towards me. He is fumbling with his jerkin, his hose. In a moment it will be too late for complaints. I draw his dagger out of the scabbard, and at the hiss of the metal, he rears back to his knees in shock. "Do you draw a blade on your king? Do you know treason when you do it, madam?" "I draw a blade on me, on myself." I hold the sharp edge to my throat, and I see his eyes narrow. "I swear, if you come one step closer, if you come 1 inch closer, I will cut my throat before you and bleed to death here on the ground where you would have dishonoured me." "Play acting." "No, this is not a game to me, your grace. I cannot be your mistress." "I could have that knife off you in a second." "You forget I have 5 brothers. I have played with swords and daggers since I was a child. I will cut my throat before you reach me." He hesitates for a second, his own heart hammering in a dangerous mix of temper and lust. And then he masters himself, raises his hands in the gesture of surrender and steps back. "You win, and you may keep the dagger as a spoil of victory. Here." He unbuckles the scabbard and throws it down. "Take the damned scabbard too, why don't you?" The precious stones and the enamelled gold sparkle in the twilight. Never taking my eyes from him, I kneel and pick it up. I shall walk with you to your home. I shall see you safely to your door.
I shake my head. No, I can't be seen with you. No one can know that we have met in secret.
You walk ahead, then, and I will follow behind you like a page, like your servant, until I see you safe to your gate. Since you treat me like a fool, I shall serve you like a fool, and you can enjoy it.
There is no speaking against his anger, so I nod and I turn to walk before him as he said I should. When we get to the end of the wood and we can be seen from the house, I pause and turn to him. I will be safe from here.
I must beg you to forgive me for my force, he says stiffly. I am perhaps too accustomed to getting my own way.
Will I not see you again?
Never, he says simply, and bows slightly and walks away.
Your Grace, I call, and he turns and pauses. I would not part with you on bad terms. I hope that you can forgive me.
You have made a fool of me. You may congratulate yourself on being the first woman to do that, but you will be the last, and you will never make a fool of me again.
I sink down into a curtsy, and I hear him turn and the swish of his cape on the bushes on either side of the path. I wait till I cannot hear him at all, and then I rise up and take the path to the footbridge over the river to where the ash tree is girdled with my mother's thread, and I take another loop in the thread and tie it tightly, and only then do I walk home, brooding in the thin moonlight. Then I wait. Each evening, for 22 evenings, I walk down to the stream and pull in the thread like a patient fisherwoman. One day I feel it snag, and the line goes tight as the object on the end, whatever it is freed from the reeds at the water's edge. I tug gently, as if I were reeling in a catch, and then I feel the line go slack, and there is a little splash as something small but heavy falls deeper into the stream, rolls over in the current, and then lies still among the pebbles on the stream bed. I walk home. My mother is waiting for me by the carp lake. "You do it every evening?" she asks me. "Pull the line?" "Yes." "Good. That's good. Has he sent you any token, any word?" "He said he would never see me again." We walk back towards the house together. King Henry is gathering his forces in Northumberland and will march south on London. If he wins, then it will not matter what Edward says or thinks, for he will be dead and the true king restored. My hand flies out to catch her sleeve in instant contradiction. Swift as a striking viper, my mother snatches my fingers. "What's this? You can't bear to hear of his defeat." "I can't bear to think of him defeated. I can't bear to think of him dead. He asked me to lie with him as a soldier facing death." She gives a sharp laugh. "Course he did. What man going off to war has ever resisted the opportunity to make the most of it?" "I refused, and if he doesn't come back, I shall regret that refusal for the rest of my life." "Why regret? You're a girl from the House of Lancaster. You cannot fall in love with the heir to the House of York unless he is King Victorious and there is some profit in love for you. These are hard days we are living in. Death is our companion, our familiar. You need not think you can keep him at arm's length. He has taken your husband. He will take your father and your brothers and your sons." I put out both hands to stop her. "Hush, hush. You sound like Melusina warning her house of the death of the men." And together we turn for home and walk together in step. "When the battle is over, whoever wins, your sisters must go to court," my mother says. She is always planning. "And your boy Thomas will be old enough to leave home soon. He should live with his kinsmen. He should learn to be a gentleman. No, I will keep my sons with me. They will need a proper education. They will need to serve in the household of a lord. No, mother, no, I cannot consider it. They are not to leave home. I am afraid for them. I fear for them.
She puts her warm arm around my waist. Well, it is natural enough. You lost your husband. You are bound to want to keep your boys safe. But they will have to go someday, you know. I do not yield to her gentle pressure. It is more than a whim. Is it a seeing? Do you know that something could happen to them? Have you come into the sight, Elizabeth? I shake my head and the tears come. I can't tell, but the thought of them going from me and being cared for by strangers, I can't bear it. I can't even bear the thought of it. She gathers me into her arms. Hush, so be it. Don't cry. You shall keep your boys close at hand where we can keep them safe. I wait for another 7 nights and another 7 days, like a maiden in a tower in a fairy tale. Like Melusina bathing in the fountain in the forest, waiting for a chevalier to come riding down the untrodden ways and love her. Each evening, I draw up the loop of thread a little closer, until on the 8th day there is a little chink of metal against stone, and I look down into the water and see a flash of gold. I bend down to pull it out. It is a ring of gold, simple and pretty. One side is straight, but the other is forged into points, like the points of a crown. I slip it on my finger, on my right hand, and it fits me perfectly and suits me well. I tuck it into my pocket, and I walk home with it safe in my keeping. And there, without warning, there is a horse at the door, and a rider sitting tall on it, a banner over his head, the white rose of York uncurling in the breeze. My father stands in the open doorway reading a letter. I hear him say, "Tell his grace I shall be honoured. I will be there the day after tomorrow." "What is it?" I ask, coming up the steps. "A muster. We are all to go to war again." "Not you," I say in fear. "Not you, father. Not again." "No. The king commands me to provide 10 men from Grafton and 5 from Stony Stratford. They are to serve under Sir William Hastings. He will put them in among trained troops." I hesitate. "Did he say anything else?" "This is a muster," my father says irritably. "Not an invitation to a May Day breakfast." He turns on his heel and goes into the house and leaves me with the gold ring shaped like a crown spiky in my pocket. My mother suggests at breakfast that my sisters and I and the 2 cousins who are staying with us might like to see the army go by. "Can't think why," my father says crossly. "I would have thought you would have seen enough of men going to war." "It looks well, to show our support. If he wins, it will be better for us if he thinks we sent the men willingly." He nods. He always gives way to my mother in these matters. She was a duchess and married to the Royal Duke of Bedford when my father was nothing but her husband's squire. She is the daughter of the Count of St. Pol, of the royal family of Burgundy, and she is a courtier without equal. "I would like you to come with us," she goes on, "and we could perhaps find a purse of gold from the treasure room for his grace." "A purse of gold? A purse of gold? To wage war on King Henry? Are we Yorkists now?" She waits till his outrage has subsided. "If he defeats King Henry and comes back to London victorious,
then it will be his court and his royal favours that are the source of all wealth and all opportunity. For a moment we all freeze with our heads down, expecting one of my father's thunderous outbursts. Then, unwillingly, he laughs.
God bless you, my spellbinder. You are right, as you are always right.
For the rest of the day, my sisters and cousins are in a state of frenzy, trying on clothes, washing their hair, exchanging ribbons and rehearsing their curtsies. "What will you wear?" Margaret asks me, seeing me aloof from the excitement. "I shall wear my grey gown and my grey veil." "That's not your best. It's only what you wear on Sundays. Why wouldn't you wear your blue?" I shrug. "I am going since Mother wants us to go. I don't expect anyone to look twice at us." "When the King himself came to dinner at your invitation? Why wouldn't he come back to the house again? Why wouldn't he favour you?" "Because between then and now, I got what I wanted and he did not." "He never wanted to have you," she whispers, appalled. "Exactly." "Oh my God, Elizabeth, what did you say? What did you do?" "I said no." She is deliciously scandalised. "Did he try to force you?" "Not much. It doesn't matter." "Perhaps you shouldn't come tomorrow, if he offended you." "Oh, I'll come," I say, as if I don't care either way. In the morning I am not so brave. A sleepless night and a piece of bread and beef for breakfast does not help my looks. I am pale as marble, and though Margaret rubs carmine into my lips, I still look drawn, a ghostly beauty. But when my mother sees me, she nods, pleased. "You look like a lady, not like some peasant girl tricked out in her best to go to a fair." As a reproof, this is not successful. The girls are so delighted to be allowed to the muster at all that they don't in the least mind being reproached for being too bright. We all walk together down the road to Grafton and see before us, at the side of the highway, a straggle of a dozen men, armed with staves, one or two with cudgels, father's recruits. He has given them all a badge of a white rose and reminded them all that they are now to fight for the House of York. There is a burst of trumpets, and every head turns towards the noise. Around the corner at a steady trot comes the king's colours and trumpeters. Behind them the heralds, behind them the yeomen of his household, and in the middle of all this bellow and waving pennants, there he is. For a moment I feel as if I will faint, but my mother's hand is firm under my arm. King Edward swings down from his horse and goes to my father, who bows low.
"All we could muster, I'm afraid, your grace, but sworn to your service, and this to help your cause."
My mother steps forward and offers the purse of gold. King Edward takes it and weighs it in his hand, and then kisses her heartily on both cheeks.
"You are generous, and I will not forget your support."
His gaze goes past her to me, where I stand with my sisters, and we all curtsy together. When I come up, he is still looking at me, and there is a moment when all the noise of the army and the horses and the men falling in freezes into silence. Without thinking what I am doing, as if he has wordlessly called me, I take a step towards him, and then another, until I have walked past my father and mother, and I am face to face with him, so close that he might kiss me if he wished. "I can't sleep," he says, so quietly that only I can hear. "Nor I." "You neither?" "No." He sighs a deep sigh, as if he is relieved. "Is this love, then?" "I suppose so."
I can't think of anything but you. I can't go on another moment like this. I can't ride out into battle like this. I am as foolish as a boy.
I can't think of anything but you, I whisper. Nothing. I thought I was sick. The ring like a crown is heavy in my pocket. My headdress is pulling at my hair. But I stand without awareness, seeing nothing but him, feeling nothing but his warm breath on my cheek.
I am mad for you, he says.
And I for you, truly.
Well then, marry me.
What?
Marry me. There is nothing else for it.
I give a nervous little laugh. You are joking with me.
I mean it. I think I will die if I don't have you. Will you marry me?
Yes, I breathe.
Tomorrow morning. I will ride in early. Marry me tomorrow morning at your little chapel. I will bring my chaplain, you bring witnesses. It will have to be a secret for a while. Do you want to?
Yes.
At 9 in the morning.
He turns to my father.
Can we offer you some refreshment? My father asks. No, but I will take supper with you tomorrow, if I may.
He bows to my mother and to me, throws a salute at my sisters and cousins, and swings up into his saddle. He nods at me, unsmiling, and I raise my hand in farewell. Tomorrow, I whisper as he goes. I doubt him, even as I order my mother's page boy to wake early in the morning and come to the chapel ready to sing a psalm. I doubt him right up to the moment when I hear his quick stride up the short aisle, until I feel his arm around my waist and his kiss on my mouth, and until I hear him say to the priest, "Marry us, Father. I'm in a hurry." The boy sings his psalm, and the priest says the words. I give my oath, and he gives his. Then the priest says, "And the ring?" And the king says, "A ring! I am a fool. I forgot." He turns to my mother. "Your ladyship, can you lend me a ring?" "Oh, but I have one," I say, almost surprised at myself. "I have one here." From my pocket, I take the ring that I have drawn so slowly and so patiently out of the water. The ring shaped like the crown of England, that came with watery magic to bring me my heart's desire, and the King of England himself puts it on my finger for my wedding ring. And I am his wife, and Queen of England, or at any rate, the York Queen of England. Then the king turns to my mother and says, "Your ladyship, where can I take my bride?" My mother smiles and gives him a key. "There is a hunting lodge by the river. I had it made ready for you." He nods and sweeps me from the little chapel and lifts me onto his big hunter. He mounts behind me, and I feel his arms tighten around me as he takes up the reins. The morning sun, which was so bright on the beams and the lime-washed ceiling when we went to bed, is turning the place golden in the late afternoon, when he says to me, "Thank the Lady of Heaven that your father asked me to dinner. I am weak with hunger. I am dying of hunger. Let me out of bed, you witch." His body is perfect. I look him over with satisfaction, like a horse dealer looks at a beautiful stallion. He is tall and lean, his muscles hard, his chest broad, his shoulders strong. He turns and smiles at me, and my heart turns over for him. "You look as if you would eat me up," he says. "I would. I cannot think how to sate my desire for you. I think I will have to keep you prisoner here and eat you up in little cutlets, day after day. If I kept you prisoner, I would devour you in one greedy swallow." but you would not get out till you were with child.
Oh, I shall give you sons, and they will be princes.
You will be the mother of the King of England.
Amen, I say devoutly. God send you safely home to me from your battle.
I always win,
he says in his supreme confidence. For the first time I understand, truly understand, that if he comes home from the battle and the true King Henry is dead, then this young man will be the undisputed King of England, and I shall be first in the land. After dinner he takes his leave of my father and sets off to ride to Northampton.
I must see my men and raise my army all day, but I shall be with you at dusk.
Come to the hunting lodge, I whisper.
Tomorrow evening,
he promises. Then I have to wait again. All through the evening when I play cards with my boys and then hear them say their prayers and get ready for bed. All through the night when, though I am exhausted and deliciously sore, I cannot sleep. All through the next day when I walk and talk as if I were in a dream waiting for night, until the moment that he ducks his head under the doorway and comes into the little room and takes me into his arms and says, "Wife, let us go to bed." 3 nights pass in this haze of pleasure, until the last morning when he says, "I have to go, my love, and I will see you when it is all over." "You will not go right now?" "Today." "But I cannot bear it without you."
"No, but you will. Now listen. If I win, and I will win, I will come back for you, and as soon as we can, we will announce our marriage. There will be many who will not be pleased, but it is done, and all they can do is accept it."
I nod. I know that his great adviser, Lord Warwick, is planning his marriage with a French princess, and Lord Warwick is accustomed to commanding my young husband.
"If luck is against me, and I am dead, then you will say nothing of this marriage in these days. It would be your ruin."
"My mother knows."
"Your mother knows the best way to keep you safe will be to silence her page boy and her lady-in-waiting. She is prepared for that already. She understands, and I have given her money."
I bow my head in speechless misery.
"Now, if you find you are with child, you will have to leave England. Tell your mother at once. I have spoken to her, and she knows what to do. If you have a girl, you can wait your time, get a pardon from Henry, and come back to England. But if you have a boy, it's a different matter altogether. My son will be heir to the throne. He will be the York heir. You will have to keep him safe. Richard and George, my brothers, will be his uncles and his guardians. You can trust them to protect any son of mine. It is my wish that he has the throne if he can win it, or if Richard and George can win it for him. Do you understand?"
"Yes."
"This is hard for you," he says, seeing my pale face. "My intention is that it should never happen, but remember, your refuge is Flanders if you have to keep my son safe."
"I will remember," I say. "Come back to me." He kisses me, but briskly, as if his mind is already elsewhere, and he detaches himself from my clasping hands. He has gone from me long before he ducks his head to get through the doorway. I run outside to wave to him, and he is already up in the saddle. I stand, with my hand raised in farewell, until I cannot see his standard carried before him with the white rose of York, until I cannot hear the hoof-beats of his horse, until he has quite gone from me. And then, to my horror, my brother Anthony, who has seen all of this, steps out from the shadow of the tree and walks towards me. I stare at him as if I don't understand the meaning of the word.
"You have shamed our house, and your name, and your poor dead husband's name who died fighting that usurper. God forgive you, Elizabeth. I am going at once to tell my father."
"No!" I stride forward and grab at his arm, but he shakes me off.
"Don't touch me, you slut."
"Anthony, it is not what you think."
"My eyes deceive me. It is an enchantment. You are Melusina, a beautiful goddess bathing in the woods, and he that just departed was a knight sworn to your service."
"It is honourable."
"You don't know the meaning of the word."
"He loves me."
"As he tells each and every one."
"He does. He is coming back to me."
"As he always promises."
Furious, I thrust my left fist towards him, and he ducks away, expecting a punch in the face. Then he sees the gleam of gold on my finger, and he all but laughs.
"He gave you this? A ring? I am supposed to be impressed by a love token."
"It is not a love token. It is a wedding ring. We are married."
"Dear God, he has fooled you. My poor sister, my poor fool."
He looks at me with sorrow, but his mouth is twisted into a bitter smile.
"Let me guess. Was this a secret wedding, in a private chapel?"
"Yes, but—"
"You are not married, Elizabeth. You have been tricked. It was a pretend service that has no weight in the eyes of God, nor of man."
"No."
"This is the man who hopes to be King of England. He has to marry a princess. He is not going to marry some beggarly widow from the camp of his enemy. Lord Warwick would never allow it."
"He doesn't have to do what Lord Warwick wants. He's the king."
"He is Warwick's puppet," my brother says cruelly. "Lord Warwick decided to back him, just as Warwick's father backed Edward's father. He will choose who Edward is to marry, and Edward will marry her."
I am stunned into silence. "But he didn't. He can't. Edward married me."
"A play, a charade, mumming, nothing more."
"There were witnesses."
"Who?"
"Mother, for one."
"Our mother?"
"She was witness, along with her lady-in-waiting, the priest, and a boy singer."
"Which priest?"
"One I don't know. The king commanded him there."
He shrugs. "If he was a priest at all, he is more likely some fool or mummer pretending as a favour. Even if he is ordained, the king can still deny that the marriage was valid, and it is the word of 3 women and a boy against the King of England. He has played you and mother for fools."
"I swear to you that he loves me." I rub my hand against my cheek and find that they are wet with tears. "I'm going to tell Mother what you said."
"Let's both go to her. She won't be happy when she realises that she has been fooled into pushing her daughter into dishonour."
Mother is in the herb garden at the side of the house, and when she sees my brother and me walking together in stubborn silence, a pace apart, saying nothing, she straightens up with the herbs in her basket and waits for us to come towards her, readying herself for trouble. "Son," she greets my brother.
"I think the king has lied to you and to my sister," he says bluntly. "The marriage ceremony was so secret that there is nobody of any power to prove it. I think he went through the sham ceremony to have the bedding of her, and he will deny that they were married."
My mother magnificently shrugs her shoulders. "What he has done in the past is his own affair, but I saw him wedded and bedded, and I wager that he will come back to claim her as his wife. But if you were right, and he was going to deny the marriage, then her prospects would be poor indeed." I turn my head from them. It is only a moment since my lover was telling me how to keep his son safe. Now this same child is described as my ruin. I am going to bed, I say coldly to them both. I won't hear this, and I won't speak of it. I am true to him, and he will be true to me, and you will be sorry that you doubted us. You are a fool, my brother says, unimpressed. I am sorry for that, at least. And to my mother, you have taken a great gamble with her. A brilliant gamble, perhaps, but you have staked her life and happiness on the word of a known liar. Perhaps, my mother says, unmoved. And you are a wise man, my son, a philosopher. But some things I know better than you, even now. I stalk away. Neither of them calls me back. I have to wait. The whole kingdom has to wait again to hear who to hail as king, who shall command. My brother Anthony sends a man north, scouting for news, and then we all wait for him to come back to tell us if the battle has been joined and if King Edward's luck has held. Finally, in May, Anthony's servant comes home and says he has been in the far north near to Hexham and met a man who told him all about it. A bad battle, a bloody battle. I hesitate in the doorway. Anthony's messenger gets to the point. King Edward has won, and won decisively. The Lancaster forces were routed, and King Henry has run away into the moors of Northumberland, a price on his head, as if he were an outlaw. His wife, Queen Margaret of Anjou, my mother's one-time dearest friend, is fled to Scotland with the prince, their heir. She is defeated, and her husband is vanquished. But everyone knows that she will not accept her defeat. She will plot and scheme for her son, just as Edward told me that I must plot and scheme for ours. She will never stop until her husband is dead, her son is dead, and she has no one left to put on the throne. The young man I love will be king of an uncertain kingdom, and I will have to be queen. He sends me word that he has won the battle and will call in as his army marches south. He will come for dinner, he writes to my father, and in a private note to me, he scribbles that he will stay the night. I show the note to my mother. You can tell Anthony that my husband is true to me. I shan't tell Anthony anything. There is no sign of what my mother thinks, one way or another, when she greets him with a low curtsy. She shows no familiarity, as a woman might do to her son-in-law, but she treats him with no coldness, as surely she would if she thought he had made fools of us both. Dinner is as successful as it is bound to be, given that my father is filled with bluster and excitement, my mother as elegant as always, my sisters in their usual state of stunned admiration, and my brothers furiously silent. The king bids his farewell to my parents and rides off down the road as if going back to Northampton. And I throw on my cape and run down the path to the hunting lodge by the river. He is there before me, and he takes me into his arms without a word. I say nothing, too. All I want are his kisses, and all I want to hear are the sweetest words in the world when he says, "Bed, wife." In the morning, I am combing my hair before the little silvered mirror and pinning it up. He stands behind me, watching me. "And when shall we announce our marriage, my lord?" "Not yet," he says swiftly, too swiftly. "My Lord Warwick is hell-bent on me marrying the Princess Bona of Savoy to guarantee peace with France. I have to take some time to tell him it cannot be." "Some days?" "Say weeks. He will be disappointed, and he has taken God knows what bribes to bring this marriage about." "He is disloyal. He is bribed." "No, not he. He takes the French money, but not to betray me. We are as one. We have known each other since boyhood. I have to take the time to tell him about us and explain that I could not resist you. I owe him that.
He is so important to you.
The greatest man in my life.
But you will tell him, you will bring me to court and present me as your wife.
When the time is right.
May I at least tell my father, so that we can meet openly as husband and wife?
He laughs. As well tell the town crier. No, my love, you must keep our secret for a little while longer. You do trust me, don't you, Elizabeth?
Yes.
I lie.
Completely.
Anthony is beside me as the king rides away, his hand raised in a salute.
Not going with him?
He asks sarcastically.
He has to tell Lord Warwick. He has to explain.
It will be Lord Warwick who will explain to him,
my brother says bluntly.
He will...
That no one else sees, and that if someone says to you, "You're
commoner, no king of England would marry a woman who is not a proven virgin."
I don't care if he doesn't acknowledge me, you fool. It's not a question of wanting to be queen. I am mad for him. I am madly in love with him. I would go to him if I had to walk barefoot. That's all I want, just to love him. All I want to be certain of is that I will see him again and that he loves me. Anthony folds me into his arms and pats my back.
Of course he loves you. What man could not? You are your mother's child through and through. You don't have the blood of a goddess in you for nothing. You were born to be queen, and maybe everything will come out well. Maybe he loves you and will stand by you.
I tilt my head back to scan his face. But you don't believe it?
No. To tell you the truth,
September 1464. He sends me a letter. He addresses me as Lady Elizabeth Grey, and inside he writes, "My love." He does not say wife. He writes that he is busy but will send for me shortly. The court is at Reading. He will speak to Lord Warwick soon. The Queen is fled to her homeland of France demanding help, so an alliance with France is more important than ever before, to cut her out of the French councils and make sure she cannot have allies. He does not remark that a French marriage would do this for him. He says he loves me, he burns up for me. Lovers' words, lovers' promises, nothing binding. The same messenger brings a summons for my father to attend the court at Reading. It is a standard letter. Every nobleman in the country will have had the same. My brothers, Anthony, John, Richard, Edward, and Lionel are to go with him.
"He will be calling us to announce his wedding to the French princess," my father grumbles, bending over to tighten his girth under the saddle flap.
He leans down from the saddle to kiss my mother's hand, and then turns his horse's head down the road to the south. My brothers twirl their whips, raise their hats, bellow a farewell. But it is Anthony who writes to me 2 days later, and it is his manservant who rides like a madman to bring me his letter.
Sister, this is your triumph, and I am glad to my heart for you. There has been an earth-shaking quarrel between the king and Lord Warwick, for my lord brought a marriage contract to the king for him to marry Lady Bona of Savoy, as everyone was expecting. The king, with a contract before him and the pen in his hand, raised his head and told his lordship that he could not marry the princess, for actually he was already married. His lordship took the king by the arm as if he were a boy and hustled him from the room into a privy chamber, leaving the rest of us boiling with gossip and amazement like neeps seething in a stew. An hour must have passed, but no one could bear to leave the council chamber until they had the end of this story. Sister, they were pissing in the fireplaces rather than leave the great hall. And then the door opened, and the king came out looking shaken, and Lord Warwick came out looking grim, and the king put on his happiest smile and said, "Well, my lords, I thank you for your patience. I am happy and proud to tell you that I am married to Lady Elizabeth Grey." Father and I bowed proudly and simpered about ourselves as if we had known all along, and only failed to mention that we were now brother and father-in-law to the King of England from sheer delicacy. You can tell Mother that her great gamble has paid 1,000-fold. You will be Queen of England, and we will be England's ruling family, even if no one in England wants us. Father kept his mouth shut till we were clear of the court, but I swear his eyes were rolling in his head like idiot Jim till we got to our lodgings, and I could tell him what we had done and how it had been done. But given that he is father-in-law to the King of England, I think he will forgive you and Mother for keeping your women's toils to yourselves. Your new husband is clearly stunned by the row that has broken on his head, and he will find it hard to reconcile with his former master, Lord Warwick, who is dining apart tonight, and could make a dangerous enemy. You are now summoned to be presented at court here at Reading. The king's order will be sent tomorrow. Sister, be warned by me, and please come dressed modestly and with only a small escort. It will not avert envy, but we should try not to make matters worse than they already are. We have made 1,000 enemies among every family in the kingdom. Families that we do not even know will be cursing our luck and wishing us to fall. Ambitious fathers with pretty daughters will never forgive you. We will have to be on our guard for the rest of our lives. You have put us into great opportunity, but also great risk, my sister. I am brother-in-law to the King of England, but I must say, tonight, my greatest hope is to die in my bed at peace with the world as an old man. Your brother, Anthony. But I think, in the meantime, before my peaceful death, I shall ask him to make me a duke.
My mother plans our journey to Reading and the summonsing of our family as if she were a queen militant. Every relation that would benefit from our rise or might contribute to our position is commanded from every corner of England, and even our Burgundy family, her kinsmen, are invited to come to London for my coronation, which will follow. She sends a string of instructions to Anthony for him to order tailors and seamstresses so that I shall have new dresses waiting for me. But she takes his advice that we should enter into our greatness quietly. I remember the King's greatest friend, Sir William Hastings, looking at me as if I were roadside merchandise, a peddler's pack, the very first time that I met the King, and I promise myself that he will never look at me in that way again. Hastings, I think I can manage. He loves the King like no other, and he will accept any choice that Edward makes, and defend it too. But Lord Warwick frightens me. He is a man who will stop at nothing to get his own way. They call him the Kingmaker, and when we were Lancastrians, we said that the Yorks were nothing but puppets, and he and his family were the puppet masters. Now I am married to Warwick's puppet, and I know that he will try to set me dancing to his tune as well. I say to my mother, I am afraid. She brings her horse beside mine, and she pats back the hood of her cape so that I can see the smiling confidence in her face. Perhaps, but you were at the court of Queen Margaret d'Anjou, and you must know that you cannot be a worse queen than her. There will be many people who hate me, many who hate us. She nods. Then make sure that you get the favours that you want and the places that you need before they take the ear of the King. We are ready for whatever comes against us, and even if your influence declines with the King, then we are still safe. My Lord Warwick, I say nervously. She nods.
He is our enemy. You will watch him, and you will be wary of him. We will all be on our guard against him and the king's brothers, George, the Duke of Clarence, who is always so charming, and the boy Richard, the Duke of Gloucester. They too will be your enemies." "Why the king's brothers?" "Your sons will disinherit them. Your influence will turn the king from them. They have been 3 fatherless boys together. They have fought side by side for their family. But now he will want to be with you, not with them. And the grants of lands and wealth that he might have given to them will come to you and yours." "You make it sound like a battle to the death." "It is a battle to the death. That is what it means to be Queen of England. You are not Melusina rising from a fountain to easy happiness. The road you have chosen will mean that you have to spend your life scheming and fighting. Our task, as your family, is to make sure you win."
In the darkness of the forest he saw her, and whispered her name, Melusina. And at that summoning, she rose out of the water, and he saw that she was a woman of cool and complete beauty to the waist, and below that, she was scaled like a fish. She promised him that she would come to him and be his wife, and she promised him that she would make him as happy as a mortal woman can do. She promised him that she would curb her wild side, her tidal nature, that she would be an ordinary wife to him, a wife that he could be proud of, if he, in return, would let her have a time when she could be herself again, when she could return to her element of water, when she could wash away the drudgery of a woman's lot and be, for just a little while, a goddess once more. He promised her that he would give her everything she wanted, as men in love always do. And she trusted him, despite herself, as women in love always do.
My father and all my brothers rode out of Reading to greet us, so I might enter the town with my kinsman at my side. There were crowds along the road and hundreds watching as my father pulled off his hat as he rode towards me. His wide smile assures me that everything is the same as ever. My brothers all jump down from their horses, doff their caps, and kneel to me on the public highway. I look down at Anthony, who called me a whore and called my husband a liar. "You can stay down there," I say. "Who is right now?" "You are," he says cheerfully, rising up, kissing my hand, and remounting his horse. "I give you joy of your triumph." My brothers come around me and kiss my hand, and I smile down at them. It is as if we were all about to burst out laughing at our own presumption. "Who'd have thought it?" John says wonderingly. "Who would ever have dreamed it?" We turn up on the high street, and now there are hastily made banners and pictures of saints held from the overhanging windows to welcome me to the city. We ride to the Abbey, and there I see him, Edward, in the centre of his court, and advisers dressed in cloth of gold, with a scarlet cape and a scarlet hat on his head. He is unmistakable, the tallest man in the crowd, the most handsome. He sees me, and our eyes meet, and it is once again as if no one else is there. Instead of waiting for me to halt my horse and dismount, he breaks away from them all and comes quickly to my side and lifts me off my horse and into his arms. "Wife," he says in my ear, "dear God, I am so glad to have you in my arms." "Edward, I have been so afraid." "We have won," he says simply. "We will be together forever. I shall make you Queen of England." I still have to meet his mother, and Edward takes me to her private chambers before dinner. "Will she be all right?" I ask nervously. "Probably.
What can she do? The Dowager Duchess Cecily is seated on a great chair, covered by a cloth of estate when we come in, and she does not trouble herself to rise to greet me. I curtsy to her, low, and behind me I see my mother sweep her grandest gesture, and then stand still, her head up, a queen herself, in everything but a crown. "I will not pretend that I am happy with this secret marriage," the Dowager Duchess says rudely. "Private," my mother interrupts smartly. The Duchess checks, amazed, and raises her perfectly arched eyebrows. "I beg your pardon, Lady Rivers. Did you speak?" "Neither my daughter nor your son would so far forget themselves as to marry in secret," my mother says, her Burgundy accent suddenly revived. She could not say more clearly that she is the daughter of the Count of St. Pol, Burgundian royalty by birth. "Of course it was not a secret wedding. I was there and so were other witnesses. It was a private wedding." "Your daughter is a widow and years older than my son," Her Grace says, joining battle. "He is hardly an inexperienced boy. His reputation is notorious, and there are only 4 years between them." There is a gasp from the Queen's ladies and a flutter of alarm from her daughters. "And the good thing," my mother says, warming to her theme, "is that we can at least be sure that they are both fertile. Your son has several bastards, I understand, and my daughter has 2 handsome legitimate boys." "My son comes from a fertile family. I had 8 boys, the Dowager Queen says. My mother inclines her head, and the scarf on her headdress billows like a sail filled with the swollen breeze of her pride. "Oh, yes, so you did. But of that 8, only 3 boys left, of course. So sad. As it happens, I have 5 sons, 5, and 7 girls. I think we can hope that God will bless the new royal family with issue." "Nonetheless, she was not my choice, nor the choice of the Lord Warwick. It would mean nothing if Edward were not king. I might overlook it if he were a 3rd or 4th son to throw himself away. I could prevent him being king. I could disown him." The Queen's ladies blench and sway back in horror. Margaret, who adores her brother, whispers, "Mother," but dares say no more. "How?" my mother says sharply, calling her bluff. "How would you overthrow your own son?" "If he was not my husband's child." "And how could that be?" demands my mother, as sweet as poison. "Would you call your own son a bastard? Would you name yourself a whore? Would you shame your husband worse than his enemies did?" There is a little scream from the women, and poor Margaret staggers as if to faint. "There are many who would believe me." "More shame to you, then," my mother says roundly. "And even if you can make the Lords throw down King Edward, who is going to support your new King George? Could you trust his brother Richard not to have his own try at the throne? Would your kinsman, Lord Warwick, your great friend, not want the throne on his own account?" It is too much for her. The King's mother puts out a hand to my mother as if to beg her to stop. "No, no, enough, enough!" "I speak as a friend," my mother says quickly, as sinuous as a river eel. "And your thoughtless words against the King will go no further. My girls and I would not repeat such a scandal, such a treasonous scandal." "Enough," the King's mother repeats. "I just wanted you to know that this ill-conceived marriage is not my choice." "It was the King's choice, and we must all obey him," my mother says, driving home her advantage. "King Edward has chosen his wife, and she will be Queen of England and the greatest lady, bar none, in the land."
The king's mother looks at me for the first time. I suppose so. I curtsy again. Shall I call you mother? I asked cheerfully. As soon as the ordeal of my welcome from Edward's mother is over, I have to prepare for my presentation to the court. Anthony's orders from the London dressmakers have been delivered in time, and I have a new gown to wear in the palest of grey, trimmed with pearls. Are they waiting for me? I ask nervously. My mother nods her head to the chamber outside my bedroom door. They are all out there. Lord Warwick, the Duke of Clarence, and half a dozen others. I take a deep breath, and I put my hand to steady my headdress, and I nod to my maids-in-waiting to throw open the double doors. Then I raise my head like a queen and walk out of the room. Lord Warwick is standing at the fireside, dressed in black, a big man, in his late 30s, shoulders broad like a bully. I curtsy to him, but I see the smile does not warm his dark eyes. The Duke of Clarence, the King's darling brother George, is beside him looking like a true York prince, golden-haired, ready of smile, graceful even in repose. My dear sister, I give you joy of your surprise marriage, and wish you well in your new estate. I turn to the Earl of Warwick and give him my hand. I know that my husband loves and trusts you as his brother and his friend. It is an honour to meet you. The honour is all mine, he says curtly. Are you ready? I glance behind me. My sisters and mother are lined up to follow me in procession. We are ready, I say, and with the Duke of Clarence on one side of me and the Earl of Warwick on the other, we march slowly to the Abbey chapel through a crowd which parts as we come towards them. My first impression is that everyone I have ever seen at court when I was lady-in-waiting to the Lancaster Queen is here, dressed in their finest, to honour me, and there are a few hundred new faces too who have come in with the Yorks. Slowly, like a breeze going through tree-tops, they doff their hats and bow, and I realise that they are acknowledging me as Queen in the place of Margaret of Anjou, Queen of England, the greatest woman in the realm. That night in bed, after we have made love, I say to Edward, I don't like the Earl of Warwick. He made me what I am today. You must love him for my sake. And your brother George, and William Hastings. He rolls on his side and grins at me. We are just glad of them. Love them for me, beloved. I nod, as if obedient, but I think I know my rivals. May 1465. The King decides that I shall have the most glorious coronation that England has ever seen. This is not solely as a compliment to me. We make you Queen, undoubted Queen, and every lord in the kingdom will bow his knee to you. It will silence those who say our marriage is not valid. Who says? I demand. Who dares say? He grins at me. He is a boy still. Do you think I would tell you and have you turn them into frogs? In the event, it is even richer than he predicted. Richer than I could have imagined. I'm greeted by players dressed as angels in costumes made from peacock's feathers, their dazzling wings like 1,000 eyes of blue and turquoise and indigo. Actors make a tableau of the Virgin Mary and the saints, and I am exhorted to be virtuous and fertile. The people see me indicated as the choice of God for Queen of England. I spent the night before my coronation at the grand royal apartments in the Tower, newly decorated for my stay. Next day is my coronation at Westminster Abbey.
For the court herald, bellowing names of dukes and duchesses and earls, it is a roster of the greatest and most noble families in England and Christendom. For my mother, carrying my train with the king's sisters Elizabeth and Margaret, it is her triumph. For Anthony, a man so much of the world and yet so detached from it, I think it is a ship of fools, and he would wish himself far away. And for Edward, it is a vivid statement of his wealth and power to a country hungry for a royal family of wealth and power. It takes 3 archbishops to crown me, including Thomas Boucher, and an abbot, a couple of 100 clergy, and a full 1,000 choristers to sing my praises and call down God's blessing on me. By tradition, Edward is not even with me. He watches from behind a screen, my young sons with him. I may not even see him. I cannot catch courage from his smile. I have to do this all entirely alone. 3,000 noblemen and their ladies sit down to dine with me, and each course has nearly 20 dishes. I put off my crown to eat, and put it back on again between every course. At the end of the dinner, when I am escorted back to my chambers by dozens of noblemen and hundreds of clergy, I hold my head high as if I am not weary, as if I am not overwhelmed. I know that I have become something more than a mortal woman today. I have become half a goddess. I have become a divinity, something like my ancestress Melusina, who was born a goddess and became a queen. They put me to bed in the great queen's bed, in the echoing royal bedchamber, and I wait. The cover of cloth of gold up to my ears, until Edward can get away from the feasting and join me. We are royal now. These ceremonies have to be endured, Elizabeth. I reach out my arms for him. As long as you are still you, even underneath the crown. He throws off his gown and comes naked to me, his shoulders broad, his skin smooth, the muscles moving in thigh and belly and flank. I am yours, he says simply, and when he slides into the cold bed beside me, I quite forget that we are queen and king, and think only of his touch and my desire. The following day there is a great tournament, and the noblemen enter the lists in beautiful costumes, with poetry bellowed by their squires. The Burgundian cousins are out in force, their armour the most stylish, their poetry the best for metre. But Anthony, my brother, is formidable, and the court goes mad over him. He sits a horse with such grace, and he carries my favour, and breaks the lances of a dozen men. No one can match his poetry either. He writes in the romantic style of the southern lands. He tells of joy with a tinge of sadness, a man smiling at tragedy. But the winner of the day is Lord Thomas Stanley, a handsome man who lifts his visor and comes for his reward, pleased to have won. I bend from the Queen's box to give him the prize of the tournament, a ruby ring, and he shows me that it is too small for his big hand. You must marry a beautiful lady, I tease him, a virtuous woman whose price is beyond rubies. The finest lady in the kingdom is married and crowned. How shall we, that are neglected, bear our unhappiness? I laugh at this, for it is the very language of my kinsmen, the Burgundians, who have made flirtation a form of high art. I will found my house, and you will see me win again, he says. And at his words, for some reason, I feel a little shiver. This is a man who is not just strong in the jousting arena, I think. This is a man who would be strong on the battlefield.
When the goddess Melusina fell in love with the knight, he promised her that she would be free to be herself if she would only be his wife. They settled it that she would be his wife and walk on feet if once a month she might go to her own chamber, fill a great bath with water, and for one night only be her fishy self. And so they lived in great happiness for many years, for he loved her, and he understood that a woman cannot always live as a man. He understood that she needed her time alone. He understood that she had to close her eyes and sink beneath the glimmer of the water and swish her tail and breathe through her gills and forget the joys and the trials of being a wife just for a while, just once a month. They had children together, and they grew in health and beauty. He grew more prosperous, and their castle was famous for its wealth and grace. It was famous also for the great beauty and sweetness of its lady, and visitors came from far away to see the castle, the Lord of Burgundy, and his beautiful, mysterious wife.
As soon as I am crowned queen, I set about establishing my family, and my mother and I become the greatest matchmakers in the kingdom. I find her seated in my rooms at the great table with pedigrees and contracts and maps all around her, like a commander raising troops. "I see you are the goddess of love," I say. "This is not love, this is business. You have your family to provide for, Elizabeth, and you had better marry them to wealthy husbands or wives." "You will have dozens of sons and heirs," I predict, looking at her long lists of names and the boldly drawn arrows between the names of my sisters and the names of English noblemen. "I should do," she says with satisfaction, "and not one of them less than a lord." So we have a month of weddings. Every sister of mine is married to a lord, except for Catherine, where I go one better and betroth her to a duke. He is only 10 years old now, a sulky child, Henry Stafford, the Duke of Buckingham. Warwick had him in mind for his daughter Isabel, but as the boy is a royal ward since the death of his father, he is at my disposal. For my son, my darling Thomas Grey, I buy little Anne Holland. Her mother, the Duchess of Exeter, my husband's own sister, charges me 4,000 marks for the privilege, and I note the price of her pride and pay it so that Thomas can inherit the Holland fortune. My father becomes an earl. Anthony does not gain the dukedom that he joked about, but he does get the lordship of the Isle of Wight, and my other brothers get their places in royal service or in the church. Lionel will be an archbishop, as he said he wanted. Edward settles to the business of governing a country that is accustomed to having no king at all. He appoints justices and sheriffs to replace men killed in battle, and commands them to impose law and order in their counties. The warring bands who have taken their chance to ride out and terrorise must be hunted down. The roads have to be made safe. Edward starts the hard work of making England a country at peace with itself again. A country at peace instead of a country at war. Then, finally, there is an end to the constant warfare when we capture the former King Henry, half lost and half-witted in the hills of Northumberland, and Edward orders him to be brought to the Tower of London, for his own safety and for ours. He is not always in his right mind, God keep him. He lives quietly, communing with God, a priest at his side night and day. We don't even know if he remembers his wife or the son she told him was his. He is lost to the world, poor Henry, and he has forgotten everything that we have taken from him. Summer 1468. Edward trusts Warwick with an embassy to France, and he seizes the opportunity to get away from England and the court. He cannot bear the rising of our tide and the slow decline of his own hopes. Everyone knows that his days of power are over.
Edward listens to my mother, to me, and to his other advisers, who say that the Dukedom of Burgundy has been a faithful friend where France is a constant enemy, and that an alliance with Burgundy could be cemented with the marriage of Edward's sister Margaret to the new Duke himself, Charles, who has just inherited the rich lands of Burgundy. When Margaret was a little girl, she thought she would be married to an English lord and live in an English castle raising children. She did not realise, when her father claimed the throne and her brother won it, that a price must always be paid for power, and it will be paid by her as well as the rest of us. "I won't marry a Frenchman. I hate the French," she says hotly. "My brother should not think of it. I don't know why my mother considers it. I am of the House of York. I don't want to be a Frenchwoman." "You won't be," I say steadily. "That is the plan of the Earl of Warwick, and he no longer has the ear of the king. My advice to the king is that he should make an alliance with the Duke of Burgundy, and that will be a better alliance for you. Just think, you will be my kinswoman. You will marry the Duke of Burgundy and live in the beautiful palace at Lille." She is partly comforted. "But I am of the House of York," she says again. "I want to stay in England. I want to see the christening of your son, the first York prince." "You shall come to his christening whenever he comes to us," I promise her. "And he will know his aunt is his good guardian. But you can further the needs of the House of York in Burgundy." "Do you think I can found a House of York overseas?" "You will found a new line," I assure her, "and we will be glad to know that you are there, and we will visit you." She puts a brave face on it, and Warwick puts a two-faced face on it, and escorts her to the port of Margate, and we wave her away, our little Duchess, and I know that of all of Edward's brothers and sisters, George the Unfaithful and Richard the Boy, we have just sent away the most loving, the most loyal, and the most reliable Yorkist of them all. To Warwick, this is another defeat at my hands and at the hands of my family. Summer 1469. I am wrong. I was so wrong. We are not so powerful. We are not powerful enough. I should have been more aware of Warwick as my family pushed him out of his offices and won the lands that he might have wanted for himself. I should have seen also that George, the young Duke of Clarence, was bound to interest him. Warwick looked at Edward and me and the growing strength and wealth of the rivers that I've put around Edward, and began to think that perhaps he might make another king, a king who would be more obedient to himself. 3 beautiful daughters we have, 1 newborn, and we are hoping, with rising anxiety, for a son, when Edward gets news of a rebel calling himself Robin in Yorkshire, Robin of Redesdale. Even when my father remarks to me that someone is paying these men, they are not armed with pitchforks, they have good boots and they are marching in good order, I pay him no attention. When my brother John says that this is Warwick's country, and most likely that the rebels are raised by Warwick's men, I still think nothing of it. I am not concerned until my brother comes to me, his face grave, and swears to me that there are hundreds, perhaps thousands of men in arms, and it has to be the Earl of Warwick about his old business of making mischief, as no one else could muster so many. He is king-making again. Edward meets me at Fotheringay, as we had arranged, quietly furious. He has been on pilgrimage with his brother Richard and with the men of my family. My grey sons, Richard and Thomas, have ridden with him. "Now I have to go north and deal with this," Edward complains to me. "There are new rebellions coming up like springs in a flood. I thought it was one discontented squire, but the whole of the north seems to be taking up arms again. It is Warwick. It must be Warwick, though he has said not a word to me. I am aghast. Suddenly the kingdom which had seemed quiet in our hand is falling apart. Edward is thinking aloud. Warwick is backing George now, as he once backed me. If he goes on with this, if he uses the fortress of Calais as his jumping point to invade England, it will be a brother's war, as it was once a cousin's war. He turns from me so I cannot see the anger and the distress in his face, and I can hardly breathe at the thought of this great man, this tremendous commander of men coming against us. This is my first and foremost comrade, and with him is my own brother. We have been shoulder to shoulder on the battlefield. We have been comrades as well as kinsmen. My mother must know of this. George is her darling. How can he betray me? How can she? Your mother, I repeat. Your mother, backing George against you. Why would she do such a thing? He shrugs. The old story. Whether I am my father's son, whether I am legitimate, born and bred a York, George is saying that I am a bastard, and that makes him the true heir. God knows why she would support this. She must hate me for marrying you and taking your part more than I even dreamed. How dare she? I can trust no one but you and yours. Everyone else I trust is cut out from under my feet. And now I hear that this Robin in Yorkshire has a list of demands that he wants me to meet, and that Warwick has announced to the people that he thinks they are reasonable. Reasonable? He promises that he and George will land with an army to remonstrate with me. Remonstrate? I know what he means by that. Is this not the very thing we did to Henry? Do I not know how a king is destroyed?
Do they admit that they hope to overthrow you?
He grimaces. It is more that they will overthrow you, sweetheart. They want your family and your advisers exiled from my court. Their great complaint is that I am ill-advised and that your family are destroying me. I gasp. They are slandering me. It is a cover, a mumming. Don't regard it. It is the usual song of this not being a rebellion against the king, but against his evil advisers. I sang this song myself, as did my father, as did Warwick against Henry. I put my forehead to his. I wish I had given you a son. Then they would know that there could be only one heir. I wish I had given you a prince. Time enough for that. And I love our girls. A son will come, I don't doubt it, beloved. And I will keep the throne safe for him. Trust me. I let him go. We both have work to do. He rides out from Fotheringay, behind a harshly ripping standard, surrounded by a guard ready for battle, to go to Nottingham to the great castle there, and wait for the enemy to show himself. I go on to Norwich with my daughters, to act as if England is all mine, as if it is all still a fair garden for the Rose of York, and I fear nothing. While we wait, playing our different parts, wondering when our enemies will come and where they will land, we hear more news. In the city of Calais, with special permission from the Pope, George has married Warwick's daughter, Isabel Neville. He is now Warwick's son-in-law, and if Warwick can put George on Edward's throne, Warwick will make his own daughter queen, and she will take my crown. I spit like a cat at the thought of our George before the altar with Warwick's girl, and at Warwick's long, slow-burning ambition. I think of the pale-faced girl, one of the only two Neville girls, for Warwick has no son of his own, and cannot seem to get any more children. and I swear that she will never wear the crown of England while I live. I think of George turning his coat like the spoilt boy he is, and falling in with Warwick's plans like the stupid child he is, and I swear vengeance on them both. I'm at Norwich, pretending to confidence, pretending to queenly grace, when they bring me a mud-stained messenger from my husband. I open the letter. Dearest wife, prepare yourself for bad news. Your father and your brother were taken at a battle near Edgecote, fighting for our cause, and Warwick has them. I too am a prisoner, held at Warwick's castle of Middleham. They took me on the road on my way to you. I am unhurt, as are they. Warwick has named your mother as a sorceress, and he says that our marriage was an act of witchcraft by you and her. So be warned, both of you are in grave danger. She must leave the country at once. They will have her strangled as a witch if they can. You too should prepare for exile. We have to live through this if we want to fight to claim our own again. I am more grieved at bringing you and them into danger than anything else in the world. I have written to Warwick to demand to know the ransom that he wants for the safe return of your father and your brother John. I don't doubt he will send them back to you, and you can pay whatever he demands from the Treasury. Your husband, the one and only King of England, Edward. A knock at the door of my presence chamber, and the flinging open of the door makes me leap to my feet. It is the Mayor of Norwich who greeted me with such rich ceremony only days before. Your Grace, I have urgent news, bad news. Tell me. It is your father and your brother. Tell me now, the worst there is, and I will bear it somehow. I am sorry, Your Grace, sorrier than I can rightly say. Your father, Earl Rivers, and your brother Sir John Woodville were taken in battle. The king's army against the king's own brother, George, the Duke of Clarence. Your father and brother were taken fighting for your grace, and they have been executed. They were beheaded. He snatches one quick look at me. They would not have suffered. I am sure it was quick. The charge? They were executed on the word of Lord Warwick. There was no trial, there was no charge. May I offer you my deepest condolences, to you and to the king. Do you have news of the king? We were hoping that your gracious self could reassure us. I have heard nothing. I lie. They will not learn from me that the king is a prisoner in Middleham Castle, that we are defeated. He bows. They all bow and go out backwards. I sit on my chair like a queen, with a gold cloth of estate over my head, until the door has closed on them, and then I say to my ladies, "Leave me. Prepare for our journey." I feel worse than I have ever done before, because now I know that it is easier to take a country into war than to bring it to live at peace, and a country at war is a bitter place to live, a risky place to have daughters, and a dangerous place to hope for a son. I am welcomed in London as a heroine, and the city is all for Edward, but it will make no difference if that butcher Warwick kills him in prison. I make my home for now in the well-fortified Tower of London with my girls and my grey sons. They are obedient to me now that they see that not every battle is won, and not every beloved son comes safe home. They are shaken by the loss of their Uncle John, and they ask every day for the safety of the king. I write to my kinsman, the Duke of Burgundy, and ask him to prepare a safe hiding place for me, my grey sons, and my royal girls in Flanders. I tell him that we must find a little town, one of no importance, and a poor family who can pretend to take in English cousins. I must find somewhere for my daughters to hide that they will never be found. The Duke swears he will do more than this. He will support the city if they turn out for me and for York. He promises men and an army. He asks me what news do I have of the king. Is he safe? I cannot write to reassure him. The news of my husband is inexplicable. Warwick is still holding him at Middleham Castle and persuading the lords to deny that Edward was ever king. There are those who say that Edward will be offered the choice, either to abdicate his throne for his brother or climb the scaffold. Warwick will have either the crown or his head. My mother comes to me in the second week of my vigil. She comes from our old home at Grafton, dry-eyed and somehow bowed, as if she has taken a wound to her belly and is bent over the pain. The moment I see her, I know that I won't have to tell her that she is a widow. I kneel at her feet and I put my head into her lap. I am so sorry, Mother. I will have Warwick's head for this. I will see George dead. She pats my plaited hair and says, "Hush, hush. Your father would not have wanted you to grieve. He knew the risks well enough. It was not his first battle, God knows. And John?" She breaks off. "John is a loss to me and to his generation. Your brother John had his whole life before him." She pauses. "When you raise a child and he becomes a man, you start to think that he is safe, that you are safe from heartbreak. Every year you think another year away from danger, another year towards becoming a man. And we married him to that old woman for her title and her fortune, and we laughed knowing that he would outlive her. And now she will see him buried and keep her fortune. How can such a thing be?" I sit back on my heels. "The king's mother, Lady Cecily, shall know this pain. She will have this pain that you are feeling. She will know the loss of her son George, I swear it. She will see him die the death of a liar and a turncoat. You have lost a son, and so shall she, my word on it." "So will you, by that rule," my mother warns me. "More and more deaths, and more feuds, and more fatherless children, and more widowed brides. Do you want to mourn for your missing son in future days as I am doing now?" "We can reconcile after George," I say stubbornly. "They must be punished for this. George and Warwick are dead men from this day. I swear it, Mother." There is a knock at the door, and I wipe the tears from my face before I let my mother call, "Enter!" But the door is flung open without ceremony, and Edward, my darling Edward, strolls into the room as if he has been out for a day's hunting. "My God! It is you! Edward! It is you! It is really you!" "It is me." I fling myself at him, and as his arms come around me, I smell his familiar scent and feel the strength of his chest and his arms, and I sob at the very touch of him. "I thought you were in prison. I thought he was going to kill you." "Lost his nerve. Sir Humphrey Neville raised Yorkshire for me, and when Warwick went against him, nobody supported him. He started to see that nobody would have George for king, and I would not sign away my throne. He didn't dare to behead me. Not even Warwick dares to kill a king in cold blood." He laughs his loud, confident laugh. "Sweetheart, you should have seen him. He thought if he had me in his power, that he had the crown at his bidding. But he found me unhelpful. He started to see that merely holding the king is not enough. You have to take his power away from him. But I gave him nothing. He knew I would die before I gave him anything. Then, one fine morning, 4 days ago, his grooms made the mistake of giving me my own horse, my war horse, Fury, and I knew he could outrun anything in their stables.
I thought I might be able to ride to you, and I have done."
"It is over? You got away?"
He grins in his pride like a boy. "I would like to see the horse that could catch me on fury."
I press my face to his chest as if I would bury myself into his body. "My love, my love. So will you go back with your guards and arrest him?"
"No, he's too powerful. He still commands most of the north. I hope we can make peace again. He and George and I will have to patch together some reconciliation. They will beg my pardon, and I will forgive them."
He raises his head and looks at my mother.
"I am more sorry for your loss than I can say, Jacquetta. These are the fortunes of war, and we all know the risks. But they took 2 good men when they took your husband and son."
My mother nods. "And what will be your terms for reconciliation with the man who killed my husband and my son? I take it you will forgive him that also?" Edward makes a grimace at the hardness in her voice.
"You will not like it. I shall make Warwick's nephew Duke of Bedford. I have to give Warwick a stake in our family, the royal family."
"You give him my old title?" my mother asks incredulously.
Edward nods. "There is more. I shall give our daughter Elizabeth in marriage to young Bedford. She will make the alliance firm."
I turn on him. "Elizabeth? My Elizabeth?"
"Our Elizabeth."
"He is a traitor and a murderer, and you think you will marry my little daughter to his nephew?"
"I do."
"I swear that it will never happen."
He smiles. "I bow to your superior foreknowledge. But in the meantime, while I am King of England, with the power to give my daughter in marriage to whom I wish, I shall always do my very best to stop your enemies ducking you two as a pair of witches or strangling you at the crossroads. And I tell you, as I am king, the only way to make you and every woman and her son in this kingdom as safe as she should be is to find a way to stop this warfare."
Autumn 1469. Warwick returns to court as a beloved friend and loyal mentor. He knows I can say nothing, and his small bow when he first greets me is triumphant.
"Your Grace,"
he says suavely. I want to be icy, but I fear I appear only sulky. "Welcome back to court."
"You are always gracious,"
he replies with a smile.
"Born to be queen."
He may make me feel like a fool and like a woman who can do nothing, but what I can do, I will. In my jewel box is a dark locket of black tarnished silver, and inside it, locked in the darkness, I have his name, Richard Neville, and that of George, Duke of Clarence, written in my blood on the piece of paper torn from the corner of my father's last letter. These are my enemies. I will see them dead. Winter 1469 to 1470. At the very darkest hour of the longest night in the heart of the winter solstice, my mother and I go down to the River Thames. I inhale the smell of the cold water like someone scenting their own land after a long exile. "I have to have a son," I say to my mother. And she smiles and says, "I know." In her pocket she has 3 charms on 3 threads, and, careful as a fisherman baiting a line, she throws each of them into the river and gives me the thread to hold. "You choose. You choose which one you draw out. The moon comes out from behind the cloud. It is a waning moon, fat and silvery. It draws a line of light along the dark water, and I choose one thread and hold it in my right hand. This one. Are you sure? Yes. At once she takes a pair of silver scissors from her pocket and cuts the other 2 threads so whatever was tied on is swept away into the dark waters. What were they? They are the things that will never happen. They are the future that we will never know. See instead what you have chosen. I draw the thread in, and it comes from the water, dripping. At the end of it is a little silver spoon, and when I bring it in, I see, shining in the moonlight, that it is engraved with a little coronet and a name. Edward. We keep Christmas in London as a feast of reconciliation. Edward orders that it should be done grandly, and nearly 2,000 noblemen of England sit down to dinner with us at Twelfth Night, Warwick chief amongst them all. When commanded by my husband, I even dance with my brother-in-law George, hand to hand and smiling into his handsome, boyish face. I greet his new bride, Isabel, Warwick's daughter, with kindness. I welcome her to my court and wish her very well. She is a poor, thin, pale girl, looking rather aghast at the part she has to play in her father's scheme of things. Now she is married into the most treacherous and dangerous family in England, at the court of the king that her husband betrayed. Warwick remains enigmatic, the greatest man in the kingdom after the king. He accepts the honours and favours that are shown him with icy dignity, as a man to whom everything is due. News of our Christmas feast goes all around Christendom. The new court in England is said to be the most beautiful, elegant, mannered and gracious court in Europe. Edward is determined that the English court of York shall become as famous as Burgundy for fashion and beauty and culture. He loves good music. We have a choir or musicians playing at every meal, and my ladies and I learn the court dances. My brother Anthony is a great guide and adviser in all of this. He has travelled in Italy and speaks of the new learning and the new arts, of the beauty of the ancient cities of Greece and of Rome, and how their work can be made new. I am amazed at the cost of running a court, of the price of all this beauty, even the charges for food, of the continual demands from every courtier for a hearing, for a place, for a slice of land or a favour, for a post where he can levy taxes, or for help in claiming an inheritance. "This is what it is to be a king," Edward says to me as he signs the last of the day's petitions. "As King of England, I own everything. Every duke and earl and baron holds his lands at my favour. Every knight and squire below him has a stream from the river. Every petty farmer and tenant and copyholder and peasant below him depends on my favour. I have to please everyone, but no one too much." "They are money-grabbing peasants," I say irritably, "and their loyalty goes with their interest. They think of nothing but their own desires. They are worse than serfs." He smiles at me. "They are indeed. We are all anxious for wealth and land, and I own it all, and have to give it out carefully." Spring 1470. As the weather turns warmer, and it starts to grow brighter in the mornings, and the birds start to sing in the gardens of Westminster Palace, Edward's informers bring him reports from Lincolnshire of another uprising in favour of Henry, the king. "I shall have to go," Edward says to me, letter in his hand. "If this leader, this unnamed man, is a forerunner for Margaret of Anjou, Then I have to defeat him before she lands her army in his support. Will you be safe, I ask, against this person who has not even the courage to have a name of his own? As always. But I won't let the army go out without me again. I have to be there. I have to lead. Edward, you know, just this once, this one time, I think I cannot bear to see you go. Cannot Richard command the army, with Hastings? Can you not stay with me, this time, just this time? He takes my hands and presses them against his lips. He is not affected by my anxiety, but amused by it. He is smiling. Oh, why? Why this time? Why does this time matter so much? Do you have something to tell me? I cannot resist him. I am smiling in return. I do have something to tell you, but I have been saving it. I know. Did you think I didn't know? So tell me, what is this secret that I am supposed not to have any idea about? I am with child again, I say. And this time I know it is a boy. He scoops me to him and holds me gently. I knew it. I knew it in my bones. My son, Prince Edward. I laugh, thinking of the silver spoon that I drew out of the silvery river on Midwinter's Eve. How do you know that his name will be Edward? Of course it will. I have been determined on it for years. I shall come home to you, and you are not to worry. I don't want him born with a frown. Then you beware of Warwick and your brother. I don't trust them. Promise to rest and be happy, and make him strong in your belly. Promise to come back safe, and make him strong in his inheritance. It is a promise. He was wrong. Dear God, Edward was so wrong. Not, thank God, about winning the battle. No. He was wrong about the loyalty of Warwick and George, his brother, who, it turned out, had planned and paid for the uprising and had decided this time to be certain of his defeat. They were going to kill my Edward and put George on the throne. Before the battle had even begun, Lord Richard Wells, the petty leader, had gone down on his knees to Edward, confessed the plan, and showed Warwick's orders and George's money. When Edward saw the evidence against them, he summons them as kinsmen, as the friend who had been an older brother to him, and to the youth who was his brother indeed. And when they did not come, he knew what to think of them at last, and he summons them as traitors to answer to him. But they were long gone. I shall see them dead, I say to my mother as we sit before an open window in my privy chamber at Westminster Palace. Did you know Edward promised a safe conduct to Lord Richard Wells if he would confess his treason and reveal the plot? But when he did so, he broke his word and killed him. I shake my head. My mother's face is grave. Now the Beaufort family are in mourning for their kinsman Wells.
And each one has a, what, if you will, crystal program to it.
He has broken his word too. No one will trust him again. I shrug. These are the fortunes of war. Anyway, Wells doesn't matter. What matters is that Warwick and George will be heading for the court of France, speaking ill of us and hoping to raise an army. Where are they now? My mother asks me. At sea, heading for Calais. Edward has sent the fleet to sea, but our ships will never catch them in time. I rise to my feet and lean out of the open window into the sunshine. It is a warm day. The River Thames below me sparkles like a fountain, and it is calm. I put my lips together, and I blow a little whistle. My mother comes to stand behind me, her arm around my broad waist. Together we whistle gently into the summer air, blowing up a storm. Slowly, but powerfully, the dark clouds pile up, one on top of another, until there is a great thunderhead of threatening dark cloud, south, far away, over the sea. A week later, my mother comes to me with a letter in her hand. I have news from my cousin in Burgundy. She writes that George and Warwick were blown off the coast of France and then nearly wrecked in terrible seas off Calais. They begged the fort to let them enter for the sake of Isabel, but the castle would not admit them. Poor Isabel went into labour in the middle of the storm. They were tossed about for hours, and her baby died. I cross myself. God bless the poor little one. Nobody would have wished that on them. My mother makes a grimace. But nothing stops Warwick. Now he is courting Margaret d'Anjou, that he once fought against. He had to spend half an hour on his knees to beg the forgiveness of her, his greatest enemy. She would not see him without his act of contrition. God bless her. She always did take herself very high. What do you think he plans? Margaret's son, the so-called Prince of Wales, Prince Edward of Lancaster, is to marry Warwick's younger daughter, Anne, to bind their lying parents together in a pact they cannot dishonour. Then I imagine they will all come to England to free Henry from the Tower. It changes everything for George, I say, thinking aloud. It was one thing to fight his brother the king when he hoped to kill him and succeed him. But now, why would he fight Edward when he gains nothing? The Dowager Queen is sitting with her women sewing an altar cloth. One of them is reading from the Bible as they work. She is famously devout. Her suspicion that we are not as saintly as she, worse perhaps pagans, worst of all perhaps witches, is just one of the many fears she holds against me. There is still no great love lost between us, and never will be. "Your Grace," she says levelly, "I am honoured." "My lady mother," I say smiling, "the pleasure is mine." We all sit simultaneously, in order to avoid the issue of priority, and she waits for me to speak. "I am so concerned for you," I say sweetly. "I am sure you are worried about George, so far from home, proclaimed as a traitor." She blinks. She had not anticipated my concern for her favourite George. "Of course I wish he were reconciled to us," she says cautiously. "It is always sad when brothers quarrel." "And now I hear that George is abandoning his own family," I say plaintively. "A turncoat, not just against his brother, but against you and against his own house." She looks at my mother for an explanation. "He has joined Margaret d'Anjou," my mother says bluntly. "Your son, a Yorkist, is going to fight for the Lancastrian king. Shameful." "He will be defeated for certain. Edward always wins," I say. "And then he must be executed as a traitor." She is truly aghast. "He would never follow Margaret d'Anjou, his father's greatest enemy. It cannot be so. And besides, what good does it do him?" I supplement smoothly. "I see what you think of him. Indeed, he always thinks of nothing but his gain, and never of—"
This looks good. It's because I don't want to hear...
He is all George and no York. Only 2 people in the country think George is a better man than my husband. She waits. George himself and you. He fled with Warwick because he did not dare face Edward after betraying him again. The best that George can hope for is to be brother-in-law to the usurping Lancaster King of England, instead of brother to the rightful York King. I let her think on this for a moment. Now, if he were to turn his coat again and come back to his brother, penitent and truly loyal, Edward would have him back. Edward would forgive him. He would? I can promise it. I don't add that I will never forgive him, and that he and Warwick are dead men to me, and have been ever since they executed my father and brother after the Battle of Edgecote. It would be such a good thing, my mother observes at random, looking out of the window at the scudding clouds, if George, a young man without good advisers, could hear from someone in private, in secret, that he could come back safely to his brother. Sometimes a young man needs good advice. She pauses to let his mother think this through. It is really beautifully done. The king's mother rises to her feet. My mother gets up too. I stay seated, smiling up at her, letting her stand before me. I always so enjoy talking with you both, she says, her voice trembling with anger. Now I rise, my hand on my spreading belly, and I wait for her to curtsy to me. Oh, me too. Good day, my lady mother. And so it is done, as easily as an enchantment. Without another word said, without Edward even knowing, a lady from the king's mother's court decides to visit her great friend, George's wife, poor Isabel Neville. The lady, heavily veiled, takes a boat, goes to Angers, finds Isabel crying in her room, wastes no time on her, finds George, tells him of his mother's tender love and her concerns for him. George tells her in return of his increasing discomfort with the allies to whom he is not only sworn, but also married. Turncoat George says that he will come to England with the invading army of Lancaster, but as soon as he sets foot in his beloved brother's kingdom, he will tell us where they have landed and what is their strength. My husband brings this encouraging news to me, unaware that this is the doing of women, as I am resting on my daybed, one hand on my belly, feeling the baby move. "Isn't this wonderful?" he asks me, truly delighted. "George will come back to us." I know that you love George, but even you have to admit he is an absolute crawling thing, loyal to no one. My generous-hearted husband smiles. "Oh, he is George. You can't be too hard on him." I find a smile in return. I am not too hard on him. I am glad he has come back to you. And inwardly I say to myself that he is... Summer 1470. I am running behind my husband, my hand on my large belly, down the long, winding corridors of the Palace of Whitehall. He turns, his face grave. "Sweetheart, our son will have no kingdom if I don't go." "What about me? What about me and the girls?" He is muttering orders to the clerk who runs behind him with a writing desk as he strides towards the stables. The great wagons are being loaded with tents, weapons, food, gear. The great army of York is on the march again. "You have to go to the Tower. I have to know you are safe. All of you, your mother as well, go to the royal rooms in the Tower. Prepare for the baby there. You know I will come to you as soon as I can." When the enemy is in Northumberland? Why should I go to the Tower when you are riding out to fight an enemy hundreds of miles away? Because only the devil knows for sure where Warwick and Margaret will land. Suppose they sail up the Thames while I am fighting in Northumberland. "My boys?" I whisper. "Your boys will come with me. I shall keep them as safe as I can, but it is time they played their part in our battles, Elizabeth. The baby turns inside me, as if he is protesting too. Edward, when will we ever be safe? When I have won. Let me go and win now, beloved. I let him go. I think no power in the world would have stopped him. He has given his word. He has never failed. He will come home. But this time, he does not. This time, he does not. He and his comrades, my brother Anthony, his brother Richard, his beloved friend William Hastings, and his loyal supporters are shaken awake at Doncaster in the early hours of the morning by a couple of the king's men. The enemy advance guard, marching at night, a sure sign of Warwick in command, is only an hour away, perhaps only moments away, coming to snatch the king before he can meet with his army. The whole of the north is up against the king and ready to fight for Warwick, and the royal party will be taken in a moment. Edward dispatches my boys to me, and then he, his younger brother Richard, my brother Anthony, and Edward's loyal friend Sir William Hastings fling themselves on their horses and ride away in the night. Edward has no time to send to me, to tell me where to meet him. He cannot even write to me to tell me where he is going. I doubt that he knows himself. All he is doing is getting away from certain death. Thoughts of how to return will come later. Now, tonight, the king is running for his life. Autumn 1470. The news comes to London in unreliable rumours, and it is always bad. Warwick lands in England, as Edward predicted, but what he did not foresee is the rush of nobles to the traitor's side in support of the king they have left to rot in the Tower for the last 5 years. The Earl of Shrewsbury joins him. Jasper Tudor, who can raise most of Wales, joins him. Lord Thomas Stanley, who took the ruby ring at my coronation joust and told me that his motto was never changing, joins him. A whole host of lesser gentry follow these influential commanders, and Edward is swiftly outnumbered in his own kingdom. They think they will do better under Warwick and the mad old king. Edward would have been killed on the spot if they had caught him, but they have missed him, that much is clear. But nobody knows where he is, and someone comes to the Tower once a day to assure me that they have seen him and that he was dying of his wounds, or that they have seen him and he is flying to France, or that they have seen him on a bier and he is dead. My boys arrive at the Tower travel-stained and weary, furious that they did not get away with the king. I sent to Grafton for my mother to come to us in the Tower. I need her advice and company. But the messenger comes back, and his face is grave. "Your lady mother is not at her home." "Where is she?" He looks shifty, as if he wishes someone else could tell me bad news. "She is under arrest. Orders of the Earl of Warwick." I hear a rattling noise, and I see that my hands are shaking so badly that my rings are clicking against the arms of the chair. On what charge? It cannot be treason. Nobody could argue that my mother has done more than advise me. But this is a man who killed my father and my brother without reason. His desire must only be to break my heart and rob Edward of the support of my family. This is a man who will kill me if he ever gets hold of me. "I am so sorry, Your Grace." "What charge?" I demand. "Witchcraft." There is no need of a trial to put a witch to death, though no trial has ever failed. It is easy to find people to witness on oath that their cows died or that their horse threw them because a witch had overlooked them. But in any case, there is no need of either witnesses or a trial. A single priest is all that is needed to attest a witch's guilt. Where is she? Where has he taken her? Nobody at Grafton knew where they were going. I must write to Warwick, I say quickly. Go and eat and get a fresh horse. I shall need you to travel as fast as you can. I write to Warwick, demanding her release. I write to every archbishop we once commanded, and anyone I think who would speak for us. Then I have to wait for news. For a whole week I have to wait, hearing nothing and fearing the very worst. Then, at last, I hear that she is freed, and 2 days later she comes to me, in the tower. "I am safe," she says. "He didn't hurt me. He didn't put me to question. He held me only for a few days." "Why did he let you go?" "Margaret d'Anjou. Of all the women in the world, she commanded him to release me as soon as she heard that I had been arrested. We were good friends once, and we are kinswomen still." I give an incredulous laugh. "She commanded him to release you, and he obeyed?" "She is his daughter's mother-in-law now, as well as his queen, and he is her sworn ally and counting on her army to support him as he recaptures the country." "It was good of her to save you." "This is a cousin's war indeed," my mother says. "We all have those we love on the other side. We all have to face killing our own family. Sometimes we can be merciful. God knows she is not a merciful woman, but she thought she would be merciful to me." I am sleeping uneasily in the rich royal apartments of the Tower of London. I half wake, crying out against the picture in my mind, and as I drift between sleeping and wakefulness, I see a small fishing port. Edward, Anthony, William and Richard hammering on a door, arguing with a man, hiring his boat, forever casting a glance to the west where their enemies will come. "No," I say in my sleep. Edward is leaving me, leaving England, leaving me and breaking his word that he would be with me for the birth of our son. He never lost a battle, but Warwick has been too much, too fast, too duplicitous for him. Edward is heading for exile, just as Warwick did. He is heading out into a vicious storm, just as Warwick did. But Warwick went straight to the King of France and found an ally and an army. I cannot see how Edward will ever return. "Edward?" I see him look up, almost as if he can hear me call for him in my sleep, in my dream. "Edward!" I cannot believe that he could leave me, that we could have lost our fight for the throne. My father laid down his life that I might be queen, and my brother died beside him. Are we now to be nothing but pretenders who were dismissed after a few years of good luck? Is my mother to greet Margaret of Anjou on her knees and hope to worm her way back into favour again? And what of my son, the baby not yet born? Is Warwick likely to let him live? I scream out loud, "Edward, don't leave me!" And the terror in my voice starts me into full wakefulness, and next door my mother lights a candle from the fire and comes in. "Is he coming? The baby?" "No, I had a dream." "There, Elizabeth, you're safe now." "We're not safe. That's the very thing." "Why? What did you dream?" "It was Edward, in a ship, in a storm. It was night, the seas were huge. I don't even know if his ship will get through. It's an ill wind that blows no good, Mother, and he was facing an ill wind. It was our wind. It was the gale we called up to blow George and Warwick away. Edward is in a storm of our making. He's lost. We're lost. Edward has gone, Anthony too, I am sure of it." She takes my cold hands and rubs them in her own. "Perhaps it was just a bad dream." I shake my head and throw back the covers. "No, I am certain. It was a seeing. He is defeated. He has run away. We have to go. I have to get the girls away. We can't be here when her army comes in. My mother throws a shawl around my shoulders. Are you sure? Can you travel? I hesitate. I am so afraid of the voyage when my baby is near to his time. I don't dare. I am too afraid of the wind. We'll go into sanctuary. We'll go to Westminster Abbey. They won't dare to hurt us there. We'll take the girls and my grey sons and go into sanctuary. At least until my son is born.
November 1470. We live in the crypt of the church built in St. Margaret's churchyard within the precincts of the abbey. It is a little like living in a cellar, but we can see the river from the low windows on one side of the room, and we can have a glimpse of the highway through the grille in the door on the other side. We live like a poor family, dependent on the goodwill of Edward's supporters and the citizens of London who love the family of York. Warwick, the ascendant Lord Warwick, the murderer of my father and brother and the kidnapper of my husband, enters London in triumph. George, his unhappy son-in-law, at his side. He bobs along in the wake of the kingmaker as if he had no brother, no sister-in-law, perhaps still hoping for a chance at being king himself. Warwick, triumphant, takes his old enemy, King Henry, from the Tower and proclaims him fit to rule and fully restored. He is now the liberator of his king and the saviour of the House of Lancaster, and the country is filled with joy. It is hard for my girls to have so little news of their father, hard for them to be kept inside in the few small rooms since they were born to the best of things. They have lived all their lives in the greatest palaces of England. Now they are confined to the immediate area of the abbey. Elizabeth, my oldest girl, is only 4 years old, but it is as if she understands that a time of great sorrow and difficulty has come on us. She acts as if she had been born and bred in this little space, and she plays with her baby sisters as if she were a paid nursemaid, ordered to be cheerful. The only question she poses is, where is her father? It is hardest of all on my boys, who are like confined lion cubs in the small space and prowl around, bickering. As the days grow shorter and the nights grow darker, I know that my time is coming and my baby is due. My great terror is that I will die here in childbirth, and my mother will be left here alone in our enemy's city, guarding my children. Do you know what will happen? I ask her bluntly. Have you foreseen it? You aren't going to die, if that's what you're asking. The baby? I ask, trying to read her face. You know he is healthy. There is no reason for you to fear. But you know something. You know something about Edward, my baby, Prince Edward. She looks at me for a moment, and then she decides to speak honestly. I can't see him becoming king. I laugh out loud. Is that it? Is that all? Dear God, Mother, I cannot see his own father being king again, and he is crowned and ordained. I just want to know that he and I will live through this. Oh, you'll live through this. An airy wave of her hand dismisses the cramped rooms, the girls' truckle beds in one corner, the servants' straw mattresses on the floor in another. This is nothing. I expect to see us rise from this. How? She leans over and she puts her mouth to my ear. Because your husband is not growing vines and making wine in Flanders. He is equipping an expedition, making allies, raising money, planning to invade England. And Edward has never lost a battle. Do you remember? Uncertainly, I nod. Even though he is defeated and in exile,
it is true that he has never lost a battle. So when he comes against Henry's forces, even when they are captained by Warwick and driven on by Margaret of Anjou, don't you think he will win? It was not a proper royal birth, with 3 midwives and 2 wet nurses, and rockers and noble godmothers, and mistresses of the nursery standing by, and ambassadors waiting with rich gifts. Lady Scrope was sent by the Lancaster court to make sure that I had everything I needed, and I thought that was a gracious gesture from the Duke of Warwick to me, who is his sworn enemy. But I have to bring my baby into the world, with no waiting husband and court at the door, and almost none to help me. I call him Edward, as his father wants, and as the silver spoon from the river predicted. Margaret of Anjou, with her invasion fleet held in port by storms, sends me a message to tell me to call him John. She does not want another Prince Edward in England to rival her son. I ignore her words as from a nobody. Amongst ourselves we call him Baby, and no one calls him the Prince of Wales, and I think, as I drift into sleep after the birth, all warm with him in my arms, that perhaps this baby will not be king. Perhaps we will not be great people, chosen by God, but just Winter, 1471. We spend Christmas in sanctuary. The London butchers send us a fat goose, and my boys and little Elizabeth and I play cards, and I make sure that I lose a silver 6pence to her and send her to bed thrilled to be a serious gamester. Mother and I compose a play for the children with costumes and masks and enchantments. We tell them our family story of Melusina, the beautiful woman, half girl, half fish, who is found in the fountain in the forest and marries a mortal for love.
Melusina's mortal husband loves her, but she puzzles him. He does not understand her nature, and he is not content to live with a woman who is a mystery to him. He allows a guest to persuade him to spy on her. He hides behind the hangings in her bathhouse and sees her swim beneath the water of her bath, sees, horrified, the gleam of ripple on scales, learns her secret, that although she loves him, truly loves him, she is still half woman and half fish. He cannot bear what she is, and she cannot help but be who she is. So he leaves her, because in his heart he fears that she is a woman with a divided nature. And he does not realize that all women are creatures of divided nature. He cannot stand to think of her secrecy, that she has a life hidden from him. He cannot, in fact, tolerate the truth that Melusina is a woman who knows the unknown depths, who swims in them. Poor Melusina, who tried so hard to be a good wife, has to leave the man who loves her and go back to the water, finding the earth too hard. Like many women, she is unable to fit exactly with the picture that a man has of her. Her feet hurt. She cannot walk in the path of her husband's choosing. She tried to dance to please him, but she cannot deny the pain. She is the ancestress of the royal house of Burgundy, and we, her descendants, still try to walk in the paths of men, and sometimes find the way unbearably hard.
I hear that the new court has a merry Christmas feast. Henry the King is back in his senses, and the House of Lancaster is triumphant. From the windows of the sanctuary, we can see the barges going up and down the river as the noblemen go from their riverside palaces to Whitehall. I see Lord Warwick's barge, the most beautiful on the river, his rowers going in time to the beat of the drummer in the stern, moving swiftly against the tide, as if nothing can stop his onward progress, not even the flow of the river. I purse my lips to whistle up a wind, but I let him go. My mother puts her hand on my arm. Don't ill-wish them. It comes back on you. It is better to wait. Edward is coming. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt him for a moment. This time will be like a bad dream. It is as Anthony says, shadows on the wall. What matters is that Edward musters an army big enough to defeat Warwick. How can he? I say, looking out at the city that now declares itself all for Lancaster. How can he even begin? He has been in touch with your brothers and with all our kinsmen. He is raising his forces, and he has never lost a battle. He has never fought Warwick. He is king, she says. Even if they now say that it meant nothing, he was crowned, he is divinely ordained, he has had the holy oil on his breast. They cannot deny that he is king. She smiles. And, of course, he has us. We can wish him well, and there is no harm in a little spell for good luck. And if that does not improve his chances, then nothing will. March 1471. My mother brews up tisanes and leans from the window and pours them into the river, whispering words that no one can hear, throwing powder on the fires that makes them burn green in smoke. Then in March she tells me, Edward is coming to you. I am sure of it. You have foreseen it? She giggles. No, the butcher told me. What did the butcher tell you? London is filled with gossip. Yes, but he had a message from a man in Smithfield who serves the ships that go to Flanders, who saw a little fleet sailing northwards in the worst weather, and one of them was flying the sun in splendour, the badge of York. Edward is invading? Perhaps at this very moment. In April, in the early hours of the night, I heard the sound of cheering from the streets outside, and I jump from my bed and go to the window to listen. The Abbey serving girl pounds on the door and comes running into the room and babbles, Your Grace! Your Grace! It is him! It is the King! Not King Henry, the other king, your king, King Edward! Mother? Elizabeth, Richard, Thomas, girls! I call out. Get up, get dressed. Your father is coming. Your father is coming to us. The girl brings me my gown and ties it up, fumbling with the ribbons. And then we hear the thunder of his knock at the door, and Elizabeth screams and jumps down to open it, and then falls back as he comes in, taller and graver than she remembers him. And in a moment I have run to him, barefoot as I am, and I am in his arms again. My son, he demands, after he has held me and kissed me. Where is my son? Is he strong? Is he well? He is strong and well. He is 5 months old this month, my mother says as she brings him in, swaddled tightly in her arms, and sweeps Edward a great curtsy. And you are welcome home, son Edward, your grace. Gently he puts me aside and goes swiftly to her. He takes the baby over to the light of the window, and baby Edward opens his dark blue eyes and yawns. My son, he says quietly, and he is baptized and named Edward as I wanted. He is, and he thrives. We are just starting to feed him solid food, my mother says proudly. He sleeps well, and he is a bright and clever boy. Edward looks at her. Thank you for his care. He looks down. His daughters, Elizabeth, Mary, and Cecily, are gathered around him, gazing up at him as if he was some strange beast, a unicorn perhaps, who has suddenly cantered into their nursery. Gently he kneels down to them, still holding the baby in the crook of his arm, so that he does not tower above them. "And you are my girls, my princesses." He gets to his feet again, hands the baby to my mother, and takes me into his arms. Richard and Thomas step forward and kneel for his blessing. "My boys, you must have hated it cooped up in here." Richard nods. "I wish I had been with you, sire." "Next time you shall." "How long have you been in England?" I ask. "Have you an army?" "I came with your brother and with my comrades. Others are coming to my side. George, my brother, has left Warwick and will fight for me. And Sir William Stanley has come over to my side. There will be others. I can stay tonight. I had to see you. But tomorrow I have to go to war." I can hardly believe him. "You will never leave me tomorrow." My mouth grows dry and I swallow in fear at the thought of him facing one great general and then the great army of Margaret. "The French army will come with Margaret?" "The miracle is that she has not yet landed. We were both ready to leave at the same time. She had her fleet ready to sail from Honfleur nearly a month ago, and she has been out and driven back by storm over and over again. There was a gap in the wind in my favour for no more than a day. It was like magic, my love, and we got away, blown all the way to Yorkshire." I glance at my mother at the mention of the storm, but her face is smilingly innocent. We turn and go into my chamber, and he closes the door with a kick of his foot. He takes me into his arms as he always does. "Bed, wife," he says. He takes me as he has always done, passionately, as a dry man slaking his thirst. But for once, tonight, he is a different man. He turns and lies on his back, his hand still gripping me close to his side, so I press against him from breastbone to toes. "When they said Warwick was coming for me, and George with him, I knew this time he would not take me and hold me. I have never thought anyone would kill me before, but I knew Warwick would, and I knew George would let him." "But you got away." "I ran. I ran in fear of my life, and all the time I knew myself for a coward. I ran and left you." "It is not cowardice to get away from an enemy," I say. "For anyway, you have come back to face him." "I ran and I left you and the girls to face him. I ran to the nearest port and I took the first boat." "Anyone would have done so. I never blamed you." I lean up on my elbow and look down into his face. "You had to get away to get an army together and come back to save us. Everyone knew that." He sighs. "I have been fighting for my kingdom, or for my life, ever since I was a boy. And in all that time, I never thought I might lose. I thought myself unbeatable, invulnerable." I wait. "And now I know I am not. I've told no one this. I will tell no one but you. But I'm not the man you married, Elizabeth. You married a boy who knew no fear. I thought that meant I was brave. But I'm not brave. I've just been lucky." "It's a fool who is afraid of nothing," I say, "and a brave man is one who knows fear and rides out and faces it. The man I married had not known fear, nor had he a son, nor did he know love. But all these things have come to us, and we are changed by them, but not spoiled by them." He looks at me gravely. "You mean this?" "I do, and I too have been very afraid, but I am not afraid with you here again." He draws me even closer. "I think I will sleep now," he says, comforted like a little boy. I wake in the morning wondering at my joy, at the silky feel of my skin, at the warmth in my belly, at my sense of renewal and life. "Don't say one word to delay me," he says, getting out of the bed and throwing on his clothes. "I cannot bear to go." I swallow my fear. "You have my blessing. Are you going right away?" "I'm going to fetch Henry that they've been calling king. I will take him with me as a hostage. I saw him yesterday at his rooms in the tower before I came to you. He was like a child, poor thing. He did not seem to know that he had been king again." "Won't you even have breakfast?" "I'll eat with the men." "And my boys?" "I'll take them with me. They can serve as messengers."
I don't want to hear that. I don't want it. You can hear it, but you don't want it to.
I feel my heart plunge in terror for them too. "Good. Besides, you will be back within the week, won't you?" "God willing." This is the man who used to swear to me that he was born to die in his bed with me beside him. Never before has he said, "God willing." Always before it has been his will, not God's. "You have never lost a battle," I say fiercely. "You never lose. You will be home within the week. I know it." "It's true, but I have never come against Warwick himself before, and I can't muster enough men in time. But I am in the hands of God, and with his will we will win." And with that, he is gone. It is Easter Saturday. It is dusk, and the church bells of London slowly start to peal, one after another. Mother and I have spent the day in sewing, playing with the children and tidying our 4 rooms. We said our prayers for Easter Saturday, and we boiled and painted eggs, ready to give as gifts for Easter Day. Warwick has left his stronghold at Coventry for a heavy-footed march to London, certain that he can beat Edward. The Lancastrian lords have flocked to his standard. Half of England is with him, and the other half is waiting for Margaret of Anjou to land on the south coast. The witch's wind that trapped her in harbour has died down. We are unprotected. Edward collects men from the city, and then the suburbs of London, and then he heads north to meet Warwick. His brothers Richard and George go with him and ride down the line of the foot soldiers, reminding them that York has never lost a battle with the king at the head.
It is getting dark, and they are starting to think of making a camp for the evening, when Richard and Thomas Grey, whom Edward has sent before the army on the Great North Road to scout the land ahead, come riding back. "He's here! Your Grace, Warwick is here in force, and they're drawn up outside Barnet in battle formation. He is ready for us. He's blocked our way." "Hush, lad," Hastings says heavily. "No need to tell the whole army." "How many?" "More than us." Edward and Hastings exchange one hard look. "Many more?" Richard comes up behind his brother. "Looks like twice our number, sir. Perhaps 3 times. "We'll go on," Edward says. "We won't see where we're going in half an hour." "Exactly, and neither will they. Have the men march up in silence. Give the order, I want absolute silence. Have them line up, battle ready, facing the enemy. I want them in position for dawn." "Will just wait till morning?" Anthony asks him. "To be picked off like pigeons on a barn roof?" Edward shakes his head. "I wouldn't. Warwick won't." As if to agree, there is a mighty roar, terribly close, and the flames of Warwick's cannon spit into the darkness. Richard rides up, his horse black in the darkness, all but invisible. "The shot is going clear over our heads, praise God. He has no idea where we are. He has the range wrong. He thinks we are half a mile further back." "Tell the men to keep silent, and he won't know till morning. They must lie low, no lights, no fires, absolute silence." Edward slides from his horse, fury. swings his cloak from his shoulders, and spreads it on the ground. He pulls his hat from his head and puts it over his face. In moments, despite the regular bellow of the cannon and the thud of the shot, he is asleep. Hastings takes his own cloak and drapes it as tenderly as a mother over the sleeping king. He turns to George, Richard, and to Anthony, who comes up into the darkness. 2 hour watches each. I'll take this one, then I'll wake you, Richard, and you and George can check the men and send out scouts. Then you, Anthony. The 3 men nod. Anthony wraps his cloak around him and lays down near to the king. George and Richard? Together? I would trust George as far as I would throw a cat, Hastings says quietly, but I would trust young Richard with my life. He will keep his brother on our side long enough for battle to be joined, and won, God willing. Bad odds, says Anthony thoughtfully. I've never known worse, but we have right on our side, and Edward is a lucky commander. We might survive, please God. Amen to that. Anthony crosses himself and goes to sleep.
I do not sleep all night in the sanctuary at Westminster, and my mother keeps a vigil with me. A few hours before dawn, when it is at its very darkest and the moon is going down, my mother swings open the casement window, and we stand side by side as the great dark river goes by. Gently I breathe out into the darkness, and in the cold air my breath makes a cloud, like a mist. My mother beside me sighs, and her breath gathers with mine and swells away. Warwick's men, on the high ridge outside Barnet, waking in the cold hour before dawn, looking down the slope for their enemy, can see nothing below them but a strange inland sea of cloud that lies in heavy bands along the valley, can see nothing of the army that is enveloped and silent in the obscuring darkness beneath them.
The mist is broken for just a small gap, and it shows the king that he is not drawn up opposite Warwick's men, troop facing troop, but too much to the left. The whole of Warwick's right wing has nothing against them. It is as if Edward's army is too short by a third. It's too late to regroup, he decides. Sound the trumpets. Our time is now. The standards lift up, the pennants limp in the damp air, rising out of the mist like a sudden leafless forest. The trumpets bellow, thick and muffled in the darkness. In the centre of the field, the king presses forward, and the Lancastrians fall back before him. But on the wing, that fatal empty right side, the Lancastrians can push down, bear down, outnumbering the fighting York army, hundreds of them against the few men on the right. In the darkness and in the mist, the outnumbered York men start to go down as the left wing of Warwick's army pushes down the hill, and stabbing, clubbing, kicking and beheading force their way closer and closer to the heart of the Yorkists. The unopposed Lancastrian left wing races down the hill, and the York right flank dare not stand. They drop their weapons and go like deer, running as a herd, scattering in terror. The Earl of Oxford's men, fighting for Lancaster, are on their trail at once, baying like hunting dogs, following the smell, since they are still blind in the mist, with the Earl cheering them on until the battlefield is behind them and the noise of the battle muffled in the fog and the fleeing Yorkists lost. Driven into order and persuaded into ranks, the Earl turns his men, and with his standard before them dashes them at a half-run back towards the battle. But what De Vere of Oxford does not know, as he leads his troop of 900 men, is that the battle lines have swung round. The breaking of the York right wing and their pressing forward of their left has pushed the battlefield off the ridge, and the line of battle now runs up and down the London road. Edward is at the heart of it still, but he can feel he is losing ground, dropping back off the road as Warwick's men push them harder and harder. He starts to feel the sense of defeat, and this is new to him, strange and dark. He thinks of his wife and his new son, waiting for him and depending on his victory. He has no time to think what will happen to them if he fails. De Vere of Oxford, bringing his troops in at a run, gives the order to charge, seeing the battle line before him, expecting to take his men into the rear of the York lines. In the darkness they rush in, swords and weapons drawn and already bloody, into the rear, not of the York soldiers, but of his own army, the Lancaster line, who have turned in the battle and are off the hill. "Traitor! Treason!" goes up a scream from a man stabbed from behind, who looks round and sees De Vere. "Turn! Turn!" somebody bellows in a panic, and another voice shouts, "Regroup! Regroup! Fall back!" "De Vere!" shouts the Earl of Oxford, seeing his men attacking his own side. "De Vere! For Lancaster! Hold! Hold! In the name of God! Hold!" But it is too late. Those who now recognise the Oxford standard with the streaming sun, and see De Vere laying about him in the middle of the confusion, and shouting to bring his men to order, think that he has turned his coat in mid-battle, as men do, and those who are close enough, his old friends, turn on him like furious dogs, to kill him as a thing worse than the enemy, a traitor on the battlefield. But in the mist and the confusion, most of the Lancaster forces know only that an untold enemy is before them. Edward, laying about him in the very heart of the battle, William Hastings on his shield arm, his sword out, his knife in his other hand, bellows, "Victory to York!" And his soldiers believe him, believe that mighty shout. And so does the Lancaster army, now leaderless, as Warwick shouts for his page to save him, flings himself on his waiting horse, and gallops away. It is a signal for the battle to break into 1,000 adventures. "My horse!" Edward yells for his page. "Get me fury!" And William cups his hands and throws the king upwards into the saddle, and the York lords go at a headlong gallop after Warwick, cursing him for getting away.
My mother straightens up with a sigh, and together the two of us close the window. We are both pale from watching all night. "It is over," she says with certainty. "Your enemy is dead." "My boys are safe?" "I am sure of it." My hands are curled into claws like a cat would catch a mouse. "And George, Duke of Clarence?" My mother smiles. "He is on the winning side as usual. Your Edward has won this battle, and loyal George is at his side. You may find that you have to forgive George for the death of your father and brother. He is the king's own brother after all. Could you bring yourself to kill a prince of the House of York?" I open my jewel box and take out the black enamelled locket. I press the little catch and open it. There are the two names, George, Duke of Clarence, Richard Neville, Earl of Warwick, written on a scrap of paper torn from my father's last letter. The piece that says Warwick I scrunch in my hand. I do not even trouble to throw it into the fire. The name of George I put back in my locket and back into my jewel case. George will not survive, I say flatly. I will see him dead. 2 days I have with Edward when he comes home from the battle. 2 days when we move back to the royal apartments at the Tower, hastily cleaned, and poor Henry's things tossed to one side. Edward eats like he is starved for weeks, takes me as a soldier takes his doxy, and sleeps. He wakes only to announce to the London citizens that stories of Warwick's escape are untrue. He saw the man's body himself. He was killed while he was escaping from the battle, fleeing like a coward, and he orders that his body be shown in St. Paul's Cathedral so that there can be no doubt that the man is dead. 2 days and 2 nights we have together. But Edward watches for a messenger and keeps his troop together. And then the messenger comes. Margaret of Anjou has landed near Southampton, too late to support her ally, but ready to fight her cause alone. Edward commands his lords in every county to come to him fully armed with their proper number of men, demands that every town send him troops and money to pay them, exempts no one. I have to go again. Keep my son safe, whatever happens. Keep yourself safe, I reply, whatever happens. He nods. He takes my hand and puts my palm to his mouth, folds my fingers over the kiss. You know I love you as much today as I did when you stood under the oak tree. I nod. I cannot speak. He sounds like a man saying farewell. Good. Remember, if it goes wrong, you are to take the children to Flanders. Remember the name of the little boatman where you are to go and hide. I remember, but it won't go wrong. God willing, he says, and with those last words he turns on his heel and goes out to face another battle.
The two armies race, the one against the other. Margaret's army is heading for Wales to gather reinforcements, Edward in pursuit, trying to cut her off. Margaret's first crossing point at Gloucester is barred to her. Edward's command is that they should not be allowed across the river to Wales, and the fort of Gloucester holds for Edward and bars the ford. Instead, Margaret's army has to drive themselves north and go on upriver to find another place where the army can get across. And now Edward's army is only 20 miles behind them, trotting like hunting dogs, whipped on by the king and his brother Richard. Edward may catch his enemy, but he may have undermined the spirit of his own soldiers in the dash to the battle. He will get there, but with broken-winded soldiers, fit for nothing. Edward's army is commanded by the comrades he loves, the men he would gladly die beside, if it is God's will that they should die that day. His fears ride with him. He knows what defeat is like now, and he will never forget it again. Anthony, I want you and George to take a small company of spearmen and hide in the trees to our left. You'll do 2 tasks there. 1, you'll watch that Somerset sends no troops out from the castle ruins to surprise us on our left, and you will watch the battle and make a charge when you think we need it. Anthony throws a mock salute. Will you signal in time of need? You will see my need clearly enough. My signal will be when I look like I'm losing. Don't leave it till then, is all I ask. I'll do my best, sire. Anthony agrees equably, and turns to march his company of 200 spearmen into hiding. Edward waits only till he can see they are in position and invisible to the Lancaster force behind the castle walls on the hill, and then he gives an order to his cannon. Fire! At the same time, Richard's troop of archers let loose a rain of arrows. The shot of the cannon hits the crumbling masonry of the old castle, and blocks of stone tumble down with the cannonballs on the heads of the men sheltering below. The castle proves to be more ruin than fortress. There is no shelter behind the walls, and the collapsing arches and falling stone are a greater danger than a refuge. Somerset bellows for the army to group and charge down the hill to the king's troop below them, but already his men are on the run. Yelling in rage, and helped by the fall of the ground, running faster and faster, the Lancaster troops hurl themselves down and aim at the heart of the York forces, where the tall king, his crown on his helmet, is ready for them. As soon as the shock of the impact throws the York troops back, the flank, commanded by Richard, comes in at the side and starts to hack and stab. A merciless butchery job with a young duke at the very heart of the battle, small, vicious, a killer in the field, an apprentice of terror. The Lancastrians run. They can bear to do nothing else. The spears come at them like 200 blades on a single lethal weapon. They can hear the howl of them through the air before the screams as they reach their targets. The soldiers thrash themselves to run back up the hill, and Richard's men follow them and cut them down without a moment's mercy. The boy they call Prince Edward, Edward of Lancaster, Prince of Wales, is among them, just outside the city walls, and they cut them all down in the charge, with flashing swords and bloodied blades among screams for mercy, without pity. "Spare me! Spare me! I am Edward of Lancaster! I am born to be king! My mother—" The rest of it is lost in a gurgle of royal blood, as a foot soldier, a common man, puts his knife into the young prince's throat, and ends the hopes of Margaret of Anjou, the life of her son, and the Lancaster line, for the profit of a handsome belt and an engraved sword.
May the 14th, 1471. We are waiting for news in the tower, when the sound of cheering tells me that my husband is coming home. I run down the stone stairs, my heels clacking, the girls behind me. But when the gate opens and the horses rattle in, it is not my husband, but my brother Anthony at the head of the troop, smiling at me. "Sister, give you joy. Your husband is well and has won a great battle. Mother, give me your blessing. I have need of it." He jumps from his horse and bows to me, and then turns to our mother and doffs his cap and kneels to her as she puts her hand on his head. There is a moment of quietness as she touches him. This is a real blessing, not the empty gesture that most families make. Her heart goes out to him, her most talented child, and he bows his fair head to her. Then he gets up and turns to me. "I'll tell you all about it later, but be sure he won a great victory. Margaret of Anjou is in our keeping, our prisoner. Her son is dead, she has no heir. The hopes of Lancaster are down in blood and mud. Edward would be with you, but he has marched north where there are more uprisings for Neville and Lancaster. Your sons are with him, and are well and in good heart. Me, he sent here to guard you and London. The men of Kent are up against us, and Thomas Neville is supporting them. Half of them are good men, ill-led, but the other half are nothing but thieves looking for plunder. The smallest and most dangerous part are those who think they can free King Henry and capture you, and they are sworn to do so. Neville is on his way to London with a small fleet of ships. I'm to see the mayor and the city fathers and organise the defence." Men come in and confirm that Thomas Neville has ships in the sea off Kent, and he has sworn he will support a march by the men of Kent by sailing up the Thames and taking London. If Neville takes the Tower, and Edward were to be defeated in the north, then it all starts again. My mother points out. Neville can release King Henry. Margaret can reunite with her husband. Perhaps they can make another son. The only way to end their line for sure, the only way to end these wars forever, is death. The death of Henry. We have scotched the heir, now we have to kill the father. But Henry has other heirs, I say. Margaret Beaufort, for one. My mother shrugs. My woman, nobody is going to ride out to put a queen on this throne. She has a son, the Tudor boy. My mother shrugs again. Nobody is going to ride out for a stripling. Henry Tudor doesn't matter. Henry Tudor could never be King of England. No. Once Henry is dead, the Lancaster line is over, and we are all safe. But who could bring themselves to kill him? He is a helpless man, a half-wit. I hope your husband will do it, my mother says bluntly, for the only way to make the English throne safe is to hold a pillow on his face and help him to lasting sleep. From far below, my brother Anthony looks up and waves to me to signal that the cannon are in place and we are ready. Soon we will be able to go, my mother says comfortingly, and Edward will come home, and you will be safe again with baby. But that night the alarm sounds, and we all jump from our beds, and I snatch up baby, and the girls come running to me. Anthony throws open my bedchamber door and says, "Be brave, they are coming upriver, and they will be firing. Keep away from the windows." There is a roar from our cannon on their mountings before the tower, and the windows light up briefly with the blaze of the firing. Elizabeth shrinks back against me. "That is our cannon, shooting the bad men's ships. I say cheerfully. It is a cousin of Warwick, Thomas Neville, who is too stupid to know that the war is over and that we have won. What does he want? He wants to start it all again, but your Uncle Antony is ready for him, and then your father will come home. And will it end then? Yes, I promise her doubtful little face. It will end then. 3 days we are under siege. 3 days of shelling, and then the assaults from the men of Kent and the Neville ships, with Antony and our kinsman, Henry Boucher, the Earl of Essex, organising the defence. How far away is Edward? I ask nervously. Last I heard, he was 4 days away. Too far. We don't dare to wait for him to come, and I think we can beat them with the forces I have. What if you lose? Antony laughs. Then, Sister Queen, you must be a Queen militant and command the defence of the tower yourself. You can hold out for days. What we have to do is to drive them back now before they start to come any closer. I nod. Go on then. Attack them. At dawn, Antony is ready. The London-trained bands are well armed and well drilled. This is a city that has been at war for 16 years, and every apprentice has a weapon and knows how to use it. The men of Kent, under the command of the Neville forces, are encamped all around the tower and the city walls. But they are sleeping when the postern gate of the tower opens, and Antony and his men quietly file out. Antony's force forms into 3 battles, and then, at the whispered word, everything changes. They drop their visors over their eyes, they put their helmets on their heads, they draw their swords, they release the heavy ball of their maces, and they turn from mortals into men of metal. I somehow sense the change that comes over them as I stand at the gate watching, and even though I have sent them out to battle, and it is me that they are defending, I have a feeling that something bad and bloody is about to happen. I whisper, as if I would stop them as they start to run forward, their swords drawn, their axes swinging. Sleeping men stumble up with a cry of fright and get a blade in the heart or an axe through the head. There is no warning. They come out of dreams of victory or dreams of home into a cold blade and an agonizing death. The dozing sentries jump awake and scream the alarm, silenced by a dagger through the throat. At once the whole camp is awake and running in panic as Antony's men go through them like silent killers, stabbing men on the ground as they roll over and try to wake, pushing men down as they rise up, slitting an unarmed man's belly, clubbing a man as he reaches for his sword. The army from Kent rolls out of sleep and starts to run. Those that are not brought down grab what they can and dash away. They rouse the men in the streets beside the tower, and some come running towards the field, and Antony's men turn on them with a roar and charge at them, their swords already red with blood. I understand now why they break into convents, force women against their will, defy sanctuary to finish the killing chase. They arouse in themselves a wild, vicious hunger, more like animals than men. I did not know that war was like this. I feel I have been a fool not to know, since I am the daughter of a man captured in battle, the widow of a knight, the wife of a merciless soldier, raised in a kingdom at war. But I know... May the 21st, 1471. Edward rides in at the head of his men, looking like a king coming home in glory, no trace of battle in his bearing, on his horse or on his gleaming harness. Richard is one side of him, George the other, my sons thrilled behind them.
The York boys are come to their own again, the three of them as one, and London goes mad with joy to see them. Behind their train comes Margaret of Anjou, seated on a litter drawn by mules, white-faced and grim. They don't exactly bind her hands and feet and put a silver chain around her throat, but I think everyone understands well enough that this woman is defeated and will not rise from her defeat. Edward greets me formally before the cheering crowd, but whispers in my ear, "I can't wait to get you alone." But he has to wait. He has knighted half the city of London in thanks for their fidelity, and there is a banquet to celebrate their rise to greatness. In truth, we all have much to be thankful for. Edward has fought for his crown again, and won, and I am the wife of a king who has never been beaten in battle. I put my mouth to his ear and whisper back, "I can't wait either, husband." We go to bed late, in his chambers, and half the guests are drunk and the others beside themselves with happiness to find themselves at a York court again. Edward pulls me down beside him and takes me as if we were newly married in the little hunting lodge by the river. I expect him to sleep, but instead he lies thoughtful, his arms folded behind his head, staring at the golden tester over the bed. And when I say, "What is it, Edward? Is something troubling you?" he says slowly, "No. But there is something I have to do before I can sleep at peace tonight." "Shall I come with you?" "No, love. This is men's work." "What is it?" "Nothing for you to worry about. Go to sleep. I will come back to you later." He gets out of bed with sudden decision and pulls on his clothes. "I have to go and do something. And when it is done, I shall be able to rest. I shall be back within the hour. Go to sleep and I will wake you and have you again." I laugh at that and lie back, but when he is dressed and gone quietly from the room, I slip from the bed and I pull on my nightgown. In my bare feet, making no noise, I tiptoe through the privy chamber and out into the king's presence chamber. I see Richard's dark head far below me, at the old king's doorway, as if he is waiting to enter, and I hear George's voice floating up the stairwell to where I am listening. "We thought you had changed your mind." "No, it has to be done." I know then what they are about, the three golden brothers of York who won their first battle under three suns in the sky, who are so blessed by God that they never lose. I see the key in Edward's hand. I hear the turning of the lock. I hear the door open to the king's rooms, and I let the three of them go in without a word from me. I don't go back to Edward's bed. I don't want to be in his bed when he comes back to me with the smell of death on his hands. I don't want to be here in the Tower at all. I don't want my son to sleep here in the Tower of London, supposedly the safest place in England, where armed men can walk into the room of an innocent and hold a pillow over his face. I go to my own rooms, and I stir up the fire, and I sit beside the warmth all night long, and I know without doubt that the House of York has taken a step on a road that will lead us to hell. Summer 1461. I am seated with my mother on a raised bed of chamomile, the warm scent of the herb all around us, in the garden of the Royal Manor of Wimbledon, one of my dower houses, given to me as Queen, and still one of my most favourite country houses. The country is so settled and peaceful, one would think there had never been a rival king and armies marching at double time to face each other. The country has welcomed the return of my husband, and we have all rushed towards peace. More than anything else,
We all want to get on with our lives under a fair rule and to forget the loss and pain of the last 16 years. I have a dozen shades of green laid out on my white-gowned knee, and my mother is threading her needle, holding it up against the sky to see better, bringing it closer to her eyes and then further away again. I think it is the first time in my life I have ever seen a trace of weakness in her. "Can't you see to thread your needle?" She turns and smiles at me and says, quite easily, "My eyes are not the only things that are failing me, and my thread is not the only thing that is blurred. I shan't see 50, my child. You should prepare yourself." I am so aghast I don't even yet feel sorrow. "You can't think of it. How shall I manage?" "You can't say I haven't taught you everything," she says with a smile. "But you must be with me for the birth of another prince. You would want to see a Prince of York christened as he should be. You would be his godmother. I would put him in your keeping. You could choose his name." "Richard," she says at once. "Call him Richard." I throw the silks aside and kneel at her feet, clasp her hands, suddenly feel that they are bony, suddenly notice they are freckled with age. I look up into her tired face. "Mother, you have been with me through everything. You will never leave me now. Not if I could choose to stay. But I have felt this pain for years, and I know it is coming to an end." "Since when?" I ask fiercely. "How long have you felt this pain?" "Since the death of your father. The day they told me that he was dead, that they had beheaded him for treason. I felt something move then, deep inside me, like my heart breaking. And I wanted to be with him, even in death." "But not to leave me!" I cry selfishly. "I'm not ready. I can't manage without you." She smiles gently, touches my cheek with her thin hand. "Nobody is ever ready. But you will manage without me, and through you and your children, I will have the pleasure of knowing that I have founded a line of kings in England, queens as well." Spring 1472. I am in the last months of my pregnancy, and the court is at the beautiful Nonsuch Palace at Sheen, a palace for springtime, when we are all convulsed by the enormous, delicious scandal of the marriage of Edward's brother Richard. All the more wonderful, since who would ever have thought Richard would be scandalous? Who would have thought that dull little Richard would have such passion in him? I demand of Anthony, who is seated at my feet in a bower looking down to the river. My ladies are around me, with half a dozen young men from Edward's court, singing and playing with a ball, and generally idling and flirting. I am plaiting primroses for a crown for the victor of a race they are going to run later. "He is deep," Anthony pronounces, making my 18-year-old son Richard Grey choke with laughter. "Hush," I say to him. "Respect for your uncle, please." The court has been transfixed with the story of poor little Anne Neville, the young widow of the boy Prince Edward of Lancaster. She was brought into London as part of our Victory Parade after the Battle of Tewkesbury, and the girl and her fortune were immediately spotted by George, Duke of Clarence, as acquisitive as any York boy. He took little Anne Neville, condoled with her on the death of her father and the absence of her mother, and thought to keep her under his protection, housed with his wife, her sister, and hold her fortune in the sticky hands of his safe keeping. "It was chivalrous," Anthony says to irritate me. "It was an opportunity, and I wish I had seen it first," I reply. Nobody knows quite what happened after that, but something went wrong with George's agreeable plan. Some say that Richard, visiting George's grand house, met Anne again, his childhood acquaintance, and they fell in love, and that he rescued her like a knight in a fable. "I like it told that way," my brother says. "I am thinking of composing a rondelay." But there is another version. Other people, who admire Richard, Duke of Gloucester, as much as I, say that he saw in the newly widowed lonely girl a woman who could deliver to him the popularity in the north of England that her maiden name commands, who could bring him massive lands that adjoin what he has already got from Edward, and would give him a fortune in her dowry, if only he could steal it from her mother. "Less pretty," I observed to Anthony. "You could have stopped it," he says to me, with one of his sudden moments of seriousness. I should have done, for now Richard has one Neville girl, the Warwick fortune and the support of the North, and George has the other. That's a dangerous combination. Windsor Castle, April 1472. My mother's skill at foretelling the future is borne out. In less than a year after she warned me her heart would not last much longer, she complains of fatigue and keeps to her rooms. The baby I was carrying in the garden the day of the Primrose races came early, and for the first time I go into my confinement without her company. I take the baby girl, light as a little bird, and lay her in my mother's arms every afternoon. The two of them watch the sun sink below the level of the window for a week or two, and then, like the gold of the sunset, they slip away from me together. At sunset, on the last day of April, I hear a calling noise, like a white-winged barn owl, and I go to my window and push open the shutters and look out. There is a waning moon rising off the horizon, white against a white sky. It too is wasting away, and in its cold light I can hear a calling, like a choir calling, and I know it is not the music of owls, nor of singers, nor nightingales, but Melusina. I stand and listen to the eerie whistling for a while, and then I swing the shutters closed and go to my mother's room. I don't hurry. I know there is no need to hurry to her any more. The new baby is in her arms, in her bed, her little head pressed to my mother's cheek. They are both pale as marble, both lying with their eyes shut. They both seem to be peacefully asleep as the shadows of the evening darken the room. The moonlight on the water outside the chamber window throws the reflection of ripples onto the whitewashed ceiling of the room, so they look as if they are under water, floating with Melusina in the fountain. But I know that they are both gone from me, and the banshee is singing them on their journey down the sweet river to the deep springs of home. Summer 1472. My mother's death is not closed for me by her funeral. It is not healed with the months. Every morning I wake and miss her as much as the first morning. Every day I have to remember that I cannot ask her opinion or quarrel with her advice or laugh at her sarcasm or look for the guidance of her magic. And every day I find I blame George, Duke of Clarence, even more for the murder of my father and my brother. I believe it was at the news of their deaths, at his hand, under the orders of Warwick, that my mother's loving heart broke, and if they had not been traitorously killed by him, then she too would be alive today. I hate George of Clarence more than ever.
I say to Anthony as we ride down the road to Kent together, a banquet ahead of us and a week spent travelling in the green lanes between the apple orchards. "Because you are jealous," my brother says cheerfully. "You are jealous of anyone that Edward loves. You are jealous of me, you are jealous of William Hastings, you are jealous of anyone who entertains the king and takes him out whoring and brings him home drunk and amuses him." I shrug my shoulders, indifferent to Anthony's teasing. I have long known that the king's pleasure in deep drinking with his comrades and visiting other women is part of his nature. I have come to tolerate it, especially as it never takes him far from my bed, and when we are there together, it is as if we were married in secret that very morning. No, you are wrong. Edward's whoring doesn't trouble me. He is the king, he can take his pleasures where he wants. And I am the queen, and he will always come home to me. Everyone knows that. Anthony nods, conceding the point. "But I don't see why you concentrate your hatred on George. The king's whole family are as bad as each other. His mother has loathed you and all of us since we first emerged at Reading, and Richard is more awkward and surly every day. Peace doesn't suit him, for sure." Nothing about us suits him. He is as unlike his two brothers as chalk to cheese, small and dark, and so anxious about his health and his position and his soul, always hoping for a fortune and saying a prayer. Edward lives as if there is no tomorrow, Richard as if he wants no tomorrow, and George as though someone should give it to him for free. I laugh. Well, I would like Richard better if he was as bad as the rest of you. And since he has been married, he is even worse. He's always looked down on us Rivers. Now he looks down on George too. And I don't like how he has taken all the north into his keeping. Edward has made him overly great. He has made him a prince in his own principality. It is a danger to us and to our heirs. It is to divide the kingdom. Anthony shakes his head. "This York reign is sometimes too much for me, you know, Elizabeth. I cannot bear what Edward does when I see him favour one man and disregard another, and for no reason but that it makes himself stronger or his reign more secure. And you have made the throne your fief. You distribute favours and wealth to your favourites, not to the deserving, and the two of you make enemies. People say that we care for nothing but our own success. When I see what we do, now that we are in power, I sometimes regret fighting under the White Rose. I sometimes think that Lancaster would have done just as well, or at any rate no worse." "Then you forget Margaret of Anjou and her mad husband," I say coldly. "My mother herself said to me on the day we rode out for Reading that I could not do worse than Margaret of Anjou, and I have not done so." He concedes the point. "All right. You and your husband are no worse than a madman and a harpy. Very good." I am surprised at his gravity. "It is as the world is, my brother, and you too have had your favours from the king and myself." "I thought we were doing more than lining our own pockets," he says. "I thought we were doing more than putting a king and a queen on the throne who were only better than the worst that could be. You know, sometimes I would rather be in a white tabard with a red cross, fighting for God in the desert." He bows to me with his twisted smile and takes my hand and kisses it. "I won't leave you while you have need of me. I will never willingly leave you while you need me. And for sure, good times are coming soon." I smile at his words, but he makes his optimism sound like a lament. September 1472, Windsor Castle. Edward beckons me to one side after dinner one evening at the castle, and I go to him smiling. "What do you want, husband? Do you want to dance with me?" I do, and then I am going to get hugely drunk.
For any reason?
None at all, just for pleasure. But before all that, I have to ask you something. Can you take another lady into your rooms as a lady-in-waiting?
Do you have someone in mind? I am instantly alert to the danger that Edward has a new flirt that he wants to palm off on me, and that he thinks I will make her my lady-in-waiting to make his seduction the more convenient. This must show in my face, for he gives a whoop of laughter and says,
"Don't look so furious at me. I wouldn't foist my whores upon you. I can house them myself. No, this is a lady of unimpeachable family. None other than Margaret Beaufort, the last of the Lancastrians."
You want her to serve me? You want her to be one of my ladies?
He nods. "I have reason. You remember she is newly married to Lord Thomas Stanley."
I nod.
"He is declared our friend. He is sworn to our support, and his army sat on the sidelines and saved us at the Battle of Bloor Heath, though he was promised to Margaret of Anjou. With his fortune and influence in the country, I do need to keep him on our side."
I will invite her, I promise him.
"Then tell the musicians to play something merry, and I will dance with you."
I turn and nod to the musicians, and they confer for a moment, and then play the newest tune, straight from the Burgundian court, where Edward's sister Margaret is continuing the York tradition of making merry, and the Burgundian tradition of high fashion. They even call the dance Duchess Margaret's Jig, and Edward sweeps me onto the floor and whirls me around in the quick steps until everyone is laughing and clapping in a circle around us, and then taking their turn. (1473) In the cold days of January, Edward comes to my rooms where I am seated before the fire, a footstool before me so I can put my feet up. As he sees me sitting, uncharacteristically idle, he checks in the doorway and nods to the men behind him and to my women and says, "Leave us." He nods at their backs as they close the door behind them.
"Lady Margaret? She is merry and good company for you?"
She is well enough. She knows and I know that she rowed in the Tudor barge past my window when I was in sanctuary, and she enjoyed her moment of triumph then. And she knows and I know that I have the upper hand now.
"I came to speak to you about baby, but I see that you should be speaking to me."
"Oh, about what?"
"Do you think I am blind, or just stupid?"
"Neither, my lord," I say flirtatiously. "Should I?"
"In all the time I have known you, you have always seated yourself as your mother taught you, straight upright in a chair, feet together, hands in your lap, or resting on the arms of the chair. And now I find you lazing about in the afternoon, feet on a footstool." He leans back and lifts the hem of my gown so that he can see my stockinged feet. "Shoes off! I am scandalized. You are clearly becoming a slattern, and my royal court is run by a hedgerow slut, just as my mother warned me."
"And so?"
"And so, I know you are with child, for the only time you ever sit with your feet up is when you are with child. And that is why I ask you if you think I am blind or just stupid."
"I think you are as fertile as a bull in a water meadow, if you want to know what I think. Every other year I have a baby to you."
"So when is this precious one due?"
"In the summer, and more than that."
"Yes."
I pull his fair head towards me and whisper in his ear, "I think he will be a boy."
"A boy born to the Yorks at a time of peace. Ah, my dear, you are a good wife. You are my beauty. You are my only love."
So what about all the others? He dismisses the mistresses and their babies with one wave of his hand. Forget them. I have. The only woman in the world for me is you, now as always. He kisses me gently, holding back his usual ready arousal. We will not be lovers again until after the baby is born and I have been churched. We sit for a little while in silence, watching the fire. But what did you come to see me for? I ask. Ah, yes. I want to send Baby to start his little kingdom in Wales, to Ludlow Castle. But he is only 3. Old enough, and you shall travel to Ludlow with him, and I will appoint you to his council, and you can choose the other members, and you will guide him and order his studies and his life until he is 14. I pull Edward's face towards me again, and I kiss his mouth. Thank you. I shall miss him too, you know, but he has to be in his principality. He has to make a start at ruling. Wales has to know their prince and learn to love him. I know, I say. I know. And Wales has always been loyal to the Tudors, Edward adds, almost as an aside. And I want them to forget him. I go to my brother Anthony's rooms, which is set back from the main stair, overlooking the private gardens. He is seated at a table before the fire, a glass of wine to his hand, a dozen well-sharpened quills before him, and sheets of expensive paper covered with crossed-through lines. I am honoured, he says with a smile. Do you have a command for me, Your Grace, or is this a private visit? It is a request, because Edward is going to send Baby to Wales to set up his court, and I want you to go with him as his chief adviser. Won't Edward send Hastings? No, I am to appoint Baby's council. He is a fine little boy, Anthony says, and though he takes after his father, I sometimes think I see his grandfather in him. You can see he is a Woodville, one of ours. I won't have anyone but you be his guardian. He must be raised as a Woodville at a Woodville court. I want my Prince Edward to learn from you, Anthony. I won't be able to take my wife with me, Anthony says. If you thought she might be the Lady of Ludlow. She is not strong enough, and this year she is worse than ever, weaker. I know. If she wants to stay at court, I will see she is well cared for, but you would not stay behind for her. He shakes his head. God bless her, no. So you will go? I will, and you can visit us at our new court. I nod. And you can learn Welsh and become a bard. Well, I can promise to bring up the boy as you and our family would wish. I can keep him to his learning and to his sports. I can teach him what he will need to be a good King of York, and I will be glad to be at the court of the Prince of Wales. Do I always have to call him that now? Is he not to be Baby any more? February 1473. The young Edward, Prince of Wales, and his uncle, Earl Rivers, my grey son Richard, now Sir Richard, by order of his stepfather the King, and I make a grand progress to Wales so the little prince can see his country and be seen by as many people as possible. His father knows that this is how we make our rule secure. We show ourselves to the people, and by demonstrating our wealth, our fertility, and our elegance, we make them feel secure in their monarchy. He is all delight. He misses the company of his sisters, but he loves being the little prince at his own court, and he enjoys the company of his half-brother and his uncle. He starts to learn the contours of the land around the castle, the deep valleys and beautiful mountains. He has the servants who have been with him since babyhood. He has new friends in the children of his court who are brought to learn and play with him, and he has the watchful care of my brother. It is I who cannot sleep for the week before I am due to leave him. Anthony is at ease, Richard is happy, and baby is joyous in his new home. Edward comes to join me for my last month at Ludlow in June, bringing the news that Anthony's wife, Lady Elizabeth, has died. She had been in ill health for years with a wasting sickness. Anthony orders masses said for her soul, and I, secretly and ashamed of myself, start to wonder who might be the next wife for my brother. When it is time for me to go, I have to pinch my cheeks to bring colour into them and bite my mouth to stop myself from crying. Anthony knows what it costs me to leave the two of them, but baby is happy, enjoying his new freedom and the importance of being the prince in his own country. Anthony lifts me into the pillion saddle behind my master of horse, and I hold on tightly to his belt. I am awkward now, in the 7th month of my pregnancy. "Look after him," I say to Anthony. "Write to me. Don't let him take jumps on his pony. I know that he wants to, but he's too small. Don't let him get chilled. Don't let him read in poor light, and keep him away from anyone with illness." He steps up to the horse and takes hold of the toe of my boot and shakes it gently. "I am here to guard him. I will guard him. I will keep him safe." "And you keep safe too." "Anthony, I feel so afraid, but I don't know what to fear. I don't know what to say. I want to warn you, but I don't know what danger there is." He steps back and he shrugs his shoulders. "Sister mine, there is always danger. Your sons and I will be men, and we will face it like men. Don't you go frightening yourself with imaginary threats, and have a safe journey and a safe confinement. We're all hoping for another prince as good as this one." Edward gives the order to move out and leads the way, his standard going before him, his household guard around him. The royal procession starts to unroll like a scarlet ribbon through the castle gates, the bright red of the livery studded with the rippling standards. I look back over my shoulder at my little son, at my grown son, and at my brother, until the fall of the road from the inner keep down to the outer wall has hidden them, and I see them no more. And when I can see them no more, I am filled with such darkness that for a moment I think night has fallen and there will never be a dawn again. July 1473, Shrewsbury. We halt at the town of Shrewsbury on the way back to London in the last days of July for me to go into confinement in the guest rooms of the great abbey. I am glad to be out of the glare and the heat of summer and into the coolness of the shuttered room. In the middle of August the pains start, and I turn my head to the fountain and listen to the trickle as if I was seeking the voice of my mother in the water. The baby comes easily, as I thought he would, and he is a boy, as my mother knew he would be. Edward comes into the chamber, though men are supposed to be banned until I have been churched. "I had to come and see you. A son, another son. God bless you and keep you both. God bless you, my love, and thank you for your pains to give me another boy." "Can we call him Richard?" I ask. "I thought Henry." "Henry for the next one. If you still want me in your bed, that is, if you have not had enough of me." He turns from the cradle and comes to me. His hands slide under my shoulder blades and lift me up to his mouth. "Oh, I still want you." "1475. I am right. This is by no means my last confinement. My husband continues as fertile as the bull in the water meadow that I accused him of being. The year after the birth of Richard, I am pregnant again, and in the following November I have another baby, a girl that we call Anne. A year later, I am expecting another child. If he is a boy, we promise to name him George, as a compliment to the other York Duke. When Edward won back the throne, George became third in line to inherit, after Richard, his brother, but then was pushed down to fourth at the birth of my baby, Prince Edward. Indeed, every time I have a son, the Duke George drops down one more step away from the throne, and deeper into jealousy. Richard, the other York brother, does not seem to mind this. But he turns against us after the Yorks come back from France without fighting a war, but winning a peace. My husband, the king, I, and every man and woman of sense throughout the entire country are all rejoicing that Edward has made a peace with France that should last for years. Nothing troubles Edward, and he is smiling when he comes to find me in the stables, where I am looking over a new mare, a gift from the King of France to mark the new friendliness between our countries. "Your brother came to me today to ask permission to go on pilgrimage, and leave Edward in the care of his half-brother Sir Richard for a little while." "Why? Where does he want to go?" "He tells me he wants time away from the world. Seems that Ludlow has given him a taste for solitude. He wants to find silence and wisdom." "Oh, nonsense," I say irritably with a sister's scorn. "He has always had this idea of going away. He's been planning to go to Jerusalem ever since he was a boy. Just tell him no and make him stay." Edward hesitates. "He has a great desire to do this, Elizabeth, and he is one of the greatest knights of Christendom. I don't think anyone can defeat him at the joust when he is on his day, and his poetry is as fine as that written by anyone. He is not an ordinary man. Perhaps it is his destiny to go far and learn more. He has served us well, none better, and if God has called him to travel, perhaps we should let him go." "You're very tender of his talents," I say suspiciously. "Why are you so admiring of him all of a sudden?" He shrugs his shoulders, and at that small gesture, wife-like, I am on to him. "So who is she?" "What? What are you talking about?" "The new one. The new whore." He looks away from me, at his boots, at the sky, at the new mare. "What's her name? You can tell me that at least." He pulls me towards him and folds me in his arms. "Don't be angry, beloved. You know there is only you. Only ever you." "Me and a score of others. They go through your bedroom like a May Day procession." "No, there is only you. No one but my wife holds my heart in her beautiful hands." "So what is her name?" I ask as he kisses me into peace. "What's the name of the new whore?" "Elizabeth Shaw. But that doesn't matter." Anthony comes to my rooms as soon as he arrives at court, having made the journey from Wales to bring my son Edward home for the Christmas feast, and I greet him at once with an absolute refusal to let him go away. "No, truly, my dear, you have to let me go. I'm not going to Jerusalem, not this year. But I want to travel to Rome and confess my sins. I want to be away from the court for a while and think of things that matter, and not things that are of the everyday. I want to ride from monastery to monastery and rise at dawn to pray. And where there is no religious house for me to spend the night, I want to sleep under the stars and see God in the silence." "Won't you miss me? Won't you miss baby and the girls?" "Yes, and that's why I don't even consider a crusade. I can't bear to be away for months, but I have a longing to go to travel the deserted roads, and I have to follow it. You are a son of Melusina, I say, trying to smile. You sound like her when she had to be free to go into the water. I stretch out my hands to him, and he kisses them both. You must come back. I will. I have given my word that I will die before I leave you and yours. (1476). He is as good as his word, and returns from his trip to Rome in time to meet us at Fotheringay in July. He is as brown as a Moor and full of stories. We steal away together to walk in the gardens. He was robbed on the road, he met the Holy Father, he fasted for a week and saw a vision, and now he is determined to one day set out again, but this time to go further afield. He wants to lead a pilgrimage to Jerusalem. When Edward is a man and comes to his own estate, when he is 16, I will go, he says. I smile. All right, that's years and years away. 10 years from now. It seems a long time now, Anthony warns me, but the years will go quickly. Is this the wisdom of the travelling pilgrim? It is. Before you know it, he will be a young man standing taller than you, and we will have to consider what sort of a king we have made. He will be Edward V, and he will inherit a throne peacefully, please God. For no reason at all, I shiver. What is it? Nothing. I don't know. A shiver of cold. Nothing. I know he will make a wonderful king. He's a real York and a real Woodville. There could be no better start for a boy. Winter 1476 to 1477. Christmas comes, and my darling son Prince Edward comes home to Westminster for the feast. Everyone marvels at how he has grown. He is 7 next year, and a straight-standing, handsome, fair-headed boy with a quickness of understanding and an education that is all from Antony, and the promise of blonde good looks and charm that is all his father's. My brother is happy, I can tell at once, from the easy set of his shoulders and the relaxed lines around his eyes. Young Edward and Richard and I have things just as we want them, he says. We are a court devoted to scholarship, chivalry, jousting and hunting. It is a perfect life for all 3 of us. He studies. As I report to you, he is a clever boy and a thoughtful one. And you don't let him take risks hunting? He grins at me. Of course I do. Do you want me to raise a coward for Edward's throne? I know. It is just that he is so precious. We are all precious, and we all have to live a life with risk. Now, to far more important things. What have you got me for Christmas? Are you going to name your baby for me if you have a boy? The court prepares for the Christmas feast with its usual extravagance, and Edward orders new clothes for all the children and ourselves as part of the pageant which the world expects from England's handsome royal family. I spend some time every day with little Prince Edward. He is patient with his brother Richard, who idolizes him, following him everywhere at a determined trot, and tender to baby Anne, hanging over her cradle and marvelling at her little hands. People say that the Yorks have an enchanted court, an enchanted life, and I cannot deny it. There is only one thing which casts a shadow on the days before Christmas: George, the Duke of Dissatisfaction. I do think your brother grows more peculiar every day, I complain to Edward when he comes to my rooms in Whitehall Palace to escort me to dinner. Why, what has he done now? He has told his server that he will not eat anything sent to him from our table. He has told him he will only eat privately in his own room after the rest of us have had our dinner. He will not drink either.
If he is refusing drink, it is more than an insult. It is a miracle. Edward smiles. George cannot refuse a glass of wine, not if it came from the devil himself.
It is no laughing matter if he uses our dinner table to insult us.
Actually, it's worse than you know, Elizabeth. I think he is spreading rumours against us. He is saying again that my mother betrayed my father and that I am a bastard.
For shame, that old story.
And he is claiming that he made an agreement with Warwick and Margaret of Anjou, which said that at Henry's death he should be king, so that he is rightful king now as Henry's appointed heir.
But he killed Henry himself.
Hush, hush, nothing of that.
I shake my head and the veil from my headdress dances in my agitation. No, you must not be mealy-mouthed about that now, not between the two of us in private. But George cannot pretend that he is the man's chosen and named heir when he was his murderer.
He says worse, my husband warns.
Of me?
He nods. He says that you... He breaks off and looks round to see that no one is in earshot. He says that you are a... I shrug my shoulders.
A witch?
He nods.
He is not the first to say so. I suppose he will not be the last. While you are King of England, he cannot hurt me. I look around. The court is waiting for us. We have to go into dinner. What are you going to do?
I shall speak to him again. But in the meantime, don't send him any dishes from our table. I don't want him making a show of refusing them.
I shake my head. Dishes go to favourites. He is no favourite of mine. The king laughs and kisses my hand.
Don't turn him into a toad either, my little witch.
I don't need to. He is that in his heart already. Edward does not tell me what he says to this, his most difficult brother, and not for the first time I wish my mother was still with me. I need her advice. After a few weeks of sulking and refusing to dine with us, George announces that Isabel, in the last months of her pregnancy, is ill. Sickened by the air, he announces pointedly, and he is taking her from court.
Perhaps it is for the best, my brother Anthony says to me hopefully one morning as we walk back to my rooms after Mass. He has everyone asking what Edward has done to anger him, and he is insulting about both of you. He's got people talking about whether baby Edward resembles his father and how anyone can know if he is your true-born son, since he was born in sanctuary without proper witnesses. I asked Edward for permission to challenge him to a joust. He cannot be allowed to speak of you as he does. I want to defend your name.
What did Edward say?
He said better to ignore him than give any support to his lies by challenging them. But I don't like it.
My spy, Anchoret, sends me weekly reports, and she tells me that George is receiving letters from France. Then, just before Christmas Day, she writes of the pitiful, failing health of his wife, Isabel. The little Duchess gives birth to another child, her third, but does not recover her strength, and only weeks after her confinement, she gives up the struggle to live, turns her face away from the world, and dies. I pray for her soul with genuine feeling. She has been a terribly unlucky girl. Her father Warwick adored her and thought he would make her a duchess, and then he thought he could make her husband a king. But instead of a handsome York king, her husband was a sulky younger son who turned his coat not once but twice. After she lost her first baby in the wild seas in the Witch's Wind off Calais, she had 2 more children, Margaret and Edward. God help both of them, with George as their only parent. I send a letter expressing my sorrow, and the court wears mourning for her, the daughter of a great earl and the wife of a royal duke. January 1477. We mourn for her, but George has barely buried her, barely blown out the candles, before he comes strutting back to court, full of plans for a new wife. And this time he is aiming high. Charles of Burgundy, the husband of our Margaret of York, has died in battle, and so his daughter Mary is a duchess and heiress to one of the wealthiest duchies in Christendom.
Impossible, Edward says. He is faithless enough when he has a duke's income paid by me. If he were as rich as a prince with an independent fortune, none of us would be safe. Think of the trouble he would cause for us in Scotland. Dear God, think of him bullying our sister Margaret in Burgundy. She's only just widowed, her stepdaughter newly orphaned. I would as willingly send a wolf to the 2 of them as George.
March 1477. George broods over his brother's refusal. And then we hear outrageous news. News so extraordinary that we start by thinking it must be an exaggerated rumour. It cannot be true. George suddenly declares that Isabel died not of childbed fever, but of poisoning, and bundles the poisoner into jail. "Never!" I exclaimed to Edward. "Has he run mad?"
It is worse than arrest. He has rushed this woman-servant before a jury and ordered them to find her guilty of murder. And he has had her beheaded. She is dead already. Dead on George's word, as if there were no law of the land.
Who is she? Who was she?
Anchoret Twinehoe, he says, reading the name from the letter of complaint. He accused her of poison and witchcraft, and of serving a great witch. Do you know anything of this, Elizabeth?
She was my spy in his household. But that is all. I had no need to poison poor little Isabel. What would I gain from it?
He nods. I know. But did George know that the woman he accused was in your pay?
Perhaps. Why else would he accuse her?
Edward throws down the letter on the table. God knows. What does he hope to gain by murdering a servant woman but to cause more trouble and gossip? I shall have to act on this, Elizabeth.
What will you do?
He has a little group of his own advisers, dangerous, dissatisfied men. One of them is certainly a practising fortune-teller, if not worse. I shall arrest them. I shall bring them to trial.
Edward arrests the notorious sorcerer, Thomas Burdett, and 2 others, and they are put to question, and a farrago of stories of black arts and threats and enchantments starts to spill out. My brother Anthony finds me leaning on the river wall and staring into the water at Whitehall Palace on a sunny May afternoon. Behind me, in the gardens, the children are playing a game of bat and ball.
Does Melusina come when you call her from the waters of the Thames?
If she did, I would have her hang George Duke of Clarence alongside his wizard.
He is no more a wizard than you are a witch.
I don't claim to be a witch, but I have Melusina's inheritance. I am her heir. I have her gift, just as Mother did.
You are a heretic and pagan, he says with brotherly scorn. Melusina is a fairy story, but God and his son are your avowed faith.
Of course, brother. You are a nobleman of learning. I am sure you know best.
He throws up a hand, laughing. Stop! You need not think I am going to try to debate with you.
You have your own theology, I know, part fairy tale and part Bible, and all nonsense. But I do dream true, if you say so. Antony, my whole life is a proof of magic that I can foresee. Name one thing. Did I not marry the King of England? Did I not see you stand out in the road like the strumpet you are? I exclaim against his crow of laughter. It was not like that. And besides, my ring came to me from the river. He takes my hands and kisses them both. It is all nonsense. There is no Melusina, but an old half-forgotten story that Mother used to tell us at bedtime. I smile at him, and I don't argue, but in my heart I know that there is more.
How did the story of Melusina end? My little boy Edward asks me that night when I am listening to his bedtime prayers.
Why would you ask?
I heard my Lord Uncle Antony speak to you of her today. What happened after she came out of the water and married the knight?
It ends sadly, I say. Some people say that a curious traveller came to their house and spied on her and saw her becoming a fish in her bath. Some say her husband broke his word that she could swim alone and spied on her and saw her become a fish again.
But why would he mind?
Sometimes a man likes a woman, but then hopes he can change her. Perhaps he was like that.
Is there any fighting in this story?
Richard asks sleepily as his head droops to the pillow. No, none, I say. I kiss Edward's forehead, and then I go to the other bed and kiss Richard.
So what happens when he knows she is half fish?
Edward whispers. She takes the children and leaves him, and they never meet again. I blow out a branch of candles but leave the other burning. The firelight in the little grate makes the room warm and cosy.
That's really sad.
It is sad, but it is just a story. Perhaps there is another ending which people forgot to tell. Good night, and God bless
He
you
saw
both.
her, the water lapping on her scales, head down in the bath he had built especially for her, thinking that she would like to wash, not for her to revert to fish. He had that instant revulsion that some men feel when they understand, perhaps for the first time, that a woman is truly other. She is not a boy, though she is weak like a boy, nor a fool, though he has seen her tremble with feeling like a fool. She is not a villain in her capacity to hold a grudge, nor a saint in her flashes of generosity. She is not any of these male qualities. She is a woman, a thing quite different to a man. What he saw was a half-fish, but what frightened him to his soul was the being which was a woman.
George's malice to his brother becomes horribly apparent in the days of the trial of Burdett and his conspirators. When they hunt for evidence, the plot unravels to reveal a tangle of dark promises and threats, recipes for poisoned capes, a sachet of ground glass, and outright curses. In Burdett's papers they find not only a chart of days drawn up to foretell Edward's death, but a set of spells designed to kill him. Whether they can cause death or not, I know that these ancient drawings on dark paper have a malevolent power. Certainly they are evil evidence, Edward says grimly. I would not have dreamed that George would have gone so far against me. Why not? Why can you not put George on trial and send him to a traitor's death? He deserves it. Because I love him. Edward, seated in the chair on the other side of the fire, leans forward. His face in the flickering light looks old. For the first time I see the weight of years and kingship on him. I know I should be harder on him, but I cannot. I cannot believe he is so...
Vicious? I give him the word. When you treat him with kindness, he repays you with plots.
Perhaps, he says, and sighs. Perhaps he will learn.
He will not learn. You will only be safe from him when he is dead. You will have to do it, Edward. George's familiar, the traitor Burdett, protests his innocence on the scaffold at Tyburn, before a cat-calling crowd, and is beheaded anyway. But George, learning nothing from the death of his man, rides in a fury from London and marches into the King's Council meeting at Windsor Castle and repeats the speech, shouting it in Edward's face. "Never!" I say to Anthony. I am quite scandalised. "He did! He did!" Anthony is choking with laughter, trying to describe the scene to me in my rooms at the castle. "I swear to you, we none of us knew what was happening except Edward and George. Then George called him a tyrant." "In his own council?" "A tyrant and a murderer." "Edward will have to silence him. This cannot go on." "Edward will have to silence him at once," Anthony warns me, "or George will bring you and the whole House of York down. It is as I said, your house's emblem should not be the white rose, but the old sign of eternity, the snake which eats itself. The sons of York will destroy each other, one brother destroying another, uncles devouring nephews, fathers beheading sons." I put my hands over my belly as if to shield the child from hearing such dark predictions. "Don't, Anthony, don't say such things." "They are true. The House of York will fall whatever you or I do, for they will eat up themselves." I go into my confinement, and I have a long, hard berth, and at the end of it, the treasure, which is a boy. He is a boy, a darling little York boy with scanty fair hair and eyes as blue as a robin's egg. I feed him myself for the first 10 days, and then we have a big-bodied wet nurse who comes in and gently takes him from me. When I see her seated in the low chair and the steady way she takes him to her breast, I am sure that she will care for him. He is christened George, as we promised his faithless uncle, and I am churched, and I come out of my darkened confinement apartment into the bright sunshine of the middle of August, to find that in my absence the new whore, Elizabeth Shaw, is all but queen of my court. "She leaves tonight," I say briskly to Edward when he comes to my rooms. "Who?" "The Shaw woman. Did you not think that someone would greet me with the gossip as soon as I came out of confinement? The wonder is that they held their tongues for so long." He chuckles. "Forgive me. I did not know that my doings were of such great interest." I say nothing to this untruth. "Ah, beloved, it was a long time. I know you were in your confinement, and then in your time of travail, and my heart went out to you. But nonetheless, a man needs a warm bed." "I am out of confinement now, and you will have an icy bed if she is not gone by tomorrow morning." He puts out his hand to me, and I go to stand beside him. "Say you are not angry with me, sweetheart." "You know I am." "Then say you will forgive me." "You know I always do." "Then say we can go to bed and be happy to be together again." "No, you say something." His hand slides up my arm and circles my elbow under the sleeve of my nightgown. "What would you have me say?" "Say that she is gone tomorrow." "First thing, my darling. First thing."
Summer 1477. In June, just a few weeks before I go into my confinement, Edward has George arrested for treason and brings him before the council. Only I know what it cost my husband to accuse his brother of plotting his death. At the meeting of the Privy Council, there is no evidence brought. There need be no evidence. The king himself declares that treason has been committed, and no one can argue with the king on such a charge. And indeed, there is not a man there who has not had the sleeve of his jacket held by George in some dark passageway, as George whispered his insane suspicions. But none of them, even now, know what Edward wants to do about it. They find him guilty of treason, but they do not set a punishment. None of them know how far this king will go against the brother he still loves. Winter 1477. We celebrate Christmas at Westminster, but it is an odd Christmas, with George, Duke of Clarence, missing from his place in the hall, and his mother with a face like thunder. George is in the Tower, charged with treason, well served, well fed, and drinking well, I don't doubt. But his namesake is in our nursery, and his true place is with us. I have all my children around me, which gives me all the joy that I could wish. Edward home from Ludlow, Richard riding with him, Thomas returned from a visit to the court of Burgundy, the other children well and strong, the new baby George in the nursery. After Twelfth Night, Edward comes to me and says that his Privy Council are pressing him to make a final decision on the fate of his brother George. I think I have to go ahead, he says sadly. The punishment for treason is death. I have no choice. February 1478. You cannot dream of executing him. His mother sweeps into Edward's privy chamber past me in her haste to speak to her son. I rise and sweep her the smallest curtsy. My lady mother. Edward goes on one knee for her blessing, and she rests her hand on his head absent-mindedly by rote. He is your brother! Remember it! Edward shrugs, his face miserable. Actually, he himself says he is not, I point out. George claims that he is only Edward's half-brother, since he says that Edward is a bastard to an English archer on yew.
Penetrate you. Okay, you don't want...
Mother, he does, Edward replies, and he insults me and Elizabeth. She looks as if this is not such a bad thing. He undermines the House of York with his libels, I say, and he employed a wizard to ill-wish the king. He is your brother. You will have to forgive him, she declares to Edward. George has been disappointed. If you had let him marry the Burgundy girl, as he wanted, or let him have the Scots princess, none of this would have happened. He was born a fourth son, Edward says, finally roused to tell her the truth. He can only rule England if I die, and my son and heir dies too, then my second son Richard, and then my new son George. Is that what you would have preferred, Mother? Do you wish me dead and my 3 precious sons too? No, of course not. You are your father's son and heir, and you won your throne. Your son must come after you. But George is my son. I feel for him. Edward grits his teeth on a hasty reply and turns to the fireplace and stands in silence, his shoulders hunched. We all wait in silence until the king finally speaks. He has to die. But if he wants a French swordsman, I will send for one. It can be poison if he wants it. It can be a dagger on his dinner table, and he can do it himself. He can put himself to bed and open his wrists.
There can be nobody there but the priest, if he wishes." She gasps. She did not expect this. "You will forgive him!" "You can see yourself that I cannot." "I command it! I am your mother! You will obey me!" "I am the king. He cannot oppose me. He must die." She rounds on me. "This is your doing!" I spread out my hands. "George has killed himself, Lady Mother." "I am sorry," Edward says grimly, "but I can see no way out of this but his death." "He can choose the means. You will not expose him to the headsman." "He can choose the means, but he has to die." She turns without another word and goes from the room. For a moment only, I am sorry for her. George, the fool, chooses a fool's death. "He wants to be drowned in a barrel of wine." Anthony, my brother, comes from the Privy Council meeting to find me rocking in the chair in the nursery, my baby George in my arms, wishing that it was all over and my little prince's namesake was dead and gone. "You're trying to be funny." "No, I think he's trying to be funny." "What does he mean?" "I suppose what he says. He wants to be drowned in a barrel of wine. I suppose that is his joke against his brother." I raise my baby to my shoulder and stroke his back as if I would shield him from the cruelty of the world. "I would rather be hanged than held down in wine. Where will they do it?" "In his chamber at the Tower of London." I shudder. God forgive him. That is an awful way to die. The headsman does it, leaving his axe to one side, but wearing his black mask over his face. He is a big man with strong, big hands, and he takes his apprentice with him. The two of them roll a barrel of Malmsey wine into George's room. He puts his head down to the ruby surface of the wine, as if he was putting his head on the block, and he sucks great gulps of it, as if he would drink the danger away. Then he thrusts out his hands in the signal of assent, and the two men take his head, and, holding him by the hair and the collar, plunge him down below the surface. That night I get up from my bed in the Palace of Westminster at midnight and go to my dressing room. On the top of a long cupboard for my furs is a little box with my private things. I open it. Inside is an old locket of silver so tarnished with age that it is black as ebony. I open the catch, and there is the old scrap of paper torn from the bottom of my father's letter. On it, written in blood, my blood, is the name George, Duke of Clarence. I screw the paper up in my fingers, and I throw it on the embers of the fire, and watch it twist in the heat of the ashes, and then suddenly spring into flame. "So go," I say, as George's name goes up in smoke, and my curse on him is completed. "But let you be the last York who dies in the Tower of London. Let it end here, as I promised my mother it would. Let it..." Spring 1478. I have my boy Edward, my son Richard Grey, and my brother Anthony come to my private apartments for me to say goodbye to them. I bend to hold Edward close, as if I would never be parted from him. "Don't cry, Mamma. There is nothing to cry about. I shall come again next Christmas, and you can visit me at Ludlow in the summer, you know." "I know." Richard hugs me around the waist. He is as tall as me now, a young man. "I will care for him. You must visit us." I will. Trust us to take care of ourselves,"
Anthony says, before I can even start the list of things that make me fearful. "I will bring him safe home to you next year." He bows and turns to the door. Edward beside him does a mirror copy of the graceful gesture. Richard, my son, puts his fist to his chest in the salute that means, "I love you." "Be happy," Anthony says. "I have your boy safe." Then they are gone from me. 1479. My boy, George, always a slight baby, starts to fail as he reaches his 2nd birthday. The physicians know nothing. The ladies of the nursery can suggest only gruel and milk to be fed hourly. We try it, but he grows no stronger. Elizabeth, his 13-year-old sister, plays with him every day, takes his little hands and helps him to walk on his thin legs, makes up a story for every mouthful of food that he eats. But even she sees that he is not thriving. He does not grow, and his little arms and legs are like sticks. "Can we get a physician from Spain?" I ask Edward. "Anthony always says that the Moors have the wisest men." His face is weary with worry and sorrow for this, a precious son. "You can get anyone you like from anywhere. But Elizabeth, my love, find your courage. He is a frail little boy, and he was a tiny baby. You have done well to keep him with us this far." He is asleep on my lap one day in March, and I am rocking him in the chair and humming, without knowing I am doing so, a little song, a Burgundian lullaby, half remembered from my childhood. The song ends, and there is silence. I stop the rocking of the chair, and everything is still. I put my ear to his little chest to hear the beating of his heart, and I cannot hear the beating of his heart. I put my cheek to his nose, his mouth to feel the warmth of his breath. There is no flutter of breath. He is still warm and soft in my arms, warm and soft as a little bird. But my George has gone. I have lost my son. 5 months later, I am in confinement, awaiting the birth of another child. I don't expect a boy. I don't imagine that one child can replace another. But little Catherine comes at just the right time to comfort us, and there is a York princess in the cradle again, and the York nursery is busy as usual. A year later, and I have another baby. My little girl, Bridget. "I think this will be our last," I say regretfully to Edward when I come out of confinement. "You have given me a great family, my love, and I am glad this will be our last." "You don't want another boy?" He shakes his head. "I want to take you for pleasure and hold you in my arms for desire." I tilt back my head and look at him under my eyelashes. "You think to bed me for love and not for children? Isn't that sin?" His arms come around my waist and his palm cups my breast. I shall make sure that it feels richly silver. April 1483. At Easter the weather is cold and unseasonal, and the rivers run high. My husband Edward, a man of the land, has a whim to go fishing, and takes himself out for the day, and comes home soaking wet and merry. That night he is feverish, and I scold him for getting wet and cold, as if he was still a boy and could take such risks with his health. The next day he is worse, and he gets up for a little while, but then goes back to bed. He is too tired. The next day the physician says that he should be bled, and Edward swears that they may not touch him. He gets no better. And now he starts to complain of gripping pains in the belly and a terrible flush of heat. Within a week the court is in fear, and I am in a state of silent terror. The doctors are useless. They don't even know what is wrong with him. They don't know what has caused his fever.
"Let me see him,"
William Hastings implores me. I turn a cold face to him. No, he is sick. He needs no comrade for whoring or drinking or gambling, so he has no need of you.
"All I want is to see him. I cannot bear not to see him."
Wait like a dog out here, I say cruelly, or go back to the shore whore and tell her that she can service you now, for the king has finished with you both. I walk past him to the king's bedchamber, and I close the door so he cannot even glimpse the man he loves, fighting for breath in the big four-poster bed. Edward looks up when I come in.
"Is Hastings outside?"
No. He smiles.
"I want to see him."
Not now, I say.
"Elizabeth, fetch him, and fetch everyone of my privy council who is in the palace. Send for Richard, my brother."
You don't need to see them, Edward.
"Fetch them."
I turn and say a sharp word to the nurse, and she runs to the door and tells the guard. I go to the window and stand with my back to the view of the river. I don't want to see the water. I don't want to see the glimmer of a mermaid's tail. I don't want to hear Melusina singing like a banshee to warn of her death. The lords file into the room. Stanley, Norfolk, Hastings, the Archbishop of Canterbury, Thomas Boucher, my brothers, my cousins, my brothers-in-law, 6 others, all the great men of the kingdom.
"I fear I have not long,"
Edward says.
"No,"
whispers Hastings.
"Don't say it, no." "I leave a young son. I had hoped to leave you with a man for king. Instead, I have to trust you to care for my boy."
I have my fist to my mouth to stop myself from crying out.
"Hastings,"
Edward says.
"Lord, and all of you, and Elizabeth, my queen."
I step to his bedside, and he takes my hand in his, joins it with Hastings, as if he were making us wed.
"You have to work together. You have to be as one to keep my son safe and see him to the throne. I demand this of you, from my deathbed. Will you do it?"
I will work with Hastings for my son's safety, I say. I will work with all of you and forget all wrongs to put my son safely on the throne.
"I too,"
says Hastings, and then they all say, one after another,
"And I. My brother Richard is to be his guardian,"
Edward says. I flinch and would pull my hand away, but Hastings has it in a tight grip.
"As you wish, Lord." "Do you so swear?"
Edward says.
"I do,"
they all say. Hastings looks at me.
"Do you swear? Do you swear to accept Richard, Duke of Gloucester, as protector?"
Of course I do not. Richard is no friend of mine, and he commands half of England already. Edward's face is grey with fatigue.
"Swear it, Elizabeth. For my sake. For Edward's sake."
Do you think it will make Edward safe? He nods.
"It is the only way."
I am trapped. I swear it. Edward releases his hard grip on our hands and falls back on his pillows. The others file out. Hastings and I are left on either side of the bed, and the king is dying between us. That night, I write to my brother Anthony. The king is dead. Bring the new King Edward to London at all possible speed. Bring as many men as you can command as a royal guard. We will need them. Edward foolishly named Richard, Duke of Gloucester, as protector on his deathbed. Richard hates you and me equally for the king's love and our own power. We must crown Edward at once and defend against the Duke, who will never give up the protectorate without a fight. Recruit men as you march, and collect the weapons that are stored in hiding on the way. Prepare yourself for battle, to defend our heir. I will delay announcing the death as long as I can, so Richard, who is still in the north, does not know what is happening yet. So hurry. Elizabeth. What I don't know is that Hastings is writing to Richard, blotting the page with his tears, but legible enough to say that the Rivers family are arming around their prince, and that if Richard wants to take up his role as protector, if he wants to guard the young Prince Edward against the boy's own rapacious family, he had better come at once. What I don't know, and what I don't allow myself to think, is that having learned to fear the constant wars for the throne of England, I am just starting one on my own account, and that at stake, this time, is the inheritance, and even the life of my beloved son. April 1483. He kidnaps him. Richard moves faster and is better armed and more determined than any of us could have imagined. He moves as fast and as decisively as Edward would have done, and he is as ruthless. He waylays my son on his journey to London, dismisses the men from Wales who were loyal to him and to me, arrests my brother Anthony, my son Richard Grey, and our cousin Henry Vaughan, and takes Edward into his so-called safekeeping. He is only a boy of 13. He has to stand up to a battle-hardened man who is determined to do wrong. When Richard says that my own brother Anthony, who has been my boy's friend and guardian and protector for all his life, and my youngest grey son, Richard, must leave his side, my little boy tries to defend them. But Duke Richard tells him that all will be resolved, and in the meantime he and the Duke of Buckingham, my former ward that I married against his will to my sister Catherine, and who now turns up in this surprising company, will be the prince's companions to London, where everything will be resolved. He is only a little boy. He has always been gently guarded. He does not know how to stand up to his uncle Richard, dressed in black and with a face like thunder, 2,000 men in his train and ready to fight. So he lets his uncle Anthony go. He lets his brother Richard go. How could he save them? He cries bitterly. They tell me that. He cries like a child when no one will obey him. But he lets them go. May 1483. Elizabeth, my 17-year-old daughter, comes running through the shouting and the chaos of Westminster Palace. "Mother! Lady Mother, what's happening?" "We're going into sanctuary. Get everything you want and all the clothes for the children, and your jewellery box and your furs." "Why? What has happened now?" "Your brother the king has been taken by his uncle, the Lord Protector." "Should we not wait? Should we not consult the Privy Council? Should we not wait here for baby? What if Duke Richard is just bringing baby safely to us?" "He is King Edward to you, not baby any more," I say fiercely, "and even to me. And let me tell you, child, that only fools wait when their enemies are coming to see if they may prove to be friends." I speak bravely to my brave girl, now a young woman with her own life blighted by this sudden fall from being a princess of England to a girl in hiding. But in truth, we are at a very low ebb when we barricade the door of the Westminster Abbey crypt
and we are alone. My brother Lionel, Bishop of Salisbury, my grown son Thomas Grey, my little son Richard, and my girls Elizabeth, Cecily, Anne, Catherine, and Bridget. This time it is hard to hope. In this season of early summer that has always before been my favourite, filled with picnics and jousts and parties, the shade of the crypt is oppressive. It is like being buried alive. For nearly a week I listen at the tiny window set into the front door. From dawn till dusk I am peering through the grille, straining my ears to hear what people are doing. But I have to wait for the sky in the small panes of the window to turn from deepest black to grey before I allow myself to rise up and walk down the crypt to the door and open the spy-hole to look out and see the quiet streets, and realise that no one has armed to protect my boy Edward. No one is going to rescue him. No one is going to liberate me. The city is waiting to see what the Lord Protector will do. Everything hinges on this. He will take the crown, I say quietly to the river, to Melusina, to my mother. They listen to me in the flow of the waters. If I had to put my fortune on it, I would do so. He will take the crown. All the York men are sick with ambition, and Richard, Duke of Gloucester, is no different. Edward risked his life year after year fighting for his throne. George put his head in a vat of wine rather than promise never to claim it. Now Richard rides into London at the head of thousands of armed men. He is not doing that for the benefit of his nephew. He will claim the crown for himself. There is a visitor at the sanctuary gate. I open the spy-hole, and there is the whore, Elizabeth Shaw, a hood drawn up to hide her bright gold hair and her eyes red from weeping. What do you want, Shaw?
Please admit me, for the king's own sake.
My temper flares as she dares to mention him. Then I consider that she seems to think herself still in his service, and that I am still his wife, and I draw back the bolts of the door. What do you mean by coming here?
I come from Sir William Hastings, with his greeting and the assurance of his loyalty.
Oh, have you changed keepers? Are you his whore now?
Yes, I am Sir William's whore now. My family will not have me home. I am without protection now that the king is dead. Sir William Hastings offered me a home, and I am glad to find some safety with him.
And so?
He asks me to be his envoy to you. He cannot come to you himself. He fears the Duke Richard's spies. But he tells you to be hopeful, and that he thinks all will be well.
And why should I trust you? Your new protector has been my enemy since he first set eyes on me. I don't see why we would be friends now. He brought Duke Richard down on us, and supports him still.
He thought he was defending the young king. He was thinking of nothing but the young king's safety. He wants you to know this, and to know that he thinks all will be well.
Oh, does he? Why is he so confident? She steps a little closer, so that she can whisper.
The young king has been housed at the bishop's palace. He is to take his place at once as the new king of England.
Duke Richard will crown him. She nods. You are certain?
They have set the date for his coronation as June the 25th, and the lords of the kingdom are summoned to attend. There is no doubt.
I take a breath of this hope. Does Hastings have news of my brother and my son Richard Grey? I whisper. She nods.
The Privy Council have refused to charge your brother with treason. They say he has been a good and faithful servant. Duke Richard wanted to charge him with kidnapping the young king, but the Privy Council disagreed and won't accept a charge. They have overruled Duke Richard, and he has accepted their opinion. My lord thinks your brother and son will be released after the coronation, your grace.
Duke Richard will make a settlement with us.
My lord says that the Duke is much opposed to your family, your grace, and your influence, but he is loyal to the young king for King Edward's sake. He said you can be certain that the young king will be crowned.
I nod. Tell him I shall be glad of that day, but I shall stay here till then. You can tell him that the Privy Council should be reminded of the rights of the Woodville family and the king's widow. I am still queen. She looks frightened. She clearly does not want to be a go-between for a career courtier and a vengeful queen, but this is where she is now called, and she will have to do her best.
I will tell him, Your Grace. May I express my sympathy for the loss of your husband? He was a great man. It was an honour to be allowed to love him.
He didn't love you, I say with sudden spite.
No, he never loved anyone like he loved you.
She replies so sweetly that I cannot but be touched by her tenderness. She slides the bolt and opens the little door inside the great gate. You too were dear to him, I say, driven despite myself to be fair to her. I was jealous of you because I knew that you were very dear to him. He said you were his merriest whore. Her face lights up as if a warm flame has flared inside a lantern.
I am glad he thought that of me, and that you were kind enough to tell me. I may be asked to come again with messages for you. Will you admit me?
As well you as any of the others. God knows if Hastings is going to use Edward's whores as messengers, I shall admit hundreds. June 1483. Hastings' reassurances do not delay me. I am set on war against Richard. I shall destroy him, and free my son and my brother, and release the young king. I shall not wait, obedient as Hastings suggests, for Richard to crown Edward. I don't trust him, and I don't trust the Privy Council or the citizens of London who are waiting as turncoats to join the winning side. I shall put us on the attack, and we should take him by surprise. Send the message to your Uncle Edward, I say to Thomas, my oldest son. Tell him to bring in the fleet battle-ready, and we will come out of sanctuary and raise the people. What if Richard means nothing but to crown him? Then Richard is dead, and we crown Edward anyway. Perhaps we have killed a loyal friend and a York prince, but that will be ours to mourn later. I should like to recruit some of the lords. Do what you can, I say indifferently, but those that did not rise for us as Richard came into London can die with him for all I care. They are traitors to me and to the memory of my husband. Those that survive this battle will be tried for treason and beheaded. Thomas looks up at me. Then you are declaring war again? It has to be, I reply grimly, and I have to win. The whore, Elizabeth Shaw, is not the only one who comes to me with whispered news. My sister Catherine, wife of the prideful Duke of Buckingham, my former ward, comes on a family visit, bringing good wine and some early raspberries from Kent.
Your Grace, my sister,
she says to me, curtsying low. She links her arm in mine as she used to do when we were girls at Grafton, and we drift over to the window together to look out at the sluggish water outside.
They are saying you were married by witchcraft, she says, her lips hardly moving. And they are finding someone to swear that Edward was married to another woman before you.
It's an old scandal. It doesn't trouble me.
Please, listen. I may not be able to come again. They have Robert Stillington, the Bishop of Bath and Wells.
But he is our man.
He was your man, not any more. He was Edward's chancellor, but now he is the Duke's great friend. He assures him, as he told George, Duke of Clarence, that Edward was married to Dame Eleanor Butler before he was married to you, and that she had his legitimate son.
I turn my face away.
They are saying that Edward the King was not even his father's son. He was a bastard foisted on his father.
That scandal again.
that again. And who is serving up these cold old meats? It is the Duke Richard and my husband talking everywhere together. But worse, I think the King's mother, Cecily, is ready to confess in public that your husband was a bastard. I think she will do it to put her son Richard on the throne.
I nod. Of course. Of course. Then we will be banished into exile, and Duke Richard becomes King Richard, and his wave-faced son takes my handsome boy's place.
And worst of all, the Duke suspects you of raising your own army. He is bringing an army of northerners down on us.
I feel my grip on her arm tighten. I am raising my people. I have my plans. When do the men from the north arrive?
He has just sent for them. They cannot be here for a few days yet, perhaps a week, perhaps more. Are you ready to rise now?
No, not yet.
Do you have a plan?
I nod. I am bribing the guards at the tower to free Edward. I can trust them to look the other way. My grey son Thomas is going to escape from here. He will go to Sheriff Hutton to rescue his brother Richard and his uncle Anthony, and then they will arm and come back and release us all.
Our brother Sir Edward will bring in the fleet to attack Duke Richard, and one of the ships will take the boys to Margaret in Flanders, and they will be safe there.
She grips my elbow and her face is white.
Dearest, oh, Elizabeth, you don't know.
What? What now?
Our brother Edward is lost. His fleet mutinied against him in favour of the Lord Protector.
Is he dead? She shakes her head.
I don't know for sure.
As if my despair has brought her to a decision, she puts her hand inside her cape and brings out a scrap of thread, a corner of a kerchief. She gives it to me. What's this?
It's a scrap I cut from Duke Richard's napkin when he dined with my husband.
She lowers her voice and her eyes. She was always frightened of our mother's powers. She never wanted to learn any of our skills.
I thought you could use it.
You cut this from the Duke's napkin.
It is for Anthony,
she whispers fiercely.
I am so afraid for our brother. They envy him for his learning and his bravery, because he is so beloved. You have to stop the Duke, Elizabeth. Truly you do. You have to save Anthony.
That night, when it is midnight and dark as dark, I get up from my bed and take the scrap of linen that Catherine gave me. I see the smear of food where the Duke wiped his lips, and I bring it to my nose and sniff at it. Meat, I think, though he is an abstemious eater and no drinker. I twist the material into a cord and I tie it round my right arm so tightly that I can feel the arm ache. I go to bed with it still tied, so that in the morning the white flesh of my arm is blue with a bruise and my fingers are prickly with pins and needles. I can feel the arm ache, and as I untie it, I moan with the pain. I feel the weakness in my arm as I throw the cord in the fire. So weaken, I say to the flame. Lose your strength, let your right arm fail. Let your sword arm grow weak. Let your hand lose its grip. Take one breath and feel it catch in your chest. Take another and feel choked. Sicken and weary and burn up like this. The cord flares in the fireplace, and I watch it burn away. My brother Lionel comes to me in the early morning. There is no doubt that the coronation is to take place. All the lords are in London, the robes are being made, the abbey is ready. We should come out now and take our rightful place. I nibble on my lip. Duke Richard is one of the sons of York. You cannot think he will walk away from the chance of ruling England. I think he will rule England through your son if you are not there to prevent it, he says bluntly. He will put him on the throne and have him as his puppet. If I could be sure my son is safe. If Richard were going to kill him, he would have done it at Stony Stratford when they arrested Anthony, but he did not. Instead, he went down on his knee and swore an oath of loyalty to him and brought him in honour to London. It is we who have created mistrust. Take up your royal rooms in the Tower and attend your son's coronation, sit on your throne, and command the Duke, who is nothing more than your brother-in-law and the guardian of your son. I am brooding on this. Perhaps Lionel is right, and I should be at the heart of the planning for the coronation. There is a little tap at the door, and a man's voice says, "Confessor for the Dowager Queen." I open the grille, and there is a father of the Dominican order. "I am come to hear your confession." "Enter, father," I say, and open the door wide to him. He bows and waits for the door to be closed behind him. "I am come on the order of Bishop Morton. If anyone asks you, I came to offer you a chance to confess. Agreed?" "Yes, father." He passes me a slip of paper. "I shall wait 10 minutes and then leave. I am not allowed to take a reply." I take the note to the window for the light. It is sealed with the crest of Margaret Beaufort, my former lady-in-waiting. Perhaps she will even take my side against Duke Richard. Her interests lie with me. She was counting on Edward to forgive her son his Lancaster blood and let him come home from his exile in Brittany. But she has written nothing of a conspiracy, nor words of support. She wants me to know that Anne Neville is not hastening to London for the grand coronation, for there is no need for her to make haste. If she is not coming, it will be at her husband Richard's command. Either he expects an uprising and does not want his wife and son in danger, or he knows that there will be nothing to attend. I stare out at the river for a long, long time and think what this means for me and my 2 precious royal sons. Then I go and kneel before the friar. "Bless me, father," I say, and I feel his gentle hand come down on my head. The serving maid who goes out to buy the bread and meat every day comes home, her face white, and speaks to my daughter Elizabeth. My girl comes to me. "I don't understand what is happening, Mother. There is some story of some fight in the Privy Council. Duke Richard found a plot against him and arrested 2 great men and beheaded Sir William Hastings." My knees give way beneath me, and she catches me as I fall. "Lady Mother! Mamma, speak to me! Are you all right?" "I am all right, sweetheart. But I thought I heard you say... I thought you said that Sir William Hastings is beheaded." "So Gemma said, Mother. But I didn't think you even liked him." "Child, this is no longer a question of liking. This lord is your brother's greatest defender, the only defender who has approached me. If he is dead, we have lost our greatest ally." There is a light tap at the door, and we all freeze. A voice calls in French, "C'est moi!" Elizabeth runs to open the lantern door in the big wooden door, and the whore, Elizabeth Shaw, slips in, a hood over her fair head. "You've heard, then?" "Hastings is not dead." Her eyes are filled with tears, but she is succinct. "Yes, he is. That's why I've come. He was accused of treason against Duke Richard. He said that William had procured a witch to act against him. The Duke said that he is out of breath and falling sick, and that he is losing his strength. He says he is under an enchantment from his enemies." "Who does he name as the witch?" "You." I feel Elizabeth flinch. And then she adds, "And me." "The 2 of us acting in concert?" "Yes, that's why I came to warn you. If he can prove you are a witch, can he break sanctuary and take you and your children out of here?" I nod. He can.
I must go, she says fearfully. He may be watching me. William would have wanted me to do what I can to keep your children safe, but I can do no more. I should tell you. Lord Stanley did what he could to save William. He warned him that the Duke would act against him. The tears are running down her cheeks now, and her voice is choked. So unjust, and against such a good man, to have soldiers drag him from council, to take off his head without even a priest, no time to pray.
He was a good man, I concede. She pulls the hood back over her hair and goes to the door.
I wish you well. I dare not come again.
Wait, did you say Lord Stanley remains loyal to the young King Edward?
Stanley, Bishop Morton and Archbishop Rotherham are all imprisoned by order of the Duke, suspected of working for you and yours.
Has Richard run mad? She shakes her head.
I think he has decided to claim the throne. I think he has decided that the best thing for him and for England is a strong new king and not a boy of 13. And now he has made up his mind. He will do whatever it takes to put himself on the throne. Cost what it may.
I don't hesitate. It is as if the thud of axe through Hastings' neck into lumber on Tower Green is a trumpet blast which signals the start of a race. But this is a race to get my son to safety from the threat of his uncle, who is now on a path of murder. A sacred and ordained king stood between their line and the throne, and they killed him. Now my boy stands between Richard and the throne. He will kill him if he can, and it may be that I cannot prevent it, but I swear he will not get my younger boy, Richard. I have prepared him for this moment, but when I tell him that he will have to go at once, tonight, he is startled that it has come so soon. He is only 10, but he has been raised to be a prince of the House of York. He has been raised to show courage. When it starts to grow dark, I lead him down through the crypt, down the stairs, even deeper, down into the catacomb below. He does not tremble, even when we go past the shadowy graves. He walks briskly beside me, his head up. The way leads out to a hidden iron gate, and beyond it a stone pier extending out into the river with a wherry rocking silently alongside. 2 men are waiting in the boat, holding it against the current with a rope through the ring of the stone steps. I push my boy towards them, and they lift him on board and seat him in the stern. There is no time for any farewells, and anyway, there is nothing I can say but a prayer for his safety. I lock the iron gate behind me, and then go back up the stone steps, through the silent catacombs, and I look out from my window. His boat is pulling away into the river traffic, the 2 men at the oars, my boy in the stern. He remembers not to look up. He does as he was told, and he remembers what he was told. He is a good boy, a brave boy. He remembers to keep his head down and his cap pulled down on his forehead to hide his fair hair. I watch the boat from my window, and at first I can see him in the stern, rocking as the little wherry moves in steady pulses as the boatman pulls on the oars. Then the current catches it, and they go faster, and there are other boats, barges, fishing boats, trading ships, scows, wherries, even a couple of huge logging rafts, and I can see my boy no longer, and he has gone. My grown son, Thomas Gray, goes the same night. He slips out of the door dressed like a groom and goes into the back streets of London. We need someone on the outside to hear news and raise our forces. Godspeed, I say to him and kiss his pale cheek. Where will you go? To the safest place in London, a place that loved your husband and will never forgive Duke Richard for betraying him. Where do you mean? The whorehouse, he says with a grin. And then he turns into the darkness and is gone. Next morning, early, Elizabeth brings the poor little changeling to me.
We paid his mother for him 4 days ago, and she has brought him, when ordered, as she had agreed. You will answer to the name of Richard, Duke of York, I tell him. People will call you my lord and sire. You will not say a word, just nod. Yes'm. And you will call me Lady Mother? Yes'm. Yes, Lady Mother. Yes, Lady Mother. And you will have a bath and put on clean clothes. His frightened little face flashes up at me. "No, I can't bath," he protests in the sharp tones of the city urchins. Elizabeth looks aghast. "Anyone will know at once." "We'll say he is ill. We'll say he has a cold or a sore throat and tie up his jaw with a flannel. We'll tell him to be silent. It's only for a few days." The serving girl Gemma asks if she can go out on Sunday afternoon to see the Shaw whore serve her penance. Elizabeth Shaw. "The notorious whore," she recites. "The Lord Protector has ordered that she do public penance for her sins of the flesh." "You can go and watch," I say abruptly. "One more gaze in the crowd will make no difference." I would stop it if I could, but there is nothing I can do to protect her. Richard the Duke has turned vicious, and even a beautiful woman has to suffer for being beloved. "She is punished for nothing but her looks," my brother Lionel comes on me, listening at the window for the appreciative murmur of the crowd as she walks around the city boundary. Apparently this punishment has gone wrong for Duke Richard. Nobody is speaking ill of her as she walks. They say she looks like a naked angel, beautiful and fallen. I smile. Well, God bless her anyway, angel or whore. June the 17th, 1483. They send my kinsman, Cardinal Thomas Boucher, and 6 other lords from the Privy Council to reason with me, and I greet them as a queen. They tell me that they have proclaimed Duke Richard as protector of the realm, regent and governor of the prince, and they assure me that they are preparing for the coronation of my son Prince Edward. They want my younger son Richard to join his brother in the royal rooms in the Tower. "The Duke will be protector for only a matter of days, only till the coronation," Thomas Boucher explains to me. "As soon as the young king is crowned, then all the power reverts to him, and you are Dowager Queen and Mother of the King. Come back to your palace, Your Grace, and attend the coronation of your son." For a moment I am persuaded. More, I am tempted. Perhaps everything can end happily. Then I think of my brother Anthony and my son Richard Grey imprisoned together in Pontefract Castle, and I hesitate. I have to pause and think. I have to keep them safe. While I am in sanctuary, my safety and my son Richard's safety balances their imprisonment like the weights in a pair of scales. They are hostages for my good behaviour, but equally Duke Richard dare not touch them for fear of enraging me. "I cannot release Prince Richard to you," I say, my voice filled with regret. "He has been so ill lately. He is not yet well. He has lost his voice, and if he were to have a relapse, it could be worse than his first illness. If you want him and his brother to be together, then send Edward to join us here. He can be crowned from here, as well as from the Tower." Now, the Cardinal interrupts, "you distrust the Duke Richard, and he suspects you. This is a sorrow to me, but you both have your reasons. But I will swear that neither the Duke nor any other will harm your boys, and they will be safe together, and Edward will be crowned king." I sigh as if I am overwhelmed by his logic. "And if I refuse?" He draws close to me and speaks low.
I fear that he will break sanctuary and take you and all your family out of here, and all the lords think he would be right to do so."
Elizabeth, who has been looking out of the window, leans forward and whispers,
"Lady Mother, there are hundreds of Duke Richard's barges on the river. We are surrounded."
I put my handkerchief to my eyes. "Forgive a woman's weakness. I cannot bear to part with him. Can I be spared this?" The cardinal pats my hand.
"He has to come with us. I am sorry."
I turn to Elizabeth and I whisper, "Fetch him. Fetch my little boy." Elizabeth leaves in silence, her head bowed. "He has not been well," I say to the cardinal. "You must keep him wrapped up warm."
"Trust me, he will come to no harm in my care."
Elizabeth comes back with the changeling. He is in my Richard's clothes, a scarf tied around his throat, muffling the lower part of his face. I kiss his fair hair. His little boy frame is delicate in my arms, and yet he holds himself bravely, just like a little prince. "Go with God, my son. I shall see you again at your brother's coronation in a few days."
"Yes, Lady Mother,"
he says like a little parrot. His voice is little more than a whisper, but audible to them all. They take the boy and file from the room. When they are gone, Elizabeth turns to me and her face is pale. "You sent the changeling, for you think it is not safe for our boy to go to the Tower." "Yes."
"So you must think that our Edward is not safe in the Tower?"
"I don't know. Yes, that is my fear."
"I think you should send to my uncle and ask him for an agreement. You could agree that we give him the throne and he names Edward as his heir."
I shake my head. "I will not give up Edward's throne. If Duke Richard wants it, he will have to take it and shame himself."
"And that little boy?"
she says, nodding to the door where the beggar boy has gone, his jaw tied up with flannel so he does not speak.
"Did we take him from his mother and bathe him and clothe him and tell him to be silent as we sent him to his death? Is that how we fight this war, using a child as our shield, sending a little boy to his death?"
Sunday, June the 25th, 1483. Coronation Day. What? No royal barges? No booming cannon from the Tower? No wine flowing in the fountains of the city? No music, no shouting? I swing open the window that looks over the river, and I see the usual river traffic of barges and wherries and rowing boats, and I say to my mother and to Melusina, "Clearly they don't crown him today. Is he to die instead?" I speak of him as if he is dead, for I have little doubt that since he is not crowned today, he will be killed in secret, just as William Hastings was dragged out and beheaded on Tower Green on a cord of wood, with the axeman hurriedly wiping his hands from his breakfast. Dear God, when I think of the nape of the neck of my boy and I think of the headsman's axe, I feel sick enough to die myself. I comfort myself with plotting. We are not friendless, and I am not without hope. My son Thomas Grey will be busy, I know, meeting in secret at hidden places with those who can be convinced to rise for us. My sister-in-law, Duchess Margaret of York, will be working for us in Burgundy. Even the French should take an interest in my danger, if only to cause trouble for Richard. I hear the rush of hurried footsteps, and my daughter Cecily comes running down the crypt and throws open the door to my chamber. She is white with fright.
"There is something at the door, something horrible."
"What is at the door?" I ask. At once, of course, I think it is the headsman.
"Something as tall as a man, but looking like death." I throw a scarf over my head, and I go to the door and slide open the grille. Death himself seems to be waiting for me. He is in black gabardine with a tall hat on his head and a long white tube of a nose hiding all his face. It is a physician with the long cone of his nose mask stuffed with herbs to protect him from the airs of the plague. "There is none with plague in here," I say. "I am Dr. Lewis of Caerleon, the Lady Margaret Beaufort's doctor," he says, his voice echoing weirdly in the cone over his face. "She says you are suffering from woman's maladies and would benefit from a physician." I open the door. "Come in." He takes off the cone from his face and mouth and pushes back the hood from his head. He is a small, dark man with a smiling, trustworthy face. He bows low. "She wants to know if you have devised a plan to rescue the two princes from the tower. She bids me to say to you that she thinks that the servants in the tower can be bribed, and she wants to know how she can serve you in what plans you have to restore the Princes Edward and Richard to freedom." "It is not Richard," I start to say, when like a ghost, from the door to the river, Elizabeth comes up the steps, the hem of her gown sodden. "Elizabeth, what on earth are you doing?" She turns to regard the doctor. "Who is this?" "He is a messenger from Lady Margaret Stanley. How did you get so wet?" "From the barges that went by." "What is happening today? Half of London is on a barge going to the Duke's house. But it is supposed to be the day of my brother's coronation." Dr. Lewis looks awkward. "I was about to tell your royal mother. Parliament has met and declared that Duke Richard is the rightful king. They ruled that your marriage with the king was held without the knowledge of the rightful lords and done by witchcraft by your mother and yourself." "So you have been a whore for years, and we are bastards," Elizabeth finishes coolly. "Can we take Edward and Richard and go now?" "What are you saying?" I ask of her. "The river whispered a curse to me, and I blame you and my father for bringing us into this." The gaze she turns on me is darkened with horror as if she has seen her death. "You will never surrender. You will never let us be. You love the crown more than your children." I glance at the doctor and wonder if she has a fever. "Elizabeth, the river cannot speak to you." "Of course it speaks to me, and of course I hear it." "There is no curse." She wheels around and glides across the room, her gown leaving a damp stain like a trail, and throws open the window. Dr. Lewis and I run after her, fearful for a moment that she has run mad and means to jump out. But at once I am halted by a high, sweet keening from the river, a longing sound, a song of mourning. "That's not for you," I say. I am choking on my grief. "Ah, Elizabeth, my love, that's not for you. That's the banshee's song, the song that we hear for a death in our house. This will be for my son, Richard Grey. I can hear it. It's for my son and my brother Anthony whom I swore I would keep safe." Elizabeth steps closer. She is my tender girl again, her wild fury blown away. "Mother, do you think he will stop here?" I burst out frantically. "He has my boy. He has my royal son. If he dares to take Anthony from me, if he could bear to take Richard Grey from me, do you think he will stop at taking Edward too?" "Mother, be still. Be still and listen to the river." I run down the length of the room and throw open all the windows, and the warm summer air breathes into the cold darkness of the crypt. There is music coming from some of the passing barges, noblemen making merry at the accession of Duke Richard. Your Uncle Antony would want me to live and to bring you children through this danger to life. You can call this the curse of ambition if you like, but without it I would not fight. And I will fight. Richard will not destroy us. We will rise up. We are the children of the goddess Melusina. We may have to ebb, but surely we will flow again, and Richard will learn this. He has caught us now at a low and dry place, but by God he will see us in flood. I speak very bravely, but once I am silent, I slide into grief for my grey son, and for my brother, my dearest brother Antony. I think of Richard Grey as a little boy once more, sitting so high on the king's horse, holding my hand at the side of the road as we waited for the king to come by. I remember my mother mourning her son, and saying that when you have got a child through babyhood, you think that you are safe. But a woman is not safe, not in this world. Not in this world where brother fights against brother, and no one can ever put their sword aside or trust in the law.
Antony, in prison, awaiting his death in the morning, listens at the window for a moment, in case there is such a thing as the strong, sweet song of Melusina, expecting to hear nothing, and then smiles when he hears a clear ringing. He shakes his head to clear the noise from his ears, but it stays, an unearthly voice that makes him irreverently chuckle. He never believed the legend of the girl who is half fish and half woman, the ancestor of his house, but now he finds he is comforted to hear her singing for his death. If Melusina can sing for him, an unbeliever, then perhaps she can guide those who listen for her warnings. He smiles because the high, clear song gives him hope that Melusina will watch over his sister and her boys, especially the boy who is in his care, the boy he loves, Edward, the new King of England. And he smiles because her voice is that of his mother. He spends the night not in praying nor in weeping, but in writing. In his last hours, he is not an adventurer, nor a knight, nor even a brother or an uncle, but a poet. He writes, "Somewhat musing and more mourning in remembering the unsteadfastness, this world being of such wheeling, me contrarying, what may I guess? With displeasure to my grievance, and no surance of remedy, lo, in this trance, now in substance, such is my dance, willing to die. Methinks truly bounden am I, and that greatly, to be content, seeing plainly fortune doth wry all contrary from mine intent." This is the last thing he does at dawn, and then they take him out and behead him, on the orders of Richard, Duke of Gloucester.
Something has changed between me and my daughter Elizabeth. My girl, my child, my first baby has suddenly grown up, grown away. The child who believed that I knew everything, that I commanded everything, is now a young woman who has lost her father and doubts her mother. She doubts that I have secured a safe hiding place for Richard and that our plan of the changeling prince will work. She knows that I sent a false prince to keep Edward company because I doubt my ability to get Edward home safe. Ever since the morning when we heard the singing of the river, and then the afternoon when they brought us the news of Antony and Richard Grey's death, she doubts my judgment. She has not repeated her belief that we are cursed, but there is something about the darkness of her eyes and the pallor of her face that tells me she is hag-ridden. God knows I have not cursed her, and I know no one who would do such a thing to such a girl of gold and silver. But it is true. She looks as if someone has put a dark thumbprint down on her and marked her out for a hard destiny. Dr. Lewis comes again, and I ask him to look at her and tell me if she is well. She has almost stopped eating, and she is pale. "She needs to be free," he says simply. "Your Grace cannot stay here. You need to be out in the good air, enjoying the summer. I have an invitation from the king. I make myself say the title, as if Richard could ever deserve it. He is anxious that I take the girls to my house in the country this summer. He says the princes can be released to me there. And will you go? My boys must be released to me first. Take care, your grace. Lady Margaret fears he will play you false. She says the Duke of Buckingham thinks that he will have your boys. He hesitates as if he cannot bear to say the words. Done to death. She says that the Duke of Buckingham is so horrified by this that he will rescue your boys for you, restore your sons to you, if you will guarantee his safety and his prosperity when you are back in power. I nod. I have been waiting for this. What does he want? His daughter, when he has one, to marry your son, the young King Edward. He himself to be named as regent and Lord Protector till the young king is of age. Himself to have the kingdom of the north, just as Duke Richard had. I do not pause for a moment. I have only been waiting for the terms, and these are exactly what I expected. Tell the Duke of Buckingham and tell Lady Margaret that I agree, and tell them my price. I have to have my sons restored to me at once. Next morning, my brother Lionel comes to me smiling. There is someone to see you at the water gate, a fisherman. Greet him quietly, my sister. I slip through the door and go down the stone steps that lead to the stone corridor. It is shadowy, lit only by the daylight which filters through the iron gate at the end which opens out to the river. A little wherry is bobbing at the doorway, a small fishing net piled in the stern. A man in a filthy cape and a pulled-down hat is waiting at the doorway, but nothing can disguise his height. Forewarned by Lionel, I don't cry out. I just say quietly, "Brother, my brother, I am glad with all my heart to see you." A flash of his dark eyes from under the heavy brim shows me my brother, Richard Woodville's smiling face, villainously covered with a beard and a moustache. "Are you all right?" I ask. "Never better. Listen to me. Richard feels himself secure with the crown on his head, and he is to go on progress to show himself to the kingdom. As soon as he is out of London, his guard with him, we will storm the tower and get Edward out. The Duke of Buckingham is with us, and I trust him." "Will we have enough men?" "Near on 100. The new king has made Sir Robert Brackenbury the constable of the tower. Brackenbury would never hurt a boy in his care. He is a good man." "And then?" "We get you and the girls safely away to Flanders. Your sons, Richard and Edward, can join you. Once you are with your boys and safe again, we raise our army. Buckingham will declare for us. Lord Stanley and his whole family is promised by his wife, Margaret Beaufort, and half of Richard's other lords are ready to turn against him, according to the Duke of Buckingham. Lady Margaret's son, Henry Tudor, will raise arms and men in Brittany and invade into Wales." "And Edward, our brother?" "Edward is recruiting men in Devon and Cornwall. Your son Thomas is working in Kent. Buckingham will bring out the men from Dorset and Hampshire. Stanley will bring out his affinity from the Midlands, and Margaret Beaufort and her son can raise Wales in the name of the Tudors." He grins at me, the Woodville reckless grin. "It is enough, and we have everything to win and nothing to lose. He has taken the crown from our boy, but we have nothing to fear. The worst has already happened." Richard puts his dirty hand on mine. "Be ready to leave whenever I send the word. I will tell you as soon as I have Prince Edward safe." July 1483. I am waiting at the window, dressed in my travelling cape, my chest of jewels at my hand, my girls with me, ready to leave. Then there is a sudden crash of noise, and my brother Lionel comes running into the sanctuary and slams and bolts the door behind him. "We failed," he says, gasping for breath. "Our brothers are safe. Your son, too. They got away down the river, and Richard went to earth in the Minories. But we couldn't take the White Tower. Did you see my boy?" He shakes his head. "They had the 2 boys in there. I heard them shouting orders. We were so close. I could hear them shouting through the door to take the boys inward to a more secure chamber." I sit down as my knees give way beneath me, and I drop the box of jewels to the floor. Elizabeth is ashen. She turns and slowly starts to take the girls' capes off, one by one, folding them up, as if it is important that they don't get creased. The Stanleys were there, as they promised. They were, and Buckingham's men. None in their livery, of course, but they all wore a white rose. "You're hurt," I say, suddenly noticing the cut on his forehead. He rubs it as if his blood were dirt. "It is nothing. I would have died rather than come back without him." "Don't speak of death," I say quietly. "Pray God they just take him to a more secure room inside the tower, and don't think to take him away." "And it may only be for another month. Richard said to remind you of that. Your friends are arming. King Richard is riding north with only his personal guard. Jasper Tudor will bring an army from Brittany. Our next battle will come soon. When the usurper Richard is dead, we will have the keys to the tower in our hands." Elizabeth straightens up, her sister's cloak draped neatly over her arm. "And do you trust all your new friends, Mother? All these new allies who have suddenly come to your side?" I look at her. I cannot choose my allies. To save my son, I would plot with the devil himself. She shows me the ghost of a sour smile. "Perhaps you already have." The summer grows very hot, and Lionel slips out of sanctuary and out of London to join our brothers and our allies in the rebellion that is to defeat Richard. Without him, I feel very much alone. Elizabeth is quiet and distant, and I have nobody to share my worries. At the end of August, there is a shout from a boatman on the river, and I swing open the window wide and look out. Sometimes they bring me gifts, sometimes just a catch of fish, but this man has a ball in his hand. "Can you catch, your Grace?" I smile. "Yes, I can." "Then catch this," he says, and tosses a white ball up to me. It comes soaring in the window over my head, and I reach up and catch it double-handed, and laugh for a moment at the fun of playing again. Then I see it is a ball wrapped in white paper. I unwrap it and smooth the paper out, and I put my hand to my heart as I recognize the childish round hand of my little boy Richard. "Dearest Lady Mother, greetings and blessings," he starts carefully. "I am not allowed to write often, nor to tell you exactly where I am, in case the letter is stolen, except to say that I arrived safely, and it is quite all right here. They are kind people, and I have learned how to row a boat, and they say I am good and handy. Give my love to my sisters, and my love and duty to my brother the King, and my honour and love to you. Signed, your son Richard, Duke of York, though now I am called Peter." "Mother Mary, watch over him," I whisper, my head in my hands, my eyes shut tight on my tears. Melusina, guard our boy. September 1483. Every day I get news of the arming and preparing of our people, not just in the counties where my brothers are active, but from all around the country. As people learn that Richard has taken the crown, more and more of the common people, the small squires and market traders all ask, how shall a younger brother take the inheritance of his dead brother's son? How is any man to go quietly to his Maker if such a thing can happen unchallenged? I write to my son, the little King Edward, and bid him be of good cheer. But my letters have started to come back without being opened. They come back untouched, the seals unbroken. I am not even spied upon. It is as if they are denying that he is even at the royal rooms in the tower. I fret for the outbreak of the war that will free him. Elizabeth comes to me at dinner time and helps me to my feet. "You know what your uncle has done today?" I ask her. She turns her face away from me. "Duke Richard has stolen your father's crown, and now he has put his son in your brother's robes. He will die for this." "Haven't enough people died already? Were you not happy at Grafton with your mother and father, and with the husband who gave you Richard and Thomas?" "Yes, I was." "That is all I want for myself, all I want for my sisters, and yet you insist on making us heirs to your misery." I look at her. "Then you would deny your father? You would deny me, you would deny everything that makes you a Plantagenet, a princess of York. You might as well be Gemma the maid if you don't desire to be greater than you are." She looks steadily back at me. "I would rather be Gemma the maid than you. Gemma can go home to her own bed at night, but you are locked to the throne of England as if you were enslaved by ambition." I draw myself up. "You may not speak to me like this." "I speak from my heart." "Then tell your heart to be true, but your mouth to be silent. I don't want disloyalty from my own daughter." "We are not an army at war. Don't speak to me of disloyalty. What will you do, behead me for my treason?" "We are an army at war," I say simply, "and you will not betray me, nor your own position." I speak truer than I know, for we are an army on the march, and that night we make our first move. The men of Kent rise first, and Sussex rises up with them, when they hear the rallying cries. But the Duke of Norfolk, who remains true to Richard, marches his men south from London and holds our army down. They cannot reach their comrades in the west, as he blocks the only road at Guildford. One man gets through to London, hires a little boat, and comes to the sanctuary Watergate, under cover of mist and rain. "I have come to tender my sympathy, Your Grace," he says awkwardly, "and to know if it is your will that we support Henry Tudor now." "What do you mean?" "We prayed for the prince. Every day we did, and lit a candle for him, and all of us at Reigate are more sorry than we can say that we are too late for him." "What are you saying?" His big face is suddenly aghast. "Oh, God spare me! Don't say you did not know, and I have told you like a great fool." I hold the grating in clenched hands. "Are you saying that the young King Edward is executed?" He shakes his head. "Dead is all I know." "Not executed?" He shakes his head. "Nothing public." "Who told you they are dead?" He thinks for a moment. "It was a man from the Duke of Buckingham. He brought us some gold and weapons for those who had none. He said we could trust his master, who had turned against the false King Richard for killing the boys." "Listen to me." I draw close to the bars and speak earnestly to him. "You go back to Kent and tell your fellows that they are to rise for the princes, for my boys are still alive. The Duke is mistaken and the King has not killed them. I know this. I am their mother." "And the Duke?" he asks. "And Henry Tudor?" I make a face and wave the thought of the two of them away. "Loyal allies to our cause, I am sure," I say with a certainty I no longer feel. "You be true to me, Sir John, and I will remember you and every single one who fights for me and my sons when I am come to my own again." He bows and ducks back down the steps and steps cautiously into the rocking rowboat, and then he is lost in the dark mist of the river. "The Duke," I whisper into the waters. "The Duke of Buckingham is telling everyone that my son is dead. Why would he do that? When he has sworn to rescue him, when he is sending gold and arms to the rebellion? Why would he tell them, in the very moment that he calls them out, that the princes are dead?" I eat supper with my girls and then send them to bed early. I cannot bear to hear them playing at cards or singing around. All night I walk up and down in my room. Why would Richard kill my boys now, when he has accomplished all that he wanted to do without their deaths? He has persuaded the council to name them as bastards. He has passed an act of Parliament which denies my marriage. He has named himself as the next legitimate heir, and the Archbishop himself has put the crown on his dark head. Why would he need us dead now? All this is to comfort me that Sir John from Reigate is mistaken and my boy Edward is still alive. But again and again, as I turn at the window and glance down at the river in darkness and mist below, I wonder if I am mistaken in everything, even in my trust in Melusina. Perhaps Richard managed to find someone who would kill the boys. Perhaps Edward is dead, and perhaps I have lost the sight and I just don't know. Perhaps I know nothing any more. By the early hours of the morning I cannot bear to be alone for another minute, and I send a messenger to fetch Dr. Lewis to me. I tell them to wake him and get him out of bed, for I am mortally ill. By the time he is admitted by the guards, my lie is becoming true, and I am running a fever from sheer agony of mind. "Your Grace?" he asks cautiously. "You have to get your servants, trusted men, into the tower to guard my son Edward, since we cannot get him out." "You have news?" "There is a rumour spreading that my boys are dead." He shows no surprise. "God forbid it, Your Grace, but I fear that it is more than a rumour. It is as the Duke of Buckingham warned us. He said that this false king would kill his nephews to get the throne." "Yes," I say, suddenly cautious. "That is what I have heard, and it was the Duke of Buckingham's man who said it." He crosses himself. "God spare us." "But I hope that the deed is not yet done, and I hope to prevent it." He nods. "I am afraid that we may be too late, and that they are already lost to us. Your Grace, I grieve with all my heart for you." "I thank you for your sympathy," I say steadily. My temples are throbbing. I cannot think. It is as if I am looking at the snake, and it looks back at me. "Please God, this uprising destroys the uncle who could do such a thing. God will be on our side against such a Herod." "If it was Richard?" He looks at me suddenly, as if this shocks him, though he seems well able to tolerate the idea of the murder of children. "Who else could do such a thing?" I can feel myself tremble, and the tears start to come. They are burning my eyes. "I don't know. I just feel certain that my boy is not dead." I see it. I see the flash of a spy in his eyes. I have said enough. He puts his hand gently on mine. "I did not want to grieve you, but they have not been seen since the false king left London, and the Duke and Lady Margaret both believe that he had them killed before he left. There was nothing any of us could do to save them. When we besieged the tower, they were already dead." I pull my hand away from his comforting grasp and hold my own head. I wish I could think clearly. I remember Lionel telling me that he heard the servants shouting to take the boys deeper into the tower. I remember him telling me that he was just the distance of the door from Edward. But why would Dr. Lewis lie to me? Would it not have been better for our cause if the Duke had kept silent? Why should my men turn out if their prince is dead?
As well they should know now as later, he says smoothly. Too smoothly.
Why? I say. Why should they know now before the battle?
So that everyone knows it is the false king who gave the order.
But who would doubt that it is King Richard who had them killed?
Nobody would doubt it, he assures me. No one else but Richard would do such a thing. No one else would benefit from such a crime.
I jump to my feet in sudden impatience and knock the table and overturn the candlestick. I don't understand. He snatches at the candle, and the flame bobs and throws a terrible shadow on his friendly face. For a moment, he is as he was when I first saw him, when Elizabeth came to tell me that death was at the door. I gasp in fear, and I step back from him as he puts the candle carefully back on the table and stands, as he should do, since I, the Dowager Queen, am standing. "You can go," I say disjointedly. "Forgive me, I am distressed. I don't know what to think. You can leave me."
Shall I give you a draught to help you sleep? I am so sorry for your grief.
No, I will sleep now. I thank you for your company. You have calmed me with your wisdom. I am at peace now. He looks puzzled.
But I have said nothing.
I shake my head. I cannot wait for him to leave. You have shared my worries, and that is the act of a friend.
I shall see Lady Margaret first thing this morning and tell her of your fears. I shall ask her to put her men in the tower to get news of your boys. If they are alive, we will find men to guard them. We will keep them safe.
At least Richard is safe, I remark incautiously.
Safer than his brother?
I smile like a woman with a secret. Doctor, if you had 2 precious rare jewels and you feared thieves, would you put your 2 treasures in the same box?
Richard was not in the tower.
His voice is a breath, his blue eyes staring. He is all a-quiver. I put my finger to my lips.
Hush. But 2 boys were killed in the bed.
Were they? Oh, were they? How was he so very sure of this? I keep my face as still as marble as he turns from me and bows and goes to the door. Tell Lady Margaret I beg her to guard my son in the tower as if he were her own. He bows again and is gone. When the children wake, I tell them I am ill and I keep to my chamber. Elizabeth, I turn away at the door and tell her that I need to sleep. I don't need sleep. I need to understand. I have ill-wished Richard, the tyrant, but his death can wait. He imprisoned my boys, but it is not he who is spreading the rumour that they are dead. He was holding them in prison against their will, against my will, but he was not spreading rumours to prepare the people for their deaths. He has taken the throne and he has taken the title Prince of Wales by lies and deception. He does not need to kill them to get his own way. But the Duke of Buckingham has a claim to inherit the throne that would follow that of Richard's line, but only if my sons were dead. If Richard's sickly son were to die, and Richard were to fall in battle, and Buckingham were leading the victorious rebellion, then Buckingham could take the crown. Nobody would deny that he is the next heir, especially if everyone knew that my sons were already dead. When the Duke of Buckingham defeats Richard, he will march into London and into the Tower, saying he will have the truth about my boys. Then there will be a pause, long enough for people to remember the rumours and start to fear, and Buckingham will come out, tragic-faced, and say that he has found them dead, buried under a paving stone or hidden in a cupboard, murdered by their wicked Uncle Richard. So much for Buckingham. Now let me consider my great friend Lady Margaret Beaufort and her son Henry Tudor. Would he be hard enough of heart to march into the Tower, declaring he is bent on rescue, strangle 2 boys, and come out with the dreadful news that the princes for whom he was bravely fighting are dead? Could he and his great friend and ally Buckingham divide up the kingdom together, Henry Tudor taking his fiefdom of Wales, Buckingham taking the north? It takes me all day to measure my danger, and even at dinner-time I cannot be sure of anything. The lives of my sons may depend on who I sense as my enemy and who I trust as my friend, and yet I cannot be certain. My suggestion that Richard at least is safe and away from the Tower should give any murderer pause. But if they kill Edward and the changeling, then they have their 2 dead bodies, yet can still claim to be their avenger and claim the throne. In the afternoon I write to my brothers as they are raising men in the southern counties of England to warn them of this plot that may be hatching like a snake in its egg inside our plot. I say that our enemy Richard is still our enemy, but his ill will may be nothing to the danger of our allies. I send out messengers, uncertain if they will ever reach my brothers, or reach them in time. But I say clearly, I believe now that the safety of my sons, of myself, depends on the Duke of Buckingham and his ally Henry Tudor not reaching London. Richard is our enemy and a usurper, but I believe if Buckingham and Tudor march into London in victory, they will come as our killers. You must stop Buckingham's march. Whatever you do, you must get to the Tower ahead of him and ahead of Henry Tudor and save our boy. That night I stand at the window over the river and listen. Elizabeth opens the door of the bedroom where the girls sleep and comes to stand behind me, her young face grave. "What is the matter now, Mother? Have you had bad news?" "Yes. Tell me, have you heard the river singing like it did on the night that my brother Anthony and my son Richard Grey died?" Her eyes slide away from mine. "Elizabeth." "Not like that night." "But you hear something?" "Very faintly." She comes and puts her hand on mine. "Is there new danger for my poor brother, even now?" "I think so. I think that the Duke of Buckingham will turn on us if he wins this battle against the false King Richard. We have to keep him from London." She looks thoughtful and goes to the window. The damp air from the river breathes into the stuffy rooms. "I wish it would rain. It's so hot. I so wish it would rain." A cool breeze floats into the room as if to answer her wish, and then the pit, pat, pit of raindrops on the leaded panes of the open window. I go to stand beside her. I can see the rain falling on the dark water of the river, fat drops of rain that make the first few circles like the bubbles from a fish, and then more and more until the silky surface of the river is pitted with falling raindrops. And then the storm comes down so hard that we can see nothing but a whirl of falling water, as if the very heavens are opening on England. When we wake in the morning, it is almost as dark as night, and it is still raining. It is high tide, and Elizabeth goes down to the watergate and says the water is rising over the steps. All the craft on the river are battened down for bad weather, and the few wherry boats that are plying for trade are rowed by men hunched against the wind, with sacks over their heads, shiny with the wet. The girls spend the morning up at the windows watching the soaked boats go by. We light a fire against the stormy night. It is as dark and wet as November, and I play cards with the girls and let them win. How I love the sound of this rain. Elizabeth looks at me with a little smile, and after the girls have gone to bed, she takes a candle and goes down through the catacombs to look at the level of the river water. It is running higher than it has ever done before, she says. She thinks it will flood the corridor to the steps, a rise of several feet. The next morning, Gemma comes into us with her dress hitched up, muddy to the knees. The streets are flooding in the low-lying areas, and there are stories of houses being swept away, and upriver, bridges being destroyed and villages being cut off. I don't look for a messenger from my brothers. I don't expect that anyone could get through from the West Country to London in this weather, but I don't need to hear from them to know what is happening. The rivers are up against Buckingham, the tide is running against Henry Tudor, the rain is pouring down on their armies. The waters of England have risen up to protect their prince. October 1483. Richard, the false king, appalled at the betrayal of his great friend and the man he had raised to be Constable of England, takes only a moment to realise that the force that the Duke of Buckingham can muster is enough to defeat the Royal Guard twice over. He has to raise an army, commanding every able-bodied man in England to rally to his side, demanding their loyalty as their king. Mostly they turn out for him, albeit slowly. Richard marches to Coventry and keeps Lord Stanley, Lady Margaret's husband and the stepfather of Henry Tudor, close at his side. Stanley's son, Lord Strange, is not to be found at home. His servants say that he has massed an enormous army of his tenants and retainers and is marching to serve his master. Richard's worry is, nobody knows who that master might be. Richard leads his forces south from Coventry to cut off his betraying friend Buckingham from the uprising of our forces in the southern counties. The troops move slowly down the churning mud of the roads. Bridges are washed away, and they have to march extra miles to find a crossing. Then the king hears good news. Buckingham is not only facing the driving rain which never stops, he is constantly attacked by the Vaughans of Wales. They are chieftains in this territory, and they have no love for the young duke. At every turn of the road, there are 6 of them, guns primed, ready to shoot the first rank of men and ride off. At every valley, there are men hidden in trees, throwing rocks, firing arrows, setting a shower of spears down through the rain into Buckingham's straggling force. Buckingham cannot get his messengers to ride into Wales to bring out the Welsh fighting men loyal to the Tudors. Instead, every night, at every stop, and even in broad daylight on the road, his men are slipping away. Buckingham cannot know, but he guesses that Henry Tudor, the ally he plans to betray, is also beaten by the wall of water that never stops. He is pinned in port by the same storm which is blowing Buckingham's army away. Henry Tudor has 5,000 mercenaries, a massive force, an unbeatable force, paid and armed by the Duke of Brittany, enough to take England on his own. He has knights and horse and cannon and 5 ships. He has an expedition that cannot fail, except for the wind and the pouring rain. Buckingham cannot know this. His life has shrunk to nothing but a long march in pouring rain, and every time he looks back over his shoulder, there are fewer men behind him. Their road rounds a corner to the crossing of the Severn River, where the waters are shallow and broad enough for the army to march into England and face their enemy instead of fighting the elements. Everyone knows this crossing point. Buckingham has been promising it for miles. The riverbed is firm and stoned, hard as a road, and the water is never more than inches deep. Now there is no crossing. There is no land that they can see. There is not even a river. It is out of its banks so far that it is a lake, a sea. They cannot see the far side, England. They cannot even see a downstream or an upstream. This is no longer a river, but an inland sea with waves and its own storms. They look in vain for familiar landmarks. Someone thinks they see something in the flood, and with a shudder they realize that it is the tops of trees. The river has drowned a forest, and the very trees of Wales are reaching wildly for air. The world is not as it was. The armies cannot meet. The water has intervened and conquered everything. Buckingham's rebellion is over. Buckingham does not say a word. He does not give an order. He makes a little gesture with his hand, like a surrender, a palm-raised wave. Not to his men, but to this flood which has destroyed him. It is as if he concedes victory to the water, to the power of water. He turns his horse's head, and he rides away from the vast churning deeps of it, and his men let him go. They know it is all over. They know the rebellion is finished, defeated by the waters of England, which rose as if they had been summoned by the very goddess of water. November 1483. It is dark, almost 11 o'clock. I can hear the streets are quiet now, though all day they have been buzzing with the return of King Richard to London. There has been endless talk of what revenge he will take on the rebels, whether he will break sanctuary and come against me now he has proof that I raised the country against him. The rains have washed away roads, destroyed bridges, cut off whole towns. News comes into London in excitable bursts, and nobody can be sure what is true. But the storm has blown itself out, the rain has stopped. When the rivers go back into their banks, I will have news of my family and their battles. There is a repeated tap on the door, and someone rattles the latch. This is no frightened supplicant. I go to the great wooden portal and slide back the porter's grille and look out. It is a man, as tall as me, his hood pulled forward to hide his face. Yes?
I need to see the Dowager Queen, he whispers. A message of great importance.
I am the Dowager Queen. Tell me your message. He glances from right to left.
Sister, let me in.
Not for a moment do I think it is one of my brothers. I am no sister of yours. Who do you think you are? He pushes back the hood and lifts the torch that he carries so I can see his handsome, dark face. Not my brother, but my brother-in-law, my enemy, Richard. I think I am the king, he says with wry humour. Well, I don't, I say without a smile, but it makes him laugh.
Have done, he advises me. It's over. I am ordained and crowned, and your rebellion has been utterly defeated. I am king, whatever your wishes. Let me in, Sister Elizabeth, for all our sakes.
Despite all that has been, I do just that.
I don't expect your forgiveness, he says. I don't even want it. You know, and I know, what pains you have given me. You have put an enchantment on me, and my chest aches, and my arm fails me without warning.
I look at him closely. He is only 31 now, but the shadows under his eyes and the lines in his face are those of an older man. If you are ill, you should see a physician. You are like a child blaming your own weakness on magic. Perhaps you imagine it all. He shakes his head.
I didn't come to complain. I came for something else. Tell me, do you have your son Edward safe?
I can feel my heart thud like pain. Why do you ask?
Will you just answer? Do you have Edward and Richard safe?
No. He gives a sigh and slumps down in the porter's chair, drops his head into his hands. You don't have them in the tower? He shakes his head. You have lost them. You have lost my sons. Silent still, he nods.
I was praying that you had smuggled them out. In the name of God, tell me. If you have done so, I will not hunt them.
Wordlessly, I shake my head. He rubs his face, his eyes, as if they are gritty with lack of sleep.
Everyone in England is saying they are dead.
You didn't kill them?
I did not. Why should I? Think. Think it through. Why should I kill them? Why now? When your men attacked the tower, I had them kept closer inside. They were watched night and day. Your sons are no more threat to me than your brothers, beaten men.
You killed my brother Anthony.
He was a threat. He was a better soldier than me. Your sons are not. Your daughters are not. They don't threaten me. I don't threaten them. I don't kill them.
Then where are they? Where is my boy, Edward?
I don't even know if they are dead or alive. Could anyone have them without your knowledge, holding them as hostage?
I shake my head. I can't think.
Try. You know who your allies are. Think.
I put my hands to my head, and I walk a few steps up and down. Perhaps Richard is lying to me, and he has killed Edward and the poor little changeling boy. Perhaps the Duke of Buckingham had them killed to give substance to his rumour of their deaths. With the two boys gone, he was 2 steps nearer to the throne. Or would Lady Margaret have them killed to clear the way for her son Henry Tudor? You have searched for their bodies? I ask, my voice very low.
I have turned the tower upside down and put their servants to the question. They say that they put them to bed one night, and in the morning they were gone.
Do you expect me to really believe you had no hand in their deaths? Do you expect me to believe they have vanished? He nods.
I want you to believe that they died or they were taken without my order, without my knowledge, and without my consent, while I was far away preparing to fight. To fight your brothers, actually. One night.
Which night?
The night that it started to rain.
He hesitates.
Do you believe me? That I am innocent of their deaths?
I face him, the man that my husband loved, his brother, the man who fought beside my husband for my family and my sons, the man who killed my brother and my grey son, the man who may have killed my royal son, Edward. No, I don't believe you, but I am not certain. He nods as if to accept an unjust judgment. So what will you do? I ask.
I'll do nothing, and say nothing. No one will dare to ask me directly, though they will all suspect me. I shall say nothing, and let people think what they will. If I had them alive, I would produce them and prove my innocence. If I found their bodies, I would show them and blame it on Buckingham. But I don't have them, alive or dead, and so I cannot defend myself. He pauses. What will you do?
I?
You were here in sanctuary so that your girls should be safe when you believed that their brothers were in danger from me. That worst thing has now happened. There is no point in staying in sanctuary now you are no longer the royal family with an heir who might make a claim. You are the mother of nothing but girls.
As he says this, the loss of Edward suddenly hits me, and I give a moan and take the pain in my belly, like the pangs of his birth all over again.
I am sorry for your loss, he says formally. They were Edward's sons. I loved them for him, and God knows I loved him.
I know that, at any rate, I say, as formal as he.
I will make an agreement between you and me. I will promise the safety and good treatment of your girls if you come out of sanctuary. The older ones can come to court. I shall treat them as my nieces, honourably. You can come with them.
I shall go home, I say, and take them with me. He shakes his head.
I am sorry, I can't allow that. I will have your girls at court, and you can live at Heytesbury, in the care of Sir John Nesfield for a while. I am sorry, but I cannot trust you among your tenants and affinity.
There is a footstep inside the sanctuary, and he whirls around and draws his dagger to hold before him, ready to strike. Put up, I say. It will be one of the girls. He steps back, and Elizabeth comes out of the shadows and comes to my side. He is staring at her in amazement.
You are grown, Elizabeth. I would hardly have known you.
I glance at her, and to my amazement I see that the colour is rising in her cheeks. She is blushing under his bewildered look. She puts her hand to her hair, as if she wishes she were dressed and not barefoot like a child. Go to your room, I say abruptly to her. She curtsies and turns, obedient at once, but she pauses at the door.
Is it about Edward? Is my brother safe?
Richard looks to me to see if she can be told the truth. I turn to her. Go to your room, I will tell you later. Richard rises to his feet.
Princess Elizabeth, I am sorry to tell you that your brothers are missing, but I want you to know that it is no fault of mine.
My brothers are missing?
They are likely dead, I say, pain making my voice harsh.
You don't know where they are?
She asks the king.
I wish to God that I did.
They were in your keeping, I remind him, and why would anyone take them as hostages without telling? He nods, as if to accept that much of the blame, and turns to go. Elizabeth and I watch in silence as he unbolts the door. I won't forgive this wrong done to me and my house, I warn him. Whoever it was that killed my boys, I shall put a curse on their house that they will have no firstborn son to inherit. He shrugs his shoulders.
Curse him, whoever did it, blight his house, for he has cost me my reputation and my peace.
We too will curse him,
Elizabeth says, standing beside me.
He will pay for taking our boy.
He steps through the doorway and looks back at the two of us, a wry smile twisting his mouth.
I wish to be king, and now I am king, and it has brought me no joy at all. Elizabeth, has your mother not warned you to take care what you wish for?
She has warned me.
Then she would do well to warn you against the working of your curse.
He turns to me with a bitter smile.
Your curses last too long and strike at the wrong people. Maybe one day you will wish that my right arm was strong enough to defend you. Maybe one day you will regret the death of someone's son and heir, even if they were guilty, even if your curse runs true.
The revenge of Richard the King falls heavily on the lords and leaders of the rebellion. He discovers that Margaret Beaufort was the mistress of the plot and the go-between for her son and the Duke of Buckingham, and he banishes her to her husband's house and orders her to be kept close. Her allies, Bishop Morton and Dr. Lewis, escape out of the country. My son, Thomas Grey, has got clean away and is at the court of Henry Tudor in Brittany. King Richard charges him with treason and puts a price on his head. Thomas writes to me from Brittany and tells me that if Henry Tudor could have landed, the rebellion would have gone our way for sure.
He tells me that Henry will come again to England as soon as the winter storms have died down, and that this time he will win. And put himself on the throne, I write to my son. There is no longer any pretence that he is fighting for the inheritance of my boys. My son replies, No, Henry Tudor fights for nobody but himself, and probably always did and always will. But the prince, as he calls himself, will bring the crown to the House of York, for he will marry Elizabeth and make her Queen of England, and their son will be King of England. Am I to tell Henry that Elizabeth will marry him if he defeats Richard? I write back, Tell him Elizabeth will be his wife when he defeats Richard and takes the throne of England. Let York and Lancaster be as one, and let the wars be over. I pause and add a note. Ask him if his mother knows what happened to my boy Edward. December the 21st, 1483. I wait till the turning of the year, the darkest night of the year, and I wait for the darkest hour, the hour between midnight and 1. Then I take a candle and throw a warm cape over my dark gown and tap on Elizabeth's door. I am going now. Do you want to come? She is ready. She has her candle and her cape with the hood pulled forward over her bright hair. Yes, of course. I want revenge too. I lead the way, and we go through the silent crypt, down the stone stairs to the catacombs, and then down again, another flight of cold stone stairs, icy damp underfoot, until we hear the lapping of the river at the water gate. Elizabeth unlocks the iron door, and together we pull it open. How shall we do this? We do nothing, I say. We just tell Melusina. She is our ancestor. She is our guide. She will feel the loss of our son and heir as we do. She will seek out those who took him, and she will take their son in return. I take a piece of paper from my pocket and give it to Elizabeth. Read it aloud. Know this, that our son Edward was in the Tower of London, held prisoner most wrongly by his uncle Richard, now called King. Know this, that we gave him a companion, a poor boy, to pass for our second son Richard, but got him away safe to Flanders, where you guard him on the river Scheldt. Know this, that someone either came and took our son Edward, or killed him where he slept. But Melusina, we cannot find him, and we have not been given his body. We cannot know his killers, and we cannot bring them to justice, nor, if our boy still lives, find him and bring him home to us. Our boy was taken when he was not yet a man, not yet king, though he was born to be both. So take his murderer's son while he is yet a boy, before he is a man, before he comes to his estate, and then take his grandson, and again down 3 generations. And when you take him, we will know by his death that this is the working of our curse, and this is the payment for the loss of our son. She finishes reading, and her eyes are filled with tears. Fold it like a paper boat, I say. Readily she takes the paper and makes a perfect miniature vessel. Light it, I whisper, and she holds the folded paper boat into the flame of the candle so the prow catches fire. Send it into the river, I say, and she takes the flaming boat and puts it gently on the water. It bobs, the flame flickers as the wind blows it, but then it flares up. It's done, I say, and turn away from the river and hold the water gate open for her. That's all. That's all. That's all I can do, now that I am queen of nothing with missing sons. All I can do now is ill-wishing. But God knows I do that. Christmas 1483. I make merry for my girls. I send out Gemma to buy them new brocade, and we make new dresses, and they wear the last diamonds from the royal treasury on their heads as crowns for Christmas Day. Elizabeth sits late with me before the fire, cracking nuts and throwing the shells into the red embers so they flare and spit. Your uncle, Thomas Grey, writes to me that Henry Tudor was going to declare himself King of England and your betrothed in Wren Cathedral today. I should congratulate you.
Nothing can happen while we are in here, Elizabeth says. I told you I would be Queen of England one day. I always knew it. It is my fate, but it was never my ambition. I know, I say gently. But if it is your destiny, you will have to do your duty. You will be a good queen, I know. She shrugs. You are ambitious, I am not. You would never fall in love with someone who was not wealthy or great. But I don't want to be Queen of England. I don't want my poor brother's throne. I shake my head. When Richard sends me his proposals, we will come out. You won't have another Christmas in hiding, I promise you, Elizabeth. We don't have to come out to glory, you know. We could just go to a pleasant house and be an ordinary family.
All right, I say, as if I think we can ever be an ordinary family. We are Plantagenets. How could we be ordinary? January 1484. I hear from my son Thomas Grey in a letter which comes to me travel-stained from Henry Tudor's ragamuffin court in Brittany, dated Christmas Day, 1483. As he promised, he swore to his betrothal to your daughter Elizabeth in the cathedral in Rennes, Thomas writes. I heard one man ask him how he could claim to be heir when the young King Edward might be living, for all we know. He said something interesting. He said that he had certain proof that the young King Edward is dead. He said they had pressed them under their bedding as they slept, and then buried them under the stair in the tower. Lady Mother, I lack your skills of seeing into the dark hearts of men, but there was something about him that I couldn't like. He said a priest had lifted their bodies and taken them away in a chest to give them a Christian burial, and buried them in the deepest waters of the river, never to be found. I don't know what you make of this. It stinks to me. I take up a pen to reply to him, trim the nib, nibble the feather at the top, and then write. I agree. Henry Tudor and his allies had a hand in the death of my son. How else would he know they were dead and how it was done? Richard is to release us this month. Get away from the Tudor pretender and come home. Richard will pardon you and we can be together. Whatever vows Henry takes in church and however many men show him homage, Elizabeth will never marry the murderer of her brothers. The end of the 12 days of Christmas brings me the unwelcome news that Parliament has obliged King Richard and ruled that my marriage was invalid, that my children are bastards, and that I myself am a whore. More importantly than all this, I think, but I do not say, my boy Richard might be able to join us. As we are stripped of our royalty, my son might be with me again. When he is no longer a prince, I might get my son back. He has been Peter, a boy living with a poor family in Tournai. He could be Peter, a visitor to my house at Grafton, my favourite page boy, my constant companion, my heart, my joy. March 1484. I receive a message from Lady Margaret.
I had been wondering when I would hear again from this, my dearest friend and ally. The rebellion which she masterminded ended in defeat and my suspicions. Still, her husband stays high in favour with King Richard, though her part in the rebellion is well known. For a powerful woman, she does not seem much disheartened by her husband taking all her wealth and all her lands into his own hands, and imprisoning her in her house, swearing that she shall never write another letter and never stir another plot. Your Grace, dear sister, for so I should call you, who is mother to the girl who will be my daughter, and who will be mother to my son. I hear nothing, locked away as I am, but I understand that the tyrant Richard is planning to have your older girls at his court. I do beg you not to allow them to go. Henry would not like his betrothed to be at the court of his enemy, exposed to every temptation, and I know you would feel such revulsion as a mother to have your daughter in the hands of the man who murdered your 2 sons. Think of putting your girls in the power of the man who murdered their brothers. They themselves must be unable to bear the sight of him. For your own sake at least, command your girls to stay with you quietly in the country if Richard will release them, or peacefully in sanctuary if he will not, until that happy day when Elizabeth shall be queen of her own court, and my beloved daughter as well as yours. Your truest friend in all the world, imprisoned just as you are, Lady Margaret Stanley. I take the letter to my Elizabeth and watch her smile broaden until she laughs outright. Oh, my God, what a crone! Elizabeth, this is your mother-in-law-to-be. She shrugs. As long as we get out of here, I am happy to live with you in the country, Lady Mother. You are the heir to the House of York, I say simply. You will always be the centre of plots. But where will you go? Why won't you come to court with us? I shake my head. I couldn't bear to see that skinny stick, Anne Neville, in my place. I am to be put in the charge of John Nesfield, who has guarded us here. I will live at his manor of Heytesbury, and I think it will suit me very well. I won't be lonely, for I hope that Richard will come home. I hope to see my boy again. And Edward? I meet her hopeful gaze without evasion. Elizabeth, I think he must be dead, for I cannot see who would have taken him and not told us. If Edward is alive, then pray God he will find his way to me. Her eyes are filled with tears. But you don't expect him? I don't expect him. April 1484. My new home of Heytesbury is in a pretty part of the country, Wiltshire, in the open rolling countryside of Salisbury Plain. Nesfield is an easy guardian and orders that I am to run his house as I please, and very quickly I have the furniture and things around me that I request from the royal palaces. After so many months in sanctuary, I wake every morning with a sense of utter delight that I can open the door and walk out into the air. The younger girls go half mad in their release from confinement, and every day I catch them doing something forbidden, swimming in the swift deep river, climbing the haystacks and ruining the hay, up in the apple trees breaking off the blossom, running into the field with the bull and dashing to the gate, screaming when he lifts his big head and looks at them. They cannot be punished for such an overflow of joy. I am in the stable yard dismounting after a morning ride, when I am surprised to see Nesfield himself ride up. What is it, Sir John? You look very grave.
I thought I should come and tell you the news.
Elizabeth? Not my Elizabeth?
She is safe and well. It is the king's son, Edward, God keep him, God bless him, God take him to his heavenly throne.
I feel a pulse in my temple hammer like a warning.
He is dead.
He was always frail. He was never a strong boy. But at the investiture he looked so well. We called him Prince of Wales and thought he was certain to inherit—"
He breaks off, remembering that I too had a son who was Prince of Wales and seemed certain to inherit.
"I'm sorry. I did not mean— But anyway, the king has announced mourning for the court. I thought you should know at once."
"I will send the King and Queen Anne my sympathy," I say, and turn to go to the house.
"He has no heir,"
John Nesfield says, as if he cannot believe the gravity of the news he has brought me.
"All this, all that he has done, his defence of the kingdom, his acceptance of his throne, all this that he has done, all the fighting, and now he has no heir to follow him."
Yes, I agree, my words like frozen stones. He did all this for nothing, and he has lost his son, and his line will die out. I hear from my daughter Elizabeth that the court falls into mourning like it was an open grave, and none of them can bear to live without their prince. Richard names as his heir the son of his brother George of Clarence, the only York boy known to be left in the world. But in a few months I hear a rumour that George is to be disinherited. This comes as no surprise to me. Richard has realised that the boy is too weak to hold the throne, as we all knew. George, Duke of Clarence, had a fatal mixture of vanity and ambition and outright madness. No son of his could be a king. I write to Elizabeth. I hear the news from court, and I am troubled by one thing. Do you think that the death of Richard's son is Melusina's sign to us that Richard is the murderer of our boys? You see him daily. Do you think he knows this is our curse, which is his destruction? Does he look like a man who has brought this grief on his own family? Or do you think that this death was just chance, and it was another man who killed our boy, and it will be his son who must die for our revenge? Heytesbury, January 1485. I am waiting for my girls to come home from court on a frosty morning in the middle of January. I expected them in time for dinner, and I am striding up and down on my doorstep. They romp into the hall and fall on their food as if they are starving, and I watch them as they eat. Elizabeth has never been in better looks. She has bloomed once she was out of sanctuary and out of fear, as I knew she would. I take another disbelieving look at her clothes. The embroidery and the brocade, the insetting of precious stones. These are gowns as good as I wore when I was queen. Good God, Elizabeth, where do you get your gowns from? Cecily gives an abrupt snort of laughter. Elizabeth rounds on her. You can shut your mouth. We agreed. Elizabeth. Mother, you don't know what she has been like. She's not fit to be maid-in-waiting to a queen. All she does is gossip. Now, girls, I sent you to court to learn elegance, not to quarrel like fishwives. Elizabeth, come to my privy chamber now. The rest of you can eat your dinner, and you, Cecily, can ponder on the proverb that one good word is worth a dozen bad ones. I can feel Elizabeth's reluctance as she follows me, and when we get to my room she shuts the door, and I say simply to her, My daughter, what is all this about? For a second only she looks as if she would resist, and then she quivers like a doe at bay and says, It is my Uncle Richard. He is, oh, Lady Mother, he is everything to me. I find I am sitting very still, only my hands have moved and I am gripping them together to keep myself silent. He asked me if I missed you and told me you would be welcome at court any time, and the court would honour you. He would speak of my father. He would remark how proud my father would be of me if he could see me now. He would say that I am like him in some ways. Oh, Mother, he is such a fine man. I can't believe that he... I echo her, my voice a little thread of an echo. That he cares for me.
Does he? I feel icy, as if wintry waters are running down my spine. Does he care for you? She nods eagerly.
He never loved the Queen. He felt obliged to marry her to save her from his brother George, Duke of Clarence. He knew that if George took her as his ward, then he would take her fortune. She was anxious to be married, and he thought it was the best thing that he could do. He married her to secure her inheritance, and for her own safety, and to put her mind at ease.
Really? I say. My recollection is that George had one Neville heiress and Richard snapped up the other, and they quarrelled like stray dogs over the inheritance. But I see that Richard has told my daughter the more chivalrous version of the story. Elizabeth bows down her head to whisper,
He has to have an heir for England. He asked me if I thought it possible if one of our boys had got away safely.
And what did you say? She smiles up at me.
I would trust him with the truth, but I knew you would want me to lie. I said we knew nothing but what he had told us.
That's good, I say steadily. You must not tell him about Richard. I cannot trust him yet, even if you can.
I do trust him. I would trust him with my life itself. I have never known such a man.
I pause. She has had no preparation for an attractive man working on her emotions, seducing her, urging her to love. How far has this gone between the two of you? She turns her head away.
It's complicated. Truly, Mother, it is the Queen herself who commands me to go and keep him company. She says that no one can divert him and cheer him as I do, and so the court says that she favours me overmuch, that he favours me overmuch, that I am nothing more than a maid-in-waiting, but I am treated as...
As what? She bows her head to whisper,
The First Lady at court.
Because of your gowns? She nods. And you are first into the room behind her? You have precedence?
No one speaks of the law which made us bastards. Everyone calls me princess. And when the Queen does not dine, and often she does not, then I go into dinner as the First Lady, and I sit beside the King.
Then what happens?
He says that he loves me.
She is trying to be modest, but her pride and her joy blaze in her eyes.
He says that I am the first love of his life, and will be the
I rise
last.
from my chair and go to the window and pull back the thick curtain so I can look out at the bright, cold stars over the dark land of the Wiltshire Down. Richard is playing a hard game, with my daughter as pawn to dishonour her and me, and to make a fool of Henry Tudor, who has vowed to make her his wife. Has he told you to break off your betrothal with Henry Tudor?
No, it's nothing to do with that.
But you can see that this will be a tremendous humiliation for Henry Tudor when the news gets out.
I would never marry him anyway. I hate him. I believe it was he who sent the men to kill our boys. But now...
Now what?
Richard says that he will put Anne Neville aside and marry me. He says that he will make me his queen, and my son will sit on my father's throne. I know you cannot trust him, Lady Mother, but this is the man I love. Can you not love him for my sake?
I think that this is the oldest, hardest question between a mother and her daughter.
Can I love him for your sake? I open my arms to her. All I ever wanted was your happiness. I lie. If he loves you and will be true to you, and you love him, then I want nothing more. She comes into my arms and she lays her head on my shoulder. But she is no fool, my daughter. She lifts her head and smiles at me. And I shall be Queen of England. At least that will please you. My daughters stay with me for nearly a month, and we live the life of an ordinary family, as Elizabeth once wanted. In the middle of the second week, there is a messenger from court, and he brings a letter for me and one for Elizabeth. Mine is from the king. I imagine Elizabeth will have spoken with you about the great love I bear her, and I wanted to tell you of my plans. I intend that my wife shall admit she is past the years of childbearing, and take residence in Bermondsey Abbey, and release me from my vows. I will seek the proper dispensations, and then marry your daughter, and she will be Queen of England. If either of your sons has been in hiding, and you know of his whereabouts, then you may now send for him in safety. I will make him my heir until Elizabeth gives birth to my son. I will marry Elizabeth for love, but I am sure you can see that this is a resolution of all our difficulties. I hope for your approval, but I will proceed anyway. I glance down the table at Elizabeth. She is rosy with blushes, and her eyes are filled with luminous tears. He swears that he loves me. He says he is missing me. He wants me back at court. He asks you to come with me. He wants everyone to know that I will be his wife. He says that Queen Anne is ready to retire. I nod. I won't go while she is there. And you may go back to court, but you are to behave with more discretion. Even if the Queen tells you to walk with him, you are to take a companion, and you are not to sit in her place. She holds his letter to her heart. He loves me. He may do, but he will not marry you if there is a whisper of gossip against you. Nobody gets to be Queen of England by being lovable. She takes a breath. She is no fool, my daughter, and she is a York through and through. Tell me what I have to do. I bid my daughters farewell on a dark day in February, and watch their guard trot off through the mist which swirls around us for all of the day. Despite my own caution, despite my own fears, I start to hope. I start to think that if King Richard marries Elizabeth and makes her his queen, I will be welcomed at court again. When I am in my power, I shall set men to find the body of my son, whether it is under the convenient stair or buried in the river, whether it has been left in some dark lumber room or is hidden on holy ground in the chapel. I shall find his body and trace his killers. I shall learn of his end and bury him with honour and order masses for his soul to be said forever. March 1485. Elizabeth writes to me briefly of the Queen's worsening health. She says no more. She need say no more. We both realise that if the Queen dies, there will be no need for an annulment or a settlement of Queen Anne in an abbey. Then one morning in the middle of March, I awake to a sky unnaturally dark, to a sun quite obscured by a circle of darkness. The hens won't come out of their house. The ducks put their heads under their wings on the banks of the river. I take my 2 little girls outside, and we wander uneasily, looking at the horses in the field who lie down and then lumber up again, as if they don't know whether it is night or day. "Is it an omen?" asks Bridget. It is a movement of the heavens. I have seen it happen with the moon before, but never with the sun. It will pass. I have no sense of foreboding, though the darkened sun makes the world eerie and unfamiliar around us.
Indeed, it is not for 3 days that John Nesfield comes riding to Heytesbury with a black standard before him and the news that the Queen, after a long illness, is dead.
Of course, some say she was poisoned, Cook says cheerfully to me. That's what they're saying in Salisbury Market anyway. The carrier told me. Who would poison the Queen? I ask. They say it was the King himself. Murder his wife? They think he would murder his wife of a dozen years, all of a sudden. The cook shakes her head. They don't have a good word to say of him in Salisbury. They liked him well enough at first, and they thought he would bring justice and fair wages for the common man. But since he puts northern lords over everything, well, there's nothing they would not say against him. You can tell them that the Queen was always frail and that she never recovered from the loss of her son. The cook beams at me. And am I to say nothing about who he might take as his next queen? I am silent. I had not realised that gossip had gone so far. And nothing about that. I have been waiting for this letter from the hand of Lady Margaret ever since they brought me the news that Queen Anne was dead. To Lady Elizabeth Grey, Your Ladyship, it has come to my notice that your daughter Elizabeth, the declared bastard offspring of the late King Edward, has sinned against God and her own vows and dishonoured herself with her uncle, the usurper Richard, a process so wrong and unnatural that the very angels hide their gaze. Accordingly, I have advised my son Henry Tudor, rightful King of England, that he should not bestow his hand in marriage on such a girl, alike dishonoured by Act of Parliament and by her own behaviour. I am sorry for you, that in your widowhood and your humiliation you should have to bow your head under yet another sorrow. I remain your friend in Christ, to whom I pray for you in your old age, that you may learn true wisdom and womanly dignity. Lady Margaret Stanley. I start to laugh at the pomposity of the woman. I wonder who she intends for Henry's wife now. I guess she will be casting about for an heiress, maybe the Herbert girl. But it does not matter. I take up my pen. Dear Lady Stanley, I am sorry indeed to read that you have been listening to such slander and gossip, and that this should cause you to doubt the good faith and honour of my daughter Elizabeth. She is beloved of her uncle, as she was beloved of her aunt, as she should be. But only the whispers of the gutter would suggest any impropriety. I thank you for your prayers, of course. I will assume that the betrothal stands for its many manifest advantages, unless you seriously wish to withdraw, which I think so unlikely that I send you my best wishes and my thanks for your prayers, which I know are especially welcome to God, coming from such a humble and worthy heart. I sign Elizabeth R., which I never usually do these days. But as I fold the paper and drip wax and stamp it with my seal, I find I am smiling at my arrogance. Elizabeth Regina, I say to the parchment, and I shall be my lady, the Queen's mother, while you are still Lady Stanley, with a son dead on the battlefield. So take that, you old gargoyle. April 1485. Mother, you must come to court. Elizabeth writes to me in a letter smudged in haste, folded twice and double-sealed. It is all going terribly wrong. His Grace the King thinks he must go to London and tell the lords that he will not marry me, that he has never had any intention of marrying me, in order to scotch the rumours that he poisoned the poor Queen. Worse, he says that for my reputation I have to go away from court, but he won't allow me to come to you. He is sending me to visit Lady Margaret and Lord Thomas Stanley. Mother, I love him. He is my only joy in this world.
I am his in heart and in thoughts and in body and all. You said to me that it would take more than love for me to become Queen of England. You have to tell me what to do. I cannot go to live with the Stanleys. What am I to do now?"
In truth, I don't know what she is to do, poor little girl of mine. She is in love with a man whose survival depends on him being able to command the loyalty of England. And if he were to tell England that he hopes to marry his niece before his wife is cold in the ground, he will have donated the whole of the north to Henry Tudor in a moment. I tell the messenger to get some food, to sleep the night and be ready to take my reply in the morning. And then I walk by the river and listen to the quiet sound of the water over the white stones. I hope that Melusina will speak to me, but I have to come home without any message, and I have to write to Elizabeth with nothing to guide me but my years at court and my own sense of what Richard can dare. Daughter, I know how distressed you are. I hear it in every line. Be brave. Go to the Stanleys and do your best to please them both. Lady Margaret is a pious and determined woman. You could not ask for a better guardian. If you can like her, if you can endear yourself to her, all the better. It is a trick I never managed. Richard is putting you in a safe place, far from scandal, far from danger, until Henry Tudor makes his challenge from the throne and the battle is over. When this happens, and Richard wins, as I think he must, he will be able to fetch you from the Stanleys' house with honour and marry you as part of the celebrations of victory. This will not be an easy time for you, but Richard has to be free to summon his men and fight his battle. As men have to fight, women have to wait and plan. My love and blessing to you, your mother. Something in the morning wakes me early, at dawn. I sniff at the air as if I were a hare sitting up on my hind legs in a meadow. Something is happening. I know it, even here inland in Wiltshire. The wind is coming from the south. It is a wind for an invasion, an onshore wind, and somehow I know, as clearly as if I could see them, that Henry has his force ready. Richard is no fool. He knew this would come as soon as the winter storms died down. He is in his great castle at Nottingham, at the centre of England, calling out his reserves, naming his lords, prepared for the challenge that he knew would come this year, as it would have come last year, but for the rain that Elizabeth and I blew up to keep Buckingham from London and away from my boy. This is the final battle in the Cousins' War. There is no doubt in my mind that York will win, as York mostly does. And I expect to see Margaret Beaufort mourn the death of her son. Her sorrow will be the start of a new life for me and mine. At last I think I can send for my son Richard. I think it is time. I have been waiting to set this part of my plan underway for 2 years, ever since I had to send my boy away. I write to Sir Edward Brampton, loyal Yorkist, great merchant, man of the world, and sometime, I think, pirate. Certainly a man who is not afraid of a little risk and who relishes an adventure. He arrives on the very day that Cook is all alive with the news that Henry Tudor has landed. "Troubled times again," Sir Edward says to me urbanely. "Times that I think might be to the good of me and mine," I observe. "I am at your service." "I know." I smile at him. "I don't forget that you served me once before when you took a boy on board your ship to Flanders." "What can I do for you this time?" "You can go to the town of Tournai in Flanders, to the Saint-Jean Bridge. The man who keeps the Watergate there is called Bernal Osbeck." "And what will I find there?" "You will find my son Richard. You will find him and bring him to me.
His grave face lifts to me, his brown eyes shining.
Is it safe for him to return? He will be restored to his father's throne?
God willing,
Melusina,
yes.
the woman who could not forget her element of water, left her sons with her husband, went away with her daughters. The boys grew to be men, dukes of Burgundy, rulers of Christendom. The girls inherited their mother's sight and her knowledge of things unknown. She never saw her husband again. She never ceased to miss him. But at the hour of his death, he heard her singing for him. He knew then, as she knew always, that it does not matter if a wife is half fish, if a husband is all mortal. If there is love enough, then nothing, not nature, not even death itself, can come between two who love each other.
It is midnight, the time we agreed, and I hear the quiet knock at the kitchen door and go down with my candle shielded. The night is warm, it is still. The candle does not flicker as I open the door and pause to see a big man and a boy, a 12-year-old boy on the doorstep. Come in, I say quietly. Then I turn and put down my candle with trembling hands and look at the boy that Sir Edward Brampton has brought back to me. Is it you? Is it really you? He has grown, his head comes up to my shoulder, but I would know him anywhere for his hair, gold like his father's, and his eyes hazel. My boy, I say, and I can feel my heart heave with love for him. My boy, my Richard. He puts his arms around my waist and hugs me tightly. I have been on ships. I have been all over. I can speak 3 languages. My boy. They call me Piers. That's Peter in English. They call me Perkin as a nickname. What will you call me? I shake my head. I cannot speak.
Your lady mother will call you Piers for the time being.
Sir Edward rules from the fireplace where he is warming himself.
You have to keep your Tournay name for now.
He nods. I see that his identity has become like a coat to him. He has learned to put it on or off.
I will leave you two, Sir Edward says tactfully.
He takes himself off to his room, and I sit in my chair by the fire, and my boy pulls up a footstool and sits beside me, sometimes leaning back against my legs so that I can stroke his hair, sometimes turning around to explain something to me. We talk of his absence, of what he has learned while he has been away from me. His life has not been that of a royal prince, but he has been given a good education. Trust to Edward's sister Margaret for that.
And when I am older, Her Grace Lady Margaret says that I will come back to England and take up my father's throne. She says that men have waited longer and with worse chances than me. She says, look at Henry Tudor.
Yes, he has had a lifetime in exile. Pray God you will not.
Are we going to see the battle?
I smile. No, a battlefield is no place for a boy. But when Richard wins and marches to London, we will join him and your sisters.
And what of my brother Edward?
He asks very quietly.
I have always hoped you had him in hiding, somewhere else.
I am afraid he is dead, murdered by men in the pay of the Duke of Buckingham and Henry Tudor. I am afraid your brother is lost to us.
When I am grown, I will avenge him,
he says proudly, a York prince in every way. I put my hand gently on his head. When you are grown, and if you are king, you can live in peace. He leans his head against my knees, and I run my fingers through his blonde hair. At the back, behind his ears, it is curly, and I can wind the curls around my fingers like golden rings. It is only when he gives a little snore, like a puppy, that I realize we have sat for hours and he is fast asleep. It is only when I feel the weight of his warm head against my knees that I realize he is truly home, a prince come to his kingdom, and that when battle is met and won, the white rose of York will bloom in the green hedgerows of England once more.